Hello, and welcome to DeutschZeit. Ready to make German A2 grammar finally click? In part 1, we will master the past with Perfekt, the dative and object system, prepositions for place, direction, and time, plus reflexive and prepositional verbs. The complete A2 course is seriously packed, so instead of squeezing everything into one giant video, we divided it into two powerful parts. And while you're studying and mastering part 1, we'll be busy preparing part 2. So no pressure. You learn this part, and we prepare the next one. Sounds like a fair deal? Perfect. Let's begin. Now we're starting Unit 1. In this unit, you will learn how to talk about the past in German using the Perfekt clearly and naturally. By the end of this unit, you will be able to build clear past sentences with more confidence. Great! Let's begin with the meaning of the Perfekt. The perfect is the most common past tense in everyday spoken German. We use it to talk about an action that happened in the past and is already finished. Imagine a simple timeline. The action happened before now, and the action is complete. For example, Ich habe gearbeitet. I worked. The work happened in the past, and it is finished now. In this sentence, gearbeitet shows the main action, to work, and the complete sentence tells us about a finished past event. So the main idea is simple. We use the perfect to talk naturally about finished actions in the past. Very good. Now let's see when we use the perfect. We use it for different kinds of finished past activities. First, a finished daily activity. For example, Ich habe Deutsch gelernt. I studied German. The learning happened in the past, and the activity is finished. We can also use the perfect for a completed visit. For example, Ich habe meine Freundin besucht. I visited my friend. The visit happened before now, and it is complete. The perfect is also used when someone moved from one place to another. For example, Wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin. The journey happened in the past, and it is already finished. So we can use the perfect for a finished activity, a completed visit, or movement to another place. The situation changes, but the main idea stays the same. The event happened in the past and is finished now. Excellent! Now let's look at the basic perfect formula. The perfect has two verb parts. First, we need a helper verb, haben, to have, or sein, to be. Then we add the past form of the main verb. This form is called Partizip 2, past participle. So the basic formula is haben or sein plus Partizip 2. Look at our first example. Ich habe Deutsch gelernt. I studied German. Here, habe is the helper verb, and gelernt is the past form of the main verb. Now look at an example with sein. Wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin. Here, sind is the helper verb, and gefahren is the past form of the main verb. So every perfect sentence needs these two parts, a helper verb, and a Partizip 2. For now, focus on the formula. We will learn how to build the different Partizip 2 forms step by step. Great! Now let's look at the two verbs inside a perfect sentence. They appear together, but they do two different jobs. Look at this example. Ich habe einen Film gesehen. I watched a film. The first verb is habe, have. Habe is the helper verb. It is the conjugated verb in the sentence. This means it changes to match the subject. Here, the subject is ich, I. So we use ich habe, I have. The helper verb also shows that the sentence is in the perfect. Now look at the second verb, gesehen, seen. This is the Partizip 2, past participle of the verb sehen, to see. Gesehen carries the main meaning of the action. It tells us what actually happened. Someone watched or saw something. So the two verbs have different jobs. Habe is the helper verb. It matches the subject and carries the tense. Gesehen is the main action in the past form. Notice that the helper verb can change. Ich habe einen Film gesehen. I watched a film. Du hast einen Film gesehen. You watched a film. Wir haben einen Film gesehen. We watched a film. The forms habe, hast, and haben change with the subject, but gesehen stays the same. So remember the two jobs. The helper verb changes with the subject, and the Partizip 2 shows the main action in the past. Excellent. Now let's look at the Satzklammer. In German, this structure is called die Satzklammer, the sentence bracket. In a perfect sentence, the two verb parts create a frame. The conjugated helper verb opens the bracket, and the Partizip 2, past participle, closes it at the end. Look at this example. Ich habe gestern lange gearbeitet. I worked for a long time yesterday. The first verb part is habe, have. It comes early in the sentence. The second verb part is gearbeitet, worked. It comes at the very end. Between the two verb parts, we place the other information. Here we have gestern, yesterday, and lange, for a long time. So the sentence bracket is habe between gearbeitet, have between worked. The middle of the sentence contains the time and the extra details. Now look at an example with sein, to be. Wir sind gestern nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin yesterday. Here, sind, are, opens the sentence bracket, and gefahren, traveled, closes it at the end. The information, gestern nach Berlin, yesterday to Berlin, stands between the two verb parts. So the pattern stays clear. The helper verb comes early, the extra information goes in the middle, and the Partizip 2, past participle, comes at the end. This two-part frame is the basic sentence structure of the perfect. Very good. Now we know that every perfect sentence needs a helper verb. But how do we choose between haben, to have, and sein, to be? For now, let's begin with a simple overview. Most German verbs build the perfect with haben. Look at this example. Ich habe gekocht. I cooked. The main verb is kochen, to cook. This is an activity. So the sentence uses habe, have, as the helper verb. The complete pattern is habe gekocht, cooked. Now look at the second possibility. Some verbs use sein, to be. This often happens with movement from one place to another. For example, ich bin nach Hause gegangen. I went home. The main verb is gehen, to go. Here, the person moves to a new place, so we use bin, am, as the helper verb. The complete pattern is bin gegangen, went. Notice the difference. Ich habe gekocht. I cooked. An activity with haben. And ich bin nach Hause gegangen. I went home. Movement to a new place with sein. The choice does not depend on the subject. It depends mainly on the type of the main verb. So this is the first important overview. Most verbs use haben. Some movement verbs and some verbs that describe a change use sein. We will explore this choice in detail in its own lesson. For now, remember the basic contrast. Activity, haben, movement or change, sein.
Excellent. Now let's bring the whole perfect pattern together. We will look at 3 complete sentences. Each sentence has the same important parts: a subject, a helper verb, and a Partizip 2, past participle. Let's begin with a sentence using haben, to have. Ich habe gestern Deutsch gelernt. I studied German yesterday. The subject is ich, I. The helper verb is habe, have, and the Partizip 2 is gelernt, learned. The helper verb comes early, and gelernt closes the sentence at the end. Now look at a sentence using sein, to be. Wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin. The subject is wir, we. The helper verb is sind, are. And the Partizip 2 is gefahren, traveled. The helper verb changes, but the basic structure stays the same. The helper verb comes early, and the main past form comes at the end. Now let's change the beginning of the sentence. Gestern habe ich lange gearbeitet. Yesterday I worked for a long time. This sentence begins with gestern, yesterday. Because the time expression comes first, the helper verb habe still stays in the second position. The subject ich, I, comes after it. And the Partizip 2, gearbeitet, worked, still comes at the end. So compare the 3 patterns. Ich habe gestern Deutsch gelernt. Wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. Gestern habe ich lange gearbeitet. The beginning can change. The helper verb can be haben or sein. But the central perfect pattern stays clear. The conjugated helper verb comes early, the extra information stands in the middle, and the Partizip 2 comes at the end.
Great. Now let's understand what the Partizip 2, past participle, actually is. The Partizip 2 is the past form of the main verb that we use inside the Perfekt. Look at the verb arbeiten, to work. Its Partizip 2 form is gearbeitet, worked. So we have arbeiten, to work, becoming gearbeitet, worked. Now let's place it inside a complete sentence. Ich habe gearbeitet. I worked. Here, habe is the helper verb, and gearbeitet is the Partizip 2 of the main verb. The Partizip 2 shows the action that happened in the past. It normally appears with a form of haben, to have, or sein, to be. For example, ich habe gearbeitet. I worked. And ich bin gegangen. I went. In the first sentence, gearbeitet is used with haben. In the second sentence, gegangen is used with bin. So the main idea is simple. The Perfekt needs a helper verb and the Partizip 2 of the main verb. There are different ways to build the Partizip 2. Regular forms, verbs ending in d or t, strong forms, and mixed forms. Each group follows a different pattern. And now we will build them step by step. Excellent! Now let's build the Partizip 2 of regular verbs. Regular verbs follow a clear and friendly pattern. No surprises here. The formula is ge plus the verb stem plus t. So we get ge plus stem plus t. Let's start with machen, to do or to make. First, we remove the ending n. This leaves the stem mach. Then we add ge at the beginning and t at the end. So machen, to do, becomes gemacht, done. You can think of ge and t as two little helpers standing around the stem. Now look at lernen, to learn. The stem is lern. We add ge and t. So lernen, to learn, becomes gelernt, learned. One more example, spielen, to play. The stem is Spiel. Then we build ge plus Spiel plus t. So spielen, to play, becomes gespielt, played. Now compare the three forms. Machen, gemacht. To do, done. Lernen, gelernt. To learn, learned. Spielen, gespielt. To play, played. The pattern stays the same. Ge comes at the beginning, the verb stem stays in the middle, and t comes at the end. Now let's use one of these forms inside a perfect sentence. Ich habe Deutsch gelernt. I studied German. Here, habe, have, is the helper verb, and gelernt, learned, is the Partizip 2 of lernen, to learn. So the regular pattern is simple. Ge plus stem plus t. Once you find the stem, the rest is almost like building with blocks. Put ge in front, put t at the end, and your regular Partizip 2 is ready. Very good. Now let's look at a small but important group of regular verbs. These are verbs whose stem ends in d or t. They follow the regular pattern, but they need one small extra sound. Why? Because German wants the word to sound smoother. So instead of g plus stem plus t, we get g plus stem plus et. That extra e is the little helper here.
It makes pronunciation easier. Let's start with arbeiten, to work. First, remove N, and the stem is Arbeit. This stem ends in T, so we do not say just gearbeitet. That sounds a bit too tight. Instead, German adds an extra E, so arbeiten, to work, becomes gearbeitet, worked. Now look at reden, to talk. Again, remove N, and the stem is red. This stem ends in D, so we add G at the beginning and ete at the end. So reden, to talk, becomes geredet, talked. One more example. Warten, to wait. The stem is wart. Again, it ends in t, so the Partizip 2 is gewartet, waited. Now compare the pattern. Arbeiten, to work, to gearbeitet, worked. Reden, to talk, to geredet, talked. Warten, to wait, to gewartet, waited. So the rule is simple. If the stem ends in d or t, we usually add ete, not just t. Now let's place one form inside a perfect sentence. Ich habe lange gearbeitet. I worked for a long time. Here, habe, have, is the helper verb, and gearbeitet, worked, is the Partizip 2. So remember this special regular pattern. Ge plus stem plus ete. A small extra e, but a very useful one.
Excellent. Now let's look at the first group of strong verbs. Strong verbs do not always use the regular ending te. Some of them use an instead, and in this group, the verb stem stays the same. So the pattern is ge plus same stem plus an. Let's begin with fahren, to travel or to drive. First, remove the infinitive ending an. The stem is fa. Then add ge at the beginning and an at the end. So fahren, to travel, becomes gefahren, traveled. The stem fa does not change. Only the outside parts build the Partizip 2. Now look at sehen, to see. The stem is seh. We add ge and an. So sehen, to see, becomes gesehen, seen. Again, the stem stays the same. The regular te simply takes a little break here. Now let's use schlafen, to sleep. The stem is schlaf. So schlafen, to sleep, becomes geschlafen, slept. And finally, waschen, to wash. The stem is wasch. So waschen, to wash, becomes gewaschen, washed. Now compare the four forms. Fahren, to gefahren. Travel, to traveled. Sehen, to gesehen. See, to seen. Schlafen, to geschlafen. Sleep, to slept. And waschen, to gewaschen. Wash, to washed. The middle part stays recognizable. Fahr, seh, schlaf, and wasch. The main difference is the ending. Regular verbs usually end in te, but these strong verbs end in an. Now look at two complete examples. Wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin. And ich habe lange geschlafen. I slept for a long time. Here, gefahren and geschlafen are the Partizip 2 forms. So remember this strong verb pattern. Ge plus same stem plus an. The stem stays calm and an does the special job.
In the next group, the ending stays an, but the stem will change too.
Great! Now let's look at the second group of strong verbs. These ones still use n at the end. But now something else happens. The stem changes too. So the pattern is G plus changed stem plus n. In the last slide, the stem stayed calm. This time, the stem gets a little dramatic. Let's begin with schreiben, to write. First, remove the infinitive ending, n. The basic stem is schreib, but in the Partizip 2, the stem changes. So, schreiben, to write, becomes geschrieben, written. Here, the middle part does not stay the same exactly. Now look at finden, to find. The basic stem is find, but the Partizip 2 is gefunden, found. So, again, the stem changes, and the form still ends in n. Now let's take trinken, to drink. The basic stem is trink. The Partizip 2 is getrunken, drunk. So the middle part changes again. One more example. Sprechen, to speak. The stem is sprech, and the Partizip 2 is gesprochen, spoken. Now compare the four forms. Schreiben, to write, geschrieben, written. Finden, to find, gefunden, found. Trinken, to drink, getrunken, drunk. Sprechen, to speak, gesprochen, spoken. So what stays the same? The beginning, ge, and the ending, n. And what changes? The stem in the middle. That is the key idea in this group. Now let's look at two complete examples. Ich habe einen Brief geschrieben. I wrote a letter. Here, geschrieben is the Partizip 2 of schreiben, to write. And wir haben Wasser getrunken. We drank water. Here, getrunken is the Partizip 2 of trinken, to drink. So, remember this strong verb pattern. Ge plus changed stem plus n. The ending stays n, but the stem changes in the middle. That is why these forms need a little more attention. They are not impossible, they just like to be remembered as special forms. Excellent! Now let's meet the mixed verbs. They are called mixed because they combine two different features. Like strong verbs, their stem changes, but like regular verbs, they end in t. So the basic pattern is ge plus changed stem plus t. They borrow one feature from each group. A little grammar teamwork. Let's begin with bringen, to bring. The regular stem would be bring, but inside the Partizip 2, the stem changes to brach. Then we add ge at the beginning and t at the end. So bringen, to bring, becomes gebracht, brought. Now look at denken, to think. The stem changes from denk to dach. Then we add the regular ending t. So denken, to think, becomes gedacht, thought. The middle changes, but the ending is still t. Now let's take kennen, to know or to be familiar with. The stem changes from ken to kann. So kennen, to know, becomes gekannt, known. And finally, wissen, to know a fact. The stem changes from wiss to wuss. So wissen, to know, becomes gewusst, known. Now compare the four forms. Bringen, to gebracht, to bring, to brought. Denken, to gedacht, to think, to thought. Kennen, to gekannt, to know, to known. And wissen, to gewusst, to know, to known. What do they have in common? The stem changes in the middle, and every form ends in t. That is why they are mixed verbs. The changed stem comes from the strong pattern, and the ending t comes from the regular pattern. Now let's see them inside complete sentences. Sie hat das Essen gebracht. She brought the food. Here, gebracht, brought, is the Partizip 2 of bringen, to bring. Ich habe an dich gedacht. I thought about you. Here, gedacht, thought, is the Partizip 2 of denken, to think. And ich habe das nicht gewusst. I did not know that. Here, gewusst, known, is the Partizip 2 of wissen, to know. So remember the mixed pattern. G plus changed stem plus t. The ending is familiar, but the middle likes to change its outfit. These forms cannot always be predicted perfectly, so it is best to learn each verb together with its Partizip 2.
Excellent. Now let's look at 3 very important forms that deserve their own memory space. These verbs are common, but their Partizip 2 forms are not easy to build by using one simple rule. So the approach is, learn each verb together with its complete Partizip 2 form. Let's begin with sein, to be. Its Partizip 2 is gewesen, bin. So we learn the complete pair sein, to be, to gewesen, bin. The form gewesen looks very different from sein, so this one should be remembered as a complete form. For example, ich bin müde gewesen. I was tired. Here, bin, am, is the helper verb, and gewesen, bin, is the Partizip 2 of sein, to be. Now look at werden, to become. Its Partizip 2 is geworden, become. So the complete pair is werden, to become, to geworden, become. For example, es ist kalt geworden. It became cold. Here, ist, is the helper verb, and geworden, become, shows the change that happened. In this lesson, we use geworden with the meaning to become. Now let's take gehen, to go. Its Partizip 2 is gegangen, gone. So we learn gehen, to go, to gegangen, gone. For example, ich bin nach Hause gegangen. I went home. Here, bin, am, is the helper verb, and gegangen, gone, is the Partizip 2 of gehen, to go. Now compare the 3 complete forms. Sein, gewesen, werden, geworden, gehen, gegangen. These forms are different, but they share one useful learning strategy. Do not try to force them into one regular formula. German is giving us a small memory challenge here. So learn them as complete verb pairs. Sein, gewesen, werden, geworden, gehen, gegangen. And remember, very irregular does not mean impossible. It only means the full form deserves to be learned together with the infinitive.
Excellent!
Now let's learn 6 essential Partizip 2 forms that appear again and again at level A2. These are common verbs, so it is best to learn the infinitive and the Partizip 2 as one complete pair. Let's begin with kommen, to come. Its Partizip 2 is gekommen, come. So we learn kommen returns to gekommen. To come returns to come. For example, ich bin spät gekommen. I arrived late. Notice that kommen uses a form of sein, to be, in the perfect. Now look at bleiben, to stay. Its Partizip 2 is geblieben, stayed. So bleiben returns to geblieben. To stay returns to stayed. For example, wir sind zu Hause geblieben. We stayed at home. Here again, the helper verb is sein, to be. So far we have kommen returns to gekommen and bleiben returns to geblieben. Both are used with sein. Now let's move to essen, to eat. Its Partizip 2 is gegessen, eaten. So essen returns to gegessen. To eat returns to eaten. For example, ich habe Pizza gegessen. I ate pizza. Here we use habe, have, as the helper verb. Next comes nehmen, to take. Its Partizip 2 is genommen, taken. So nehmen returns to genommen. To take returns to taken. For example, hat den Bus genommen. He took the bus. The middle of the verb changes. Name becomes nom. So this form needs to be remembered as a complete pair. Now look at geben, to give. Its Partizip 2 is gegeben, given. So geben returns to gegeben. To give returns to given. For example, sie hat mir das Buch gegeben. She gave me the book. This form is friendly. The stem geb stays recognizable. Finally, we have helfen, to help. Its Partizip 2 is geholfen, helped. So helfen returns to geholfen. To help returns to helped. For example, du hast mir sehr geholfen. You helped me a lot. Here, the vowel changes. Helf becomes holf. Now compare the 6 important pairs. Kommen returns to gekommen. Bleiben returns to geblieben. Essen returns to gegessen. Nehmen returns to genommen. Geben returns to gegeben. Helfen returns to geholfen. Remember the helper verbs too. Kommen and bleiben use sein. The other 4 verbs use haben. These forms may look different, but they are extremely common. So learn each pair together, the infinitive and its Partizip 2. A little memory now saves a lot of guessing later.
Great! So far, we have learned the basic ways to build the Partizip 2, past participle. But some verbs do not follow the usual pattern in the usual way. They have a few special habits. Sometimes ge moves into the middle of the verb, and sometimes ge disappears completely. German likes to keep us awake. Let's look at the 4 special groups we need in this lesson. First, separable verbs. In German, trennbare Verben. Separable verbs. These verbs have a prefix that can separate from the main verb. For example, aufmachen, to open. Its Partizip 2 is aufgemacht, opened. Here, ge does not come at the beginning, it goes inside the verb, between the prefix and the main part. The next question is, where exactly does ge go? For separable verbs, the basic idea is prefix, then ge, then the verb stem and the ending. For example, auf plus ge plus mach plus t becomes aufgemacht, opened. Now let's look at another group, inseparable verbs. In German, untrennbare Verben. Inseparable verbs. These verbs have prefixes that stay attached to the verb, and these prefixes normally block ge. For example, besuchen, to visit, becomes besucht, visited. There is no ge inside the form. And finally, we have verbs that end in ieren. These verbs also build their Partizip 2 without ge. For example, studieren, to study, becomes studiert, studied. So this lesson has one big question. Does ge stay at the beginning, move into the middle, or disappear completely? The answer depends on the type of verb. We will look at each group clearly and step by step. For now, remember the main idea. Sometimes ge moves, and sometimes it disappears.
Excellent! Now let's look at separable verbs in the Partizip 2. Some German verbs have a prefix that can separate. That is why they are called separable verbs. In German, trennbare Verben. Separable verbs. When we build the Partizip 2 of a separable verb, the prefix stays at the front. Then ge goes after it. So the basic idea is prefix plus ge plus verb part plus ending. Now let's begin with regular separable verbs. These verbs follow the regular pattern, so they usually end in t. Look at aufmachen, to open. Its Partizip 2 is aufgemacht, opened. Here we can see auf, the prefix, then ge, then mach, and finally t. Now look at einkaufen, to shop or to buy. Its Partizip 2 is eingekauft, shopped or bought. Again, the prefix stays first, and ge goes into the middle. So both of these are regular separable verbs. Aufmachen, aufgemacht, to open, opened. Einkaufen, eingekauft, to shop, buy, shopped, bought. Now let's move to strong separable verbs. This is where things get a little more interesting. The verb is still separable, so ge still goes into the middle. But the verb itself is strong, so it keeps the strong pattern. That means the ending may be n, not t. Look at Fernsehen, to watch TV. Its Partizip 2 is ferngesehen, watched TV. Here, fern is the prefix, then comes ge, and the verb keeps its strong ending, n. Now look at mitgehen, to go along. Its Partizip 2 is mitgegangen, gone along. Again, the prefix stays first. G goes after it, and the verb keeps its strong form. So compare the two groups. Regular separable verbs usually end in t. Ausmachen, aufgemacht. To open, opened. Einkaufen, eingekauft. To shop, buy. Shopped, bought. Strong separable verbs can end in n. Fernsehen, ferngesehen. To watch TV, watched TV. Mitgehen, mitgegangen. To go along, gone along. So the important idea is simple. A separable verb stays separable in the Partizip 2. And if the verb is strong already, it stays strong. So the prefix position does not change the verb family. It only changes where g goes. So remember, separable verb, prefix first, then g, and after that, the verb follows its own pattern. Regular verbs often end in t. Strong verbs may end in n.
Very good. Now, let's focus on one very important question. Where does g go in a separable verb? The answer is simple. It does not come at the very beginning of the word. Instead, g goes after the prefix. So the visual pattern is prefix plus g plus stem plus ending. You can think of it like a small sandwich. First comes the prefix, then g, then the verb stem, and finally the ending. Now let's look at aufmachen, to open. Its Partizip 2 is aufgemacht, opened. Now let's break it into parts. Auf plus g plus mach plus t. So here, auf is the prefix, g comes after it, mach is the stem, and t is the ending. Now look at einkaufen, to shop or to buy. Its Partizip 2 is eingekauft, shopped or bought. Again, we can split it clearly. Ein plus g plus kauf plus t. So once again, prefix first, then g, then the stem, then the ending. Now let's look at a strong separable verb, Fernsehen, to watch TV. Its Partizip 2 is ferngesehen, watched TV. Here the pattern is still the same in position, fern plus g plus sie plus n. So g still comes after the prefix, but because the verb is strong, the ending is n instead of t. So compare the three forms. Aufmachen, to aufgemacht, opened, einkaufen, to eingekauft, shopped or bought, Fernsehen, to ferngesehen, watched TV. The endings are not all the same, but the position of g stays the same. That is the key idea in this slide. For separable verbs, g does not stand in front of the whole word. It goes inside the verb, right after the prefix. So remember the rule like this. Prefix first, then g, then the stem, then the ending. That is where g goes. Excellent. Now let's see separable verbs inside complete perfect sentences. In a main clause,
the conjugated helper verb stands in position 2, and the complete Partizip 2, past participle, stands at the end. With separable verbs, the prefix and the verb come back together inside the Partizip 2, so the prefix does not stay separated in a perfect sentence. Let's begin with aufmachen, to open. Look at the sentence. Ich habe die Tür aufgemacht. I opened the door. The subject is ich, I. The conjugated helper verb is habe, have. It stands in position 2. And the other information, die Tür, the door, stands in the middle. And the Partizip 2 is aufgemacht, opened. It stands at the end. Inside this form, we can see auf plus ge plus macht plus t. The prefix auf comes first, then ge stands after the prefix, and the complete form is aufgemacht, opened. Now look at our second example. Wir haben im Supermarkt eingekauft. We shopped at the supermarket. The subject is wir, we. The conjugated helper verb is haben, have. It again stands in position 2. And the information, im Supermarkt, at the supermarket, stands in the middle. And the Partizip 2 is eingekauft, shopped. It stands at the end. Inside the form we have ein plus ge plus kauft plus t. So einkaufen, to shop, becomes eingekauft, shopped. The prefix and the verb are together again. A short separation, then a happy reunion at the end of the sentence. Now let's look at a strong separable verb, fernsehen, to watch TV. The sentence is hat ferngesehen. He watched TV. The subject is he. The conjugated helper verb is hat, has. It stands in position 2. And the Partizip 2 is ferngesehen, watched TV. It stands at the end. Inside this form, we can see fern plus ge plus se plus n. This form ends in n because sehen, to see, is a strong verb, so the verb stays strong even when it is separable. Now compare the 3 complete sentences. Ich habe die Tür aufgemacht. I opened the door. Wir haben im Supermarkt eingekauft. We shopped at the supermarket. Hat ferngesehen. He watched TV. In every main clause, the conjugated helper verb stands in position 2. The other sentence information stands between the 2 verb parts, and the complete separable Partizip 2 stands at the end. So remember the sentence structure. Subject, or another first element, conjugated helper verb in position 2, middle information, and the Partizip 2 at the end.
Excellent. Now let's look at inseparable verbs. In German, untrennbare Verben. Inseparable verbs. These verbs have a prefix that stays attached to the main verb. The prefix does not separate. And when we build the Partizip 2, past participle, we do not add ge. The most common inseparable prefixes are be, fair, ent, zer, and miss. You can think of these prefixes as a small g stop sign. They block g from entering the verb. Let's begin with regular inseparable verbs. Look at besuchen, to visit. The prefix is b. Because b is inseparable, we do not add g. So, besuchen, to visit, becomes besucht, visited. The form ends in t because the verb follows the regular pattern. For example, ich habe meine Tante besucht. I visited my aunt. Now look at verkaufen, to sell. The prefix is ver. Again, there is no g. So, verkaufen, to sell, becomes verkauft, sold. For example, hat sein Auto verkauft. He sold his car. One more regular example is erzählen, to tell or to narrate. The prefix is So, erzählen, to tell, becomes erzählt, told. For example, sie hat eine Geschichte erzählt. She told a story. Now let's move to strong inseparable verbs. The rule about g stays exactly the same. There is still no g. But the main verb keeps its strong form. Look at verstehen, to understand. The prefix is ver. And the Partizip 2 is also verstanden, understood. So, verstehen, to understand, becomes verstanden, understood. There is no g, and the form ends in n because it is a strong verb. For example, ich habe die Frage verstanden. I understood the question. Now look at the kommen, to receive or to get. Its Partizip 2 is also bekommen, received or got. So the complete pair is bekommen, to receive, to bekommen, received or got. The form looks exactly like the infinitive. No g, no visible costume change. German kept this one very economical. For example, wir haben eine E-Mail bekommen. We received an email. Now compare the two groups. Regular inseparable verbs have no g and usually end in t. Besuchen becomes besucht. Verkaufen becomes verkauft. Erzählen becomes erzählt. Strong inseparable verbs have also no g, but they keep their strong form. Verstehen becomes verstanden. Bekommen becomes bekommen. So the important rule is inseparable prefix, no g. The verb may be regular or strong. The prefix blocks g, but the verb family still decides the ending and the stem form.
Excellent! Now let's look at verbs ending in iren. These verbs follow a very clear rule in the Partizip 2. They do not use g. So the main idea is iren verbs no g. This group is friendly. Once you see iren, you already know that g stays outside. Let's begin with studieren, to study. First, remove the infinitive ending n. This leaves studier. Then add t. So studieren becomes studiert. To study becomes studied. Notice that we do not say gestudiert. There is no g. The correct form is simply studiert. Now look at telefonieren, to telephone. Remove n
and keep telefonier. Then add te. So telefonieren becomes telefoniert. To telephone becomes telephoned. Again, no g. Now let's take organisieren, to organize. The Partizip 2 is organisiert, organized. The same pattern works again. Remove n, add te, and do not add g. One more example is renovieren, to renovate. Its Partizip 2 is renoviert, renovated. Now compare the four forms. Studieren to studiert, telefonieren to telefoniert, organisieren to organisiert, and renovieren to renoviert. Every verb ends in ieren, and every Partizip 2 form has two important features: no g and an ending in te. Now let's use one form inside a complete sentence. Ich habe Deutsch studiert. I studied German. Here, habe in have is the conjugated helper verb in position 2, and studiert is the Partizip 2 at the end. The form is not gestudiert, it is studiert. German has decided that these verbs already look long enough, so remember the simple rule. If the infinitive ends in ieren, do not add g. Remove n, add te, and the Partizip 2 is ready. Excellent! Now let's bring two important ideas together. There are two main cases where we do not add g in the Partizip 2. The first case is inseparable verbs, and the second case is verbs ending in ieren. So, the big idea is simple. Sometimes German says no g at all. Let's start with inseparable verbs. These verbs have prefixes like be, ver, ent, zer, and miss. These prefixes block ge, so we do not add it. Look at a regular inseparable verb, besuchen, to visit. Its Partizip 2 is besucht, visited. There is no ge. We do not say gebesucht. Now look at a strong inseparable verb, verstehen, to understand. Its Partizip 2 is verstanden, understood. Again, no ge. And because the verb is strong, the form also changes in its own way. So inside inseparable verbs, the rule is clear. Regular or strong, still no ge. Now let's move to the second case, verbs ending in ieren. These verbs also build the Partizip 2 without ge. Look at studieren, to study. It becomes studiert, studied, not gestudiert. Now look at telefonieren, to telephone. It becomes telefoniert, telephoned. Again, no ge. So now compare the two big groups. First, inseparable verbs, for example, besuchen to besucht and verstehen to verstanden. Second, ieren verbs, for example, studieren to studiert and telefonieren to telefoniert. So, when do we not add ge? In two important cases, with inseparable verbs and with verbs ending in ieren. That is the main rule for this slide. Two groups, same result. No ge. Easy to remember. If the prefix blocks it or the verb ends in ieren, then ge stays out. Brilliant!
Now let's bring the whole picture together. So far, we have seen different Partizip 2 patterns. Now we want one clear comparison. The big question is, when does g appear, move, or disappear? Let's begin with the regular pattern. Look at lernen to gelernt. Here, the pattern is simple. G comes at the beginning, the stem stays in the middle, and the verb ends in t. So regular verbs usually look like this: g plus stem plus t. Now let's compare that with a separable verb. Look at aufmachen to aufgemacht. This time, g is still there, but it does not stay at the beginning of the whole word. It moves after the prefix. So the pattern becomes prefix plus g plus stem plus ending. That is why aufmachen becomes aufgemacht. So in separable verbs, g moves into the middle. Now let's look at an inseparable verb. Besuchen to besucht. Here, the prefix is inseparable. That means it blocks g. So we do not add it. Not gebesucht, but besucht. So with inseparable verbs, g disappears. Now look at our fourth pattern. Studieren to studiert. Verbs ending in ieren also do not take g. So again, there is no g. We do not say gestudiert. We simply say studiert. So now compare the four types. Regular, g in the front. Separable, g in the middle. Inseparable, no g. Ieren verbs, no g. So that's the big comparison. And now the special Partizip 2 forms should feel much clearer. There's one small detail to remember too. Some separable verbs can also be strong, and some inseparable verbs can also be strong. But in this slide, our main focus is not the whole strong or regular story. The main focus is what happens to g. So remember the key question. Does g stay in front, move after a prefix, or completely disappear? That question helps you recognize the pattern very quickly. So this is your final map. Regular, g in front. Separable, g in the middle. Inseparable, no g. Ieren verbs, no g. That's the big comparison. And now, the special Partizip 2 forms should feel much clearer.
Nice work. Now we are ready for one of the biggest choices in the perfect. Every perfect sentence needs a conjugated helper verb. The two possibilities are haben, to have, or sein, to be. Both helpers help us build the past, but we cannot choose between them randomly. German is not flipping a coin here. The correct helper depends mainly on the main verb and on the meaning of the action. Let's begin with a simple activity. Ich habe gearbeitet. I worked. The main verb is arbeiten, to work. This verb describes an activity, so we use haben. The conjugated form is habe, have.
and the Partizip 2 is gearbeitet, worked. So the complete perfect form is habe gearbeitet. Now compare that with movement to a new place. Ich bin nach Hause gegangen. I went home. The main verb is gehen, to go. Here, the person moves from one place to another, so we use sein. The conjugated form is bin, am, and the Partizip 2 is gegangen, gone. So the complete perfect form is bin gegangen. Now compare the two ideas. Ich habe gearbeitet. This is an activity. And ich bin nach Hause gegangen. This is movement to a destination. The subject is ich, I, in both sentences, but the helper changes. Why? Because the main verbs express different kinds of events. So the first important idea is most verbs use haben, a smaller group uses sein, especially with movement to a new place, change of state, and a few important verbs that we must remember. But this is only our first overview. Not every physical movement automatically uses sein, and some verbs can use either helper when their meaning changes. We will examine each case carefully. For now, remember the big choice. Activity usually points to haben, movement to a destination often points to sein. The verb and its meaning make the decision.
Well done! Now let's look at the most important starting rule for choosing the helper verb. Most German verbs build the perfect with haben, to have. So when you learn a new verb, haben is usually the larger and more common group. This is especially true for ordinary activities, daily actions, and things that someone does. Let's begin with arbeiten, to work. Look at the sentence. Ich habe gestern gearbeitet. I worked yesterday. The action is a normal activity. There is no movement to a new destination, and there is no change from one state to another. So we use habe, the conjugated form of the helper verb. Now look at lernen, to learn. Wir haben Deutsch gelernt. We learned German. Learning is also an activity, so the sentence uses the same helper verb. Next we have kochen, to cook. Sie hat das Abendessen gekocht. She cooked dinner. Here, someone performs an action. The helper changes to match the subject. So, with sie, she, we use hat, has. But the helper verb is still a form of haben. Now take spielen, to play. Die Kinder haben draußen gespielt. The children played outside. Playing can involve plenty of movement, running, jumping, and probably a little chaos too. But the verb describes an activity. It does not describe a completed journey from one place to another. So we still use haben. Now compare the four verbs: arbeiten, lernen, kochen, and spielen. They describe ordinary actions or activities, and all four build the perfect with the same helper. So the basic pattern is a conjugated form of haben plus the Partizip 2, past participle. For example, habe gearbeitet, haben gelernt, hat gekocht, and haben gespielt. The exact form of the helper changes with the subject, but the helper family does not change. It remains haben. So remember the foundation of the lesson. Most verbs use haben, especially verbs that describe activities and ordinary actions. It is the default helper for the largest group of German verbs. Not a perfect guess for every verb, but definitely the best place to start.
Perfect. Now let's look at another very useful sign that points to haben, to have. Many German verbs act directly on a person or a thing. That person or thing is called the direktes Objekt, the direct object. In German, the direct object normally stands in the Akkusativ case. A simple question can help us find it. What does someone see? What does someone read? What does someone open? What does someone learn? The answer is the direct object. And when a verb takes a direct object, it builds the perfect with haben. The action has something to land on. Very convenient. Let's begin with sehen, to see. Look at the phrase einen Film sehen, to watch a film. The verb is sehen, and the direct object is einen Film, a film. Now place it inside a complete sentence. Ich habe einen Film gesehen. I watched a film. Ask the question, what did I watch? The answer is einen Film. So the verb has a direct object, and the perfect uses habe, the conjugated form of haben. Now look at lesen, to read. The phrase is ein Buch lesen, to read a book. The direct object is ein Buch, a book. The complete sentence is Ich habe ein Buch gelesen. I read a book. What did I read? Ein Buch. The action is directed toward an object, so again we use haben. Now let's take öffnen, to open. The phrase is die Tür öffnen, to open the door. The direct object is die Tür, the door. Look at the sentence. Sie hat die Tür geöffnet. She opened the door. What did she open? Die Tür. The answer identifies the direct object, so the helper verb is a form of haben. Now look at lernen, to learn. We can say Deutsch lernen, to learn German. Here, Deutsch, German, is the direct object. The complete sentence is Wir haben Deutsch gelernt. We learned German. What did we learn? Deutsch. So this verb also uses haben. Now compare the four examples. Einen Film sehen, ein Buch lesen, die Tür öffnen, and Deutsch lernen. Each verb has something that receives the action. The film is watched, the book is read, the door is opened, and German is learned. So all four verbs build the perfect with haben. This gives us a very strong rule. Direct object usually means haben. But be careful with the direction of the rule. If a verb has a direct object, use haben. But a verb does not need a direct object to use haben. For example, arbeiten, to work, does not normally take a direct object, but it still builds the perfect with haben. So do not think no direct object means sein. That would be too easy for German. The useful rule is direct object points strongly to haben. Now look once more at the sentence patterns. Ich habe einen Film gesehen. Ich habe ein Buch gelesen. Sie hat die Tür geöffnet. Und wir haben Deutsch gelernt. The objects are different, and the conjugated forms of the helper verb can change, habe or hat. But the helper family stays the same. It is always haben. So remember the practical question. Does the verb act directly on someone or something? Can you ask what or whom? If the sentence has a direct object, choose haben. That is one of the safest and most useful clues for choosing the helper verb.
Exactly. Now let's clear up one very common mistake with sein, to be. You may hear that verbs of movement use sein, but that rule is too simple. Not every verb that involves physical movement uses sein. Sometimes the body moves, but the verb only describes an activity, and ordinary activities usually build the perfect with haben, to have. Let's begin with tanzen, to dance. Look at the sentence, Wir haben getanzt. We danced. Of course, dancing involves movement. You move your arms, your legs, and hopefully you stay on the beat. But tanzen describes an activity. It does not tell us that someone traveled from one place to another. So we use haben. Now look at trainieren, to train. Er hat trainiert. He trained. Again, there can be a lot of physical movement, running, lifting, jumping, but the main idea is still an activity. There is no necessary change of location, so the perfect uses a form of haben. Now let's take spielen, to play. Die Kinder haben gespielt. The children played. The children may run all over the place. They may jump, chase a ball, and create a little chaos. But the verb itself still describes an activity. So again, we use haben. Now compare the three verbs, tanzen, trainieren, and spielen. All three can involve physical movement, but none of them automatically describes a journey to a new destination. That is the important difference. Physical movement is not enough. The real question is, does the verb describe movement to a new place? That distinction will make the choice much clearer. So remember, physical movement does not automatically mean sein. Dancing is movement, training is movement, playing can be movement, and all three still use haben. The key is not, does the person move? The better question is, does the verb describe movement to a new place? That distinction will make the choice much clearer. Great job! Now let's look at one of the most important uses of sein in the perfect. We use sein when the verb shows real movement from one place to another. This means the person or the thing does not stay in the same place. There is a starting point and there is a new destination. You can imagine a simple arrow from A to B. That is the key picture for this rule. Let's begin with gehen, to go. Look at the sentence, Ich bin nach Hause gegangen. I went home. Here, the person moves from one place to another place. The destination is nach Hause, home. So we use bin, the conjugated form of sein. Now let's take kommen, to come.
Er ist spät gekommen. He came late. The verb shows arrival. Someone comes from another place to here. So again, the sentence uses a form of sein. Now look at fahren, to travel or to go by vehicle. Wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin. Here, the movement is clear. The people start in one place and then they arrive in Berlin. So the helper verb is sind. Now look at fliegen, to fly. Sie ist nach Rom geflogen. She flew to Rome. This is also real movement to a new place. So we use ist with geflogen. And now one more important verb, reisen, to travel. Wir sind durch Deutschland gereist. We traveled through Germany. This verb also shows movement from place to place, so it builds the perfect with sein. Now compare the 5 verbs: gehen, kommen, fahren, fliegen, and reisen. They all describe real movement from one place to another place. That is why they use sein. So the main idea for this slide is very clear. Movement from A to B points to sein. Not just body movement, but real movement to a new place. That is the important clue. So remember the picture. Start here, go there. If the verb shows that kind of movement, sein is usually the right helper verb.
Nice work. Now let's look at one of the clearest clues for understanding movement with sein. To be. A destination can make a big difference. But be careful, the destination itself does not magically choose the helper verb. It helps us see what kind of action the verb describes. Let's compare 2 situations. First, ich habe im Park trainiert. I trained in the park. The main verb is trainieren, to train, and im Park only tells us where the activity happened. The person can run, jump, lift weights, and probably regret the last 10 minutes, but the verb still describes an activity. It does not describe a change of location from one place to another. So we use haben. Now compare that with ich bin nach Hause gelaufen. I ran home. The main verb is laufen, to run, and nach Hause shows a clear destination. The person begins in one place, moves, and ends in another place. So here we have a real change of location. That is why the sentence uses sein. Now look carefully at the difference. Im Park tells us the place where an activity happens, but nach Hause shows the destination of the movement. One answers, where did the activity happen? The other answers, where did the person move to? That is the important contrast. So compare again. Ich habe im Park trainiert, an activity happening in one location, and ich bin nach Hause gelaufen, movement toward a new destination. A destination phrase is therefore a very useful clue. Words and phrases like nach Berlin, to Berlin, nach Hause, to home, zum Bahnhof, to the train station, or in die Stadt, into the city, often make a change of location easy to recognize. But remember, we still look at the meaning of the whole verb. Not every sentence with a place uses sein, and not every physical action is movement to a new destination. So the better question is, does the verb describe an activity that happens somewhere, or does it describe movement to a different place? Activity in a location usually points to haben. Real change of location usually points to sein. That is why the destination can make the difference.
That's it. Now, let's look at the second major reason for using sein. To be. We already know that real movement from one place to another often uses this helper. But sometimes nothing travels from A to B. Instead, something changes from one state to another. And many important verbs that describe this kind of change build the perfect with sein. Think of it as a different journey. Not place A to place B, but state A to state B. Let's begin with einschlafen, to fall asleep. Before the action, the person is awake. After the action, the person is asleep. So there is a clear change of state. Ich bin eingeschlafen. I fell asleep. The person did not travel anywhere, maybe not even from the sofa, but the state changed, awake to asleep. That is why this verb uses sein. Now look at aufwachen, to wake up. Here the change goes in the opposite direction, asleep to awake. For example, ich bin früh aufgewacht. I woke up early. Again, the important idea is not movement to a new place, it is movement from one condition to another. Now let's look at werden, to become. Its participle to is geworden, become. Look at the sentence. Es ist kalt geworden. It became cold. Before, the situation was different. Then something changed, and now the new state is kalt, cold. So, werden is one of the clearest examples of a change of state. Now look at sterben, to die. Its participle to is gestorben, died. For example, die Pflanze ist gestorben. The plant died. Here, too, we have a complete change from one state to another. So compare the four verbs. Einschlafen, awake to asleep. Aufwachen, asleep to awake. Werden, one condition to a new condition. And sterben, a complete change of state. These verbs do not describe an ordinary activity, and they do not need a destination on a map. The change happens to the state itself. So now we have two major ideas that point to sein. Real movement from one place to another, and an important group of verbs that describe a change of state. A useful picture is simply before, change, after. If the verb shows that the subject enters a genuinely new state, there is a strong chance that the perfect uses sein. So remember, sometimes the journey is across a city, and sometimes the journey happens without taking a single step. Place A to place B, or state A to state B. Both can point to sein.
Very good. Now let's put the two main sein patterns side by side. We have already seen that sein, to be, is often used in two important situations. First, a change of place, and second, a change of state. They may look completely different, but both describe a transition, something is different after the action. Let's begin with a change of place. Look at Sie ist nach Berlin gefahren. She traveled to Berlin. The main verb is fahren, to travel or go by vehicle. Before the journey, she is in one place. Then she moves, and after the journey, she is in Berlin. So we can imagine place A, movement, place B. The location changes. That is why this use of fahren builds the perfect with sein. Now compare that with a change of state. Look at Das Wetter ist kalt geworden. The weather became cold. The main verb is werden, to become. Its Partizip 2 is geworden, become. Here, nothing travels to a new destination. The weather is not packing a suitcase. Instead, the condition changes. Before, the weather is warmer. Then a change happens. After, the weather is cold. So we can imagine state A, change, state B. The location stays the same, but the state becomes different. Now compare the two examples. Sie ist nach Berlin gefahren. This is change of place. And das Wetter ist kalt geworden. This is change of state. In the first example, the subject ends up in a new location. In the second example, the subject ends up in a new condition. So the two patterns are place A to place B and state A to state B. Both describe a clear transition, and both can point to sein. This gives us a useful question when choosing the helper verb. Did the subject move to a genuinely new place? Or did the subject enter a genuinely new state? If the answer to one of these questions is yes, sein is often the right helper. So remember the visual difference. Change of place, the location changes. Change of state, the condition changes. Two different journeys, but the same important helper verb, sein.
Keep going. Now, let's look at a small group of verbs that deserve special attention. Most of the time, our rules help us choose between haben, to have, and sein, to be. But some important verbs are best learned together with their helper verb. They do not always show an obvious journey from A to B. So for these verbs, the safest approach is simple. Learn the verb, learn its Partizip 2, and remember that it uses sein. Let's begin with the verb sein. Its Partizip 2 is gewesen, been. So the complete pair is sein, gewesen. And in the Perfekt, the verb itself also uses a conjugated form of sein. For example, ich bin müde gewesen. I was tired. This form may look a little unusual, but the important thing is sein belongs to the sein group. Now look at bleiben, to stay. Its Partizip 2 is geblieben, stayed. For example, wir sind zu Hause geblieben. We stayed at home. And this is interesting. The person does not move to a new destination. In fact, the whole meaning is that the person stays. But bleiben still uses sein. So this verb must be remembered as an important special case. Now let's take passieren, to happen. Its Partizip 2 is passiert, happened. For example, was ist passiert? What happened? Again, there is no clear movement from one place to another, And there is no ordinary activity with a direct object. But passieren builds the perfect with sein. Now we have one more important verb, begegnen, to meet someone by chance or to encounter someone. Its Partizip 2 is begegnet, met or encountered. For example, ich bin ihm gestern begegnet. I met him by chance yesterday. This verb can surprise learners. There is no obvious A to B journey in the sentence, but begegnen still uses sein. And one useful detail. The person we meet stands in the dative case. That is why we say ihm, him, in this example. Now compare the 4 important verbs: sein, gewesen, bleiben, geblieben, passieren, passiert, and begegnen, begegnet. They do not all fit neatly into the simple picture of movement to a destination. So don't force every verb into one rule. German sometimes says, just remember this one. And honestly, that is allowed. So learn these verbs as complete packages: the infinitive, the Partizip 2, and the helper sein. These 4 belong on your special memory list, because sometimes the best grammar rule is simply, this verb uses sein.
You've got it. Now we are ready for a very interesting detail. Some German verbs can build the perfect with haben, to have, or sein, to be. But this does not mean that we can choose whichever helper we like. The helper changes because the meaning or the use of the verb changes too. The same verb, 2 different situations, 2 different helpers. Let's look at the basic contrast. When the verb describes a journey or movement to a new place, we often use sein. But when someone controls something, uses something, or performs the action directly on an object, we usually use haben. Let's take fahren, to drive or to travel. Look at this sentence. Wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin. Here, the verb describes a journey. The subject moves from one place to another. There's a destination, nach Berlin, to Berlin. So we use sein. Now compare that with hat den Bus gefahren. He drove the bus. This time, the idea is different. The person is not simply being described as traveling somewhere. He is controlling a vehicle, and the vehicle, den Bus, the bus, is the direct object of the action. So now the same verb, fahren, uses haben. Notice what changed. The verb itself is still the same, but its role inside the sentence is different. In the first sentence, journey to a destination, so sein. In the second sentence, control or action on an object, so haben. We can see a similar idea with other verbs too. For example, fliegen, to fly. A person traveling to another place can use sein. But someone actively flying or operating an aircraft can use haben. So, the real lesson here is do not choose the helper verb only by looking at the infinitive. Look at how the verb is being used. Ask yourself, is this a journey or a real change of location? Then sein is often the right choice. Or Is someone controlling something, using something, or acting directly on an object? Then haben is usually the right choice. This is why some verbs can appear with both helpers. The meaning changes, so the helper changes too. And this is important. Not every German verb can freely use both helpers. We're talking about a specific group of verbs whose meaning can work in different ways. So, remember the central idea. Movement or journey, sein. Control or action on an object, haben. Same verb, different meaning, different helper.
Brilliant! Now let's zoom in on two very important verbs, fahren and fliegen. These two verbs are perfect examples of a special idea in German. The same verb can use sein or haben, depending on the meaning. So today, the big question is not only which verb, it is also what does the verb mean in this sentence? Let's begin with fahren, to travel or to drive. Look at the first sentence. Wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin. Here, the sentence describes a journey. The subject moves from one place to another place. The destination is nach Berlin. So this use of fahren shows real movement to a new place. That is why the helper verb is sein. Now compare that with the second sentence. Hat den Bus gefahren. He drove the bus. This time, the idea is different. The sentence is not focused on a journey to a destination. Instead, it shows that the person controlled a vehicle, and we can see a direct object too, den Bus, the bus. So here, the verb is used more like an action performed on or with an object. That is why the helper verb is haben. So compare the two meanings of fahren. Journey to a destination, sein. Control of a vehicle or action on an object, haben. Now let's move to our second verb, fliegen, to fly. Look at this sentence. Sie ist nach Rom geflogen. She flew to Rome. Again, we see a journey. The person starts in one place and ends in another place. The destination is nach Rom. So this use of fliegen describes movement to a new place. That is why the helper verb is sein. Now compare it with Der Pilot hat das Flugzeug geflogen. The pilot flew the aeroplane. Here, the meaning changes again. The sentence is not mainly about the pilot traveling somewhere. It is about operating the aeroplane. And once more, we have a direct object, das Flugzeug, the aeroplane. So in this use, the helper verb is haben. Now let's put the four sentences side by side. Wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. Journey, so sein. Hat den Bus gefahren. Control of a vehicle, so haben. Sie ist nach Rom geflogen. Journey, so sein. Der Pilot hat das Flugzeug geflogen. Control of an aeroplane, so haben. So what is the key lesson here? Do not choose the helper verb by looking only at the infinitive. Look at the meaning inside the sentence. If the verb describes movement to a destination, sein is often the right choice. If the verb describes controlling something or acting on an object, haben is usually the right choice. German is basically saying same verb, new meaning, new helper. And yes, sometimes German likes to keep us awake. So remember the shortcut like this. Journey or destination, sein. Control or direct object, haben.
That's the difference with fahren and fliegen.
Clear so far? Now let's look at another interesting group of verbs. Verbs like schwimmen, to swim. These verbs can sometimes appear with sein, to be, or haben, to have, depending on what the sentence is focusing on. The important contrast is direction or activity. Let's begin with clear movement toward a destination. Look at Wir sind ans andere Ufer geschwommen. We swam to the other shore. The phrase ans andere Ufer, to the other shore, shows a clear destination. The swimmers begin on one side, they move through the water, and they end at a different place. So the sentence describes a real change of location. That is why we use sein. The important picture is start point, movement, destination. Now compare that with a sentence focused on the activity itself. Wir haben eine Stunde geschwommen. We swam for 1 hour. Here, the important information is eine Stunde, for 1 hour. The sentence is not telling us where the swimmers ended up. The focus is on the activity and its duration. So in this activity-focused use, haben can be used. Now compare the two ideas. Ans andere Ufer shows direction toward a destination, so sein. And eine Stunde focuses on how long the activity lasted, so haben can be used. The verb itself has not changed, the focus of the sentence has, and that difference can influence the helper verb. You may notice some variation with verbs like this in real German. German speakers do not always use every movement verb in exactly the same way, but for A2, this distinction is very useful. Clear direction to a new destination, think of sein. Activity or duration without a destination focus, haben, can be possible. So do not look only at the verb, look at the whole sentence. Ask yourself, where did the subject move to? If there's a clear destination, the sentence strongly points to sein. Or is the sentence mainly describing the activity itself, how long it lasted, or what someone was doing? Then haben may be used. That's the key idea with schwimmen and some similar movement verbs. Same action, different focus, different helper can be possible. So remember, direction to a destination, sein. Activity or duration, haben, can be possible. The whole meaning of the sentence makes the difference. Great progress! Now let's look at a very useful connection between related verbs. Sometimes you already know which helper verb the basic verb uses. And that can help you with verbs built from the same verb plus a prefix. The important idea is when the new prefix verb keeps the same basic meaning and the same type of movement, it usually keeps the same helper too. Let's begin with kommen, to come. In the perfect, this verb uses sein, to be. For example, ich bin spät gekommen. I came late. Now look at ankommen, to arrive. Its Partizip 2 is angekommen, arrived. The meaning is still connected with movement and arrival, so it also uses sein. For example, der Zug ist angekommen. The train arrived. Now take mitkommen, to come along. Its Partizip 2 is mitgekommen, come along. Again, the verb belongs to the same movement family.
So we say, meine Freundin ist mitgekommen. My friend came along. So we can see a small verb family: kommen, ankommen, and mitkommen. Different prefixes, but the same basic movement idea, and all three use sein. Now let's look at another useful family. Steigen, to climb or to rise. Its Partizip 2 is gestiegen, climbed or risen. This verb also uses sein. Now add some common prefixes. Einsteigen, to get in or to board, becomes eingestiegen, got in or boarded. For example, wir sind in den Zug eingestiegen. We got on the train. Now look at aussteigen, to get out. Its Partizip 2 is ausgestiegen, got out. For example, sie ist an der nächsten Station ausgestiegen. She got off at the next station. And finally, umsteigen, to change trains or connections. Its Partizip 2 is umgestiegen, changed trains. For example, ich bin in Berlin umgestiegen. I changed trains in Berlin. So, again, we have one verb family: steigen, einsteigen, aussteigen, and umsteigen. The prefixes change the exact meaning, but the verbs still describe the same general type of movement. So they keep the same helper, sein. This gives us a very useful learning trick. When you meet a new prefix verb, look at the basic verb. If the new verb still belongs to the same meaning family, its helper often stays the same too. But be careful. This is a learning clue, not a rule you should apply blindly to every prefix verb in German. A prefix can sometimes change the meaning so much that the grammar changes too. German still likes a little independence. So remember the safe version. Same base verb, closely related meaning, same type of movement, very often same helper. That is why learning verbs in families can save you a lot of memorizing.
Nice! Now let's turn everything we have learned into one clear decision path. When you need to choose between haben, to have, and sein, to be, do not guess. Ask a few questions about the meaning of the verb. Let's start with the first question. Does the verb describe a real movement to a new place? In other words, does the subject begin in one location and end in another? If the answer is yes, think of sein. For example, wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin. There's a clear change of location, so this branch leads to sein. Now suppose there's no movement to a new place. Move to the next question. Does the verb describe a real change of state? Does the subject begin in one condition and end in a different condition? If the answer is yes, again, think of sein. For example, es ist kalt geworden. It became cold. The location does not change, but the condition does. So this branch also leads to sein. Now imagine the answer is no again. Ask the next question. Is this one of the important special verbs we already learned? For example, sein, bleiben, to stay, passieren, to happen, or begegnen, to meet someone by chance.
These verbs are learned together with their helper, and that helper is sein. For example, wir sind zu Hause geblieben. We stayed at home. No journey, but this verb still belongs to the sein group. Now suppose none of those ideas fits. Then ask, does the verb describe an ordinary activity or does it act directly on an object? If the answer is yes, the sentence will usually use haben. For example, ich habe gearbeitet. I worked. That is an ordinary activity. And ich habe einen Film gesehen. I watched a film. Here, the verb has a direct object, einen Film, a film. Both paths lead to haben. So the decision path looks like this. Real movement to a new place? Yes. Sein. No. Check for a change of state. Change of state? Yes. Sein. No. Check the special verb group. Special sein verb? Yes. Use sein. If none of these applies and the verb describes an activity or takes a direct object, you will usually use haben. Now there's one important final check. Some verbs can change their helper when their meaning changes, like fahren, to travel or to drive, and fliegen, to fly. So with these verbs, look at the whole sentence. Journey or change of location, think sein. Control or action on an object, think haben. And with verbs like schwimmen, to swim, the focus can also matter. Clear direction to a destination, often sein. Activity or duration, haben, can be possible. So use the decision path as your map, but always keep the meaning of the whole sentence in view. The final shortcut is new place, sein, new state, sein, special remembered verb, sein, ordinary activity or direct object, usually haben. And when the meaning changes, stop, look at the whole sentence, then choose the helper.
Brilliant. Now let's bring the whole lesson into one final clear map. By this point, we have seen that every perfect sentence needs a helper verb, and the big choice is haben or sein. So this slide is our final comparison, not a new rule jungle, more like a clean grammar map you can actually trust. Let's start with the biggest group. Most verbs use haben. This is the normal helper for activities and for many ordinary actions. For example, ich habe gearbeitet. I worked. This is an activity, so it belongs to the haben side. Now add another important clue. Verbs with a direct object also usually use haben. For example, ich habe einen Film gesehen. I watched a film. The verb acts directly on something, so that also points to haben. So on one side of our final map, we have activities, ordinary actions, and verbs with a direct object. These usually lead to haben. Now let's move to the other side. We use sein for real movement to a new place. For example, wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin. Here, the subject changes location from one place to another, so this belongs to sein. The second big reason for sein is a change of state. For example, es ist kalt geworden. It became cold. Nothing travels across a map here, but something changes from one condition to another, so this also points to sein. And then we have the small special group that should simply be remembered. For example, ich bin müde gewesen. I was tired. Wir sind zu Hause geblieben. We stayed at home. Was ist passiert? What happened? Ich bin ihm begegnet. I met him by chance. These verbs do not always show a clear journey, but they still use sein. So on the sein side, our final map says real movement to a new place, change of state, and special remembered verbs. Now we add one small but important note. Some verbs can use both, but the meaning changes. That means the helper does not change for decoration, it changes because the sentence meaning changes too. Look at fahren. We can say, wir sind nach Berlin gefahren. We traveled to Berlin. That is a journey, so sein. But we can also say, hat den Bus gefahren. He drove the bus. Now the verb shows control of a vehicle and action on an object, so haben. The same idea can happen with fliegen and with verbs like schwimmen, where direction points to sein and activity or duration can allow haben. So the final comparison is really this simple. If the verb shows an activity or acts on an object, usually think haben. If the verb shows real movement to a new place, think sein. If it shows a change of state, think sein. If it belongs to the special remembered group, think sein. And if the verb can use both, stop for a second, look at the meaning of the whole sentence, then choose. So here is your final shortcut. Activity or direct object, haben. New place, sein. New state, sein. Special remembered verb, sein. Meaning changes, check the whole sentence. That's the big picture. Not random, not magic, just meaning, pattern, and a little attention. And honestly, that is already a very strong A2 skill.
Great progress! Now we are going to look at the basic frame of a complete, perfect sentence. The key idea is the Satzklammer, the sentence bracket. In a normal main sentence, the conjugated helper verb stands in position 2, and the Partizip 2, past participle, stands at the end. Everything else fits between these two parts. Look at this example. Mein Bruder hat gestern seine Bewerbungsunterlagen abgeschickt. My brother sent off his application documents yesterday. Here, the helper verb is hat, has. It stands in position 2, and the main verb appears as abgeschickt, sent off, at the end. These two verb parts create the bracket. Inside the bracket, we have the other information. In this sentence, gestern, yesterday, and seine Bewerbungsunterlagen, his application documents. Now look at a different example. Am Wochenende sind mehrere Freunde zu Besuch gekommen. Several friends came to visit at the weekend. This time, the helper verb is sind, are, and the participle is gekommen, come. Again, the conjugated helper stands in position 2, and the main verb closes the sentence at the end. So the basic structure is one element in position 1, the conjugated helper in position 2, the middle information, and the Partizip 2 at the end. This is the structure you should keep in your head. The first position can change. The information in the middle can become longer. But in a normal main sentence, the helper keeps position 2 and the participle closes the bracket. That is the core structure behind a well-built, perfect sentence.
Nice work. Now let's make the first position more flexible. In a perfect tense, main sentence, we do not always have to begin with the subject. Sometimes the time information is more important, so we can place it in position 1. But one important rule does not change. The conjugated helper verb still stands in position 2. Look at Gestern habe ich meiner Kollegin die neuen Unterlagen geschickt. Yesterday, I sent the new documents to my colleague. The sentence begins with gestern, yesterday, so the helper, habe, have, comes immediately after it, in position 2. Then the subject, ich, I, moves behind the helper verb, and the Partizip 2, participle 2, geschickt, sent, still closes the sentence. Now look at a longer time expression. Letzte Woche hat unser Team ein technisches Problem gelöst. Last week, our team solved a technical problem. Here, letzte Woche, last week, fills position 1. Even though it contains 2 words, it works as one complete element. After that comes hat, has, in position 2. Then the subject and the rest of the information follow, and gelöst, solved, stands at the end. One more example. Am frühen Morgen ist der Zug wegen des schlechten Wetters verspätet abgefahren. Early in the morning, the train departed late because of the bad weather. The opening phrase, am frühen Morgen, early in the morning, takes position 1. Then comes ist, is, in position 2. The middle of the sentence can contain much more information, but the Partizip 2, participle 2, abgefahren, departed, still stays at the end. So, when time comes first, remember this pattern. Time expression in position 1, conjugated helper in position 2, subject after the helper, and the participle at the end. The beginning can change, but the core frame of the sentence stays stable.
Very good. Now let's use the flexibility of position 1 in another way. Instead of beginning with the subject or with time, we can begin with a place. In a perfect tense, main sentence, the place expression can take position 1. But the conjugated helper verb still stays in position 2. Look at Im Stadtzentrum habe ich gestern eine neue Wohnung besichtigt. In the city center, I viewed a new apartment yesterday. The sentence begins with Im Stadtzentrum, in the city center. This whole phrase fills position 1. Then comes habe, have, in position 2. And the subject, ich, I, follows the helper. The Partizip 2, past participle, besichtigt, viewed, still stands at the end. Now look at another place phrase. Bei meiner Tante haben wir am Sonntag gemeinsam zu Abend gegessen. At my aunt's, we had dinner together on Sunday. Here, bei meiner Tante, at my aunt's, takes position 1. Then the helper, haben, comes immediately after it. The subject, wir, we, moves behind the helper, and gegessen, eaten, closes the sentence. Notice something important. Position 1 does not mean one single word.
A complete phrase can fill that position. One more example. Vor dem Bahnhof ist am Nachmittag ein großer Verkehrsstau entstanden. A major traffic jam developed in front of the train station in the afternoon. The opening phrase, vor dem Bahnhof, in front of the train station, is one complete element in position 1. Then comes ist, is, in position 2. The middle contains the time information and the subject, and entstanden, developed, stands at the end. So when place comes first, the pattern is clear. Place expression in position 1, conjugated helper in position 2, subject and other information in the middle, and the participle at the end. The first position is flexible, but in a normal main sentence, position 2 still belongs to the conjugated verb.
Well done. Now let's look inside, die Satzklammer, the sentence bracket. We already know that the conjugated helper opens the verbal frame, and the Partizip 2, past participle, closes it. But between these two verbal parts, a sentence can contain much more information. This middle area can include the subject, objects, time information, place information, and other details. Look at this sentence. Die Kursleiterin hat den Teilnehmern heute die neuen Arbeitsblätter gegeben. The course instructor gave the participants the new worksheets today. The helper, hat, stands in position 2, and gegeben, given, closes the sentence. Between them, we find den Teilnehmern, to the participants, a dative object, heute, today, a time expression, and die neuen Arbeitsblätter, the new worksheets, a direct object. All of this information fits inside the verbal frame. Now look at a sentence with time and place. Meine Schwester hat am Samstag im Einkaufszentrum ein Geschenk für unsere Mutter gekauft. My sister bought a present for my mother at the shopping center on Saturday. Inside the bracket, we have am Samstag, on Saturday, then im Einkaufszentrum, at the shopping center, and the object ein Geschenk für unsere Mutter, a present for my mother. In a neutral sentence, time often comes before place, but the important idea on this page is bigger than one fixed order. The middle can grow as we add useful information. Now look at what happens when position 1 is already occupied. Nach dem Konzert haben wir unseren Freunden vor dem Theater die Fotos gezeigt. After the concert, we showed our friends the photos in front of the theater. Here, nach dem Konzert, after the concert, takes position 1. Then comes haben, have, in position 2. So the subject wir, we, now appears inside the middle. The middle also contains unseren Freunden, to our friends, vor dem Theater, in front of the theater, and die Fotos, the photos. Then gezeigt, shown, closes the sentence. So the middle of a perfect sentence is not one small slot. It is the space where the sentence carries its details. The subject can appear there when another element takes position 1. Objects can appear there. Time and place can appear there. And the sentence can become longer. But the verbal frame still holds everything together. Helper verb near the beginning, middle information inside the bracket, and the participle at the end. That is what makes longer German sentences much easier to organize.
Exactly. Now let's turn our perfect sentences into questions. There are two main patterns we need here: yes or no questions and W-Fragen, W questions. Let's begin with yes or no questions. In this type of question, the conjugated helper verb moves to position 1. The subject comes directly after it, and the Partizip 2, past participle, still stands at the end. Look at Hast du schon einen Termin bei der Zahnärztin vereinbart? Have you already made an appointment with the dentist? The question begins with hast, have. Then comes the subject, du, you, and vereinbart, arranged, closes the question. Another example. Hat deine Schwester die Hotelzimmer online reserviert? Did your sister reserve the hotel rooms online? Here, hat comes first. The subject follows, and reserviert, reserved, stays at the end. The same pattern works with sein, to be, as the helper. For example, seid ihr gestern rechtzeitig am Flughafen angekommen? Did you arrive at the airport on time yesterday? The helper, seid, opens the question, and angekommen, arrived, closes it. So, for a yes or no question, the pattern is helper verb, subject, middle information, participle at the end. Now let's look at wie-Fragen. These questions begin with a question word, then the conjugated helper stands in position 2. Look at Warum hast du den Sprachkurs plötzlich abgebrochen? Why did you suddenly drop out of the language course? The question word, warum, takes position 1. Then comes hast in position 2. The subject follows, and abgebrochen, dropped out, stands at the end. Now look at Wann hat der Techniker das neue Gerät installiert? When did the technician install the new device? Here, wann comes first, then the helper takes position 2, and installiert, installed, closes the sentence. One more example. Wo habt ihr eure alten Möbel verkauft? Where did you sell your old furniture? The question word wo comes first, then habt takes position 2, and verkauft, sold, stays at the end. So remember the contrast: yes or no question, helper first; W question, question word first, helper second. But in both patterns, the Partizip 2 still closes the verbal frame. Only the beginning of the sentence changes. The end of the perfect structure stays stable.
Perfekt. Now let's look at how to use nicht, not, inside a perfect tense sentence. We use nicht when we want to negate an action, a description, a circumstance, or one specific part of the sentence. The important question is, what exactly do you want to negate? Let's begin with the whole action. Look at Ich habe die E-Mail nicht beantwortet. I did not answer the email. Here, the action itself did not happen, so nicht comes near the end of the sentence, directly before beantwortet, answered, the Partizip 2, past participle. This is a very common pattern when we negate the complete action. Now look at Wir sind nicht pünktlich angekommen.
we did not arrive on time. Here, the important word is pünktlich, on time. We are not saying that the arrival did not happen, we are saying that it was not on time. So the position of nicht shows us what part of the meaning is being negated. The same idea works with place information. For example, meine Kollegin hat heute nicht im Büro gearbeitet. My colleague did not work in the office today. The negative word stands directly before im Büro, in the office. So the place is the information being denied. Maybe she worked somewhere else. Now look at a time contrast. Wir haben nicht am Montag, sondern am Dienstag angefangen. We did not start on Monday, but on Tuesday. Here, nicht stands before am Montag, because that is the specific information we are correcting. The action happened, but not at that time. So the basic idea is simple. When you negate the whole action in the Perfekt, the negative word often appears close to the end, before the participle. But when you negate one specific detail, place nicht directly before that detail. An adjective, an adverb, a time expression, a place expression, or another phrase. So do not ask only, where does nicht go? Ask instead, what exactly am I negating? Once that is clear, its position becomes much easier to understand.
Brilliant! Now let's look at how to use kein. No, not a, not any, inside a perfect, perfect tense. We use kein when we want to negate a noun. This usually happens with a noun that has no article or with a noun that would normally take an indefinite article. So the key question is not, where is the negative? The key question is, am I negating the noun itself? If the answer is yes, we often use kein. Let's begin with a masculine noun. Look at hat kein Ticket gekauft. He did not buy a ticket. Here, the noun is ticket, ticket. It is a neuter noun, and in the sentence, it is the direct object. So we use kein Ticket. The idea is clear. He bought nothing in the category of ticket. Now look at a feminine noun. Wir haben keine Suppe bestellt. We did not order any soup. Here, the noun is Suppe, soup. It is feminine, so kein changes to keine. The negative word matches the noun form. We are not negating the action in general. We are negating the noun. No soup was ordered. Now let's take a masculine noun in the accusative. Sie hat keinen Termin vereinbart. She did not arrange an appointment. The noun is Termin, appointment. It is masculine, and because it is the direct object, the form becomes keinen. So here we can already see something important. Kein changes its form like an article. For example, kein Ticket, neuter, keine Suppe, feminine, and keinen Termin, masculine accusative. Now compare that with nicht, not. We use nicht to negate an action, an adjective, an adverb,
or another part of the sentence. But when we want to say no ticket, no soup, no appointment, we use kein because we are negating the noun itself. So the rule for this slide is simple. Noun negation usually points to kein, and kein changes its form according to the gender and the case of the noun. That is why we say kein Ticket, but keine Suppe and keinen Termin. So remember the practical question. Am I negating the action itself? Then think about nicht. Am I negating a noun? Then think about kein. That is the core idea you need here.
That's it. Now let's put the whole structure of a perfect tense sentence together. We have learned that the beginning can change, the middle can carry different details, and the Partizip 2, past participle, still closes the verbal frame. Let's start with time in position 1. Vor 2 Tagen hat meine Nachbarin ihren neuen Arbeitsvertrag unterschrieben. 2 days ago, my neighbor signed her new employment contract. The time phrase vor 2 Tagen, 2 days ago, comes first. Then the helper has, stands in position 2, and unterschrieben, signed, closes the sentence. Now look at a place-first sentence. In der Stadtbibliothek habe ich endlich ein passendes Fachbuch gefunden. At the city library, I finally found a suitable specialist book. The place phrase in der Stadtbibliothek at the city library takes position 1. Then comes have, and the subject follows. The basic frame stays stable. Now let's turn the structure into a question. Warum habt ihr die Reservierung so kurzfristig geändert? Why did you change the reservation at such short notice? The question word, warum, why, comes first. The helper, have, stands in position 2, and geändert, changed, stays at the end. Now add negation with nicht, not. Meine Eltern haben die plante Reise nicht abgesagt. My parents did not cancel the planned trip. Here, the whole action is being negated, so the negative word appears near the end, before abgesagt, cancelled. And when we negate a noun, we use kein, no, or not any. For example, der Kunde hat keine Bestätigung erhalten. The customer did not receive any confirmation. Here, keine Bestätigung, no confirmation, negates the noun itself. So the final picture looks like this. Time or place can take position 1. The conjugated helper keeps its correct position. The middle carries the necessary information. Questions change the beginning. Nicht, not, negates an action or a specific detail. Kein, no, negates a noun. And the Partizip 2, past participle, still completes the Satzklammer, verbal bracket. The sentence can become longer, the first element can change, and the meaning can become more detailed. But once you recognize the frame, the structure becomes much easier to control. That is how all the pieces work together. Great!
Let's begin with one of the most useful past forms in everyday German. Sein. To be. In the past, we very often use war, was, and its other forms. We use these forms to describe a past state, a past location, or a past situation. Let's first see the complete pattern. Ich war. I was. Du warst. You were. Er war. He was. Sie war. She was. Es war. It was. Wir waren. We were. Ihr wart. You were. And sie waren. They were. For the formal form, we also say Sie waren. You were. Formal. Notice the pattern. With ich, I, and er, sie, es, he, she, it, we use war. With du, you, we use warst. With wir, we, and sie, they, you formal, we use waren. And with ihr, you plural, we use wart. Now let's use these forms in real situations. First, a past condition. Gestern war ich nach der langen Besprechung völlig erschöpft. Yesterday, I was completely exhausted after the long meeting. Here, we are describing how someone felt at a specific time in the past. Now, a past location. Am Samstag waren wir den ganzen Nachmittag auf einem Straßenfest. On Saturday, we were at a street festival the whole afternoon. The sentence tells us where the people were in the past. And now, a past situation. Das Hotel war während unseres Aufenthalts überraschend ruhig. The hotel was surprisingly quiet during our stay. Here we are describing what the situation was. So, when you want to talk about a past condition, a past location, or how something was, these forms are extremely useful. You do not need a complicated construction. Choose the correct form for the subject, then describe the past situation. That is the practical role of war and the other past forms of sein.
Nice work. Now let's move to another very useful past form, haben, to have. In the past, we very often use hatte, had, and its other forms. These forms help us talk about things we had, time we had, problems, appointments, reservations, and other situations that existed in the past. First, let's see the complete pattern. Ich hatte, I had. Du hattest, you had. Er hatte, he had. Sie hatte, she had. Es hatte, it had. Wir hatten, we had. Ihr hattet, you had. And sie hatten, they had. For the formal form, we also say Sie hatten, you had. Formal. The pattern is easy to recognize. With ich, I, and er, sie, es, he, she, it, we use hatte. With du, you, we use
hattest. And with wir, we, and sie, they, you formal, we use hatten. And with ihr, you plural, we use hattet. Now let's see how these forms work in real situations. First, talking about time. Ich hatte gestern kaum Zeit für eine Pause. I hardly had any time for a break yesterday. Here, we are describing a situation that existed at a specific time in the past. Now look at a past problem. Meine Kollegin hatte vor der Präsentation ein technisches Problem. My colleague had a technical problem before the presentation. The problem existed at that moment in the past. We can also use these forms for arrangements and reservations. Wir hatten für das Wochenende ein Zimmer am See reserviert. We had reserved a room by the lake for the weekend. Here, the important idea is that the reservation already existed for that period. And now a past opportunity. Du hattest endlich die Gelegenheit, mit dem Abteilungsleiter zu sprechen. You finally had the opportunity to speak with the department manager. Again, we are describing something someone had in a past situation. So when you want to say that someone had something, had time, had a problem, had an appointment, or had an opportunity, these forms are extremely useful. Choose the correct form for the subject. Then add the thing or situation that existed in the past. That is the practical role of hatte and the other past forms of haben.
Excellent. Now let's look at two very useful past forms. Konnte, was able to or could, and musste, had to. Both help us talk about past situations, but they describe two completely different ideas. Konnte is about ability or possibility. Was someone able to do something? Was something possible at that time? Look at Nach mehreren Versuchen konnte ich das technische Problem selbst lösen. After several attempts, I was able to solve the technical problem myself. The important idea is the action was possible and the person had the ability to do it. Now look at the negative form. Wegen eines wichtigen Termins konnte ich nicht an der Besprechung teilnehmen. Because of an important appointment, I could not take part in the meeting. Here, the situation made the action impossible, so konnte nicht, could not, shows that someone was not able to do something. Now let's move to musste, had to. This form expresses necessity. The person did not simply choose the action, the situation made it necessary. For example, meine Kollegin musste am Wochenende eine dringende Aufgabe erledigen. My colleague had to complete an urgent task at the weekend. The focus here is not ability, it is obligation or necessity. Now look at another situation. Wegen des schlechten Wetters mussten wir unsere Pläne kurzfristig ändern. Because of the bad weather, we had to change our plans at short notice. So the contrast is very clear. Konnte asks about ability or possibility. Musste expresses necessity or obligation. Compare the ideas. I was able to do it, think konnte. I had to do it, think musste. And with konnte nicht, the meaning becomes I was not able to do it. So when you describe a past situation, ask yourself, was the action possible? Then think about konnte. Was the action necessary? Then think about musste. That difference is the key to using these two forms naturally in the past. Very good.
Now let's compare two more useful past forms. Wollte, wanted to or intended to, and durfte, was allowed to. Both talk about past situations, but they answer different questions. Wollte is about a wish, a plan, or an intention someone had in the past. Look at Ich wollte nach dem Kurs noch in der Bibliothek lernen. I wanted to study in the library after the course. The important idea is, that was my intention. It tells us what I wanted to do, but it does not automatically tell us whether I actually did it. Now look at another situation. Meine Schwester wollte im Sommer ein Praktikum im Ausland machen. My sister wanted to do an internship abroad in the summer. Again, the sentence describes a past plan or intention. Now let's move to durfte, was allowed to. This form is about permission. Was something allowed? Did someone have permission to do it? For example, während der Führung durften wir Fotos im Museum machen. During the guided tour, we were allowed to take photos in the museum. The action was possible because permission was given. Now look at the negative form. Die Mitarbeiter durften während der Prüfung keine Handys benutzen. The employees were not allowed to use mobile phones during the exam. Here, durften nicht, were not allowed to, would be possible in many contexts, but in this sentence, the noun phrase keine Handys, no mobile phones, shows what was prohibited. Now compare the two ideas. A past intention. I wanted to do something. Think wollte. A past permission. I was allowed to do something. Think durfte. And when permission was not given, we can use durfte nicht, was not allowed to. For example, wegen der Sicherheitsregeln durfte niemand den Raum allein betreten. Because of the safety rules, nobody was allowed to enter the room alone. So the difference is simple. Wollte describes what someone wanted or planned to do. Durfte describes what someone was allowed or not allowed to do. One is about intention, the other is about permission. That is the key to choosing the right form in past situations.
Perfect. Now let's look at two more past forms that express very different ideas. Sollte was supposed to, was expected to, and mochte, liked. Let's begin with sollte. We use it when something was expected, planned, or recommended in a past situation. Look at Der neue Mitarbeiter sollte 8 Uhr im Büro sein. The new employee was supposed to be in the office at 8 o'clock. Here, there was a clear expectation. That was the planned time. Now look at a recommendation in the past. Nach dem Arztbesuch sollte ich mich eine Woche lang schönen. After the doctor's appointment, I was supposed to take it easy for 1 week. Here, the idea comes from advice or a recommendation. So, sollte can describe what someone was expected or advised to do. But be careful, by itself, it does not automatically mean that the person actually did it. Now let's move to mochte. This is the past form of mögen, to like. We use it to describe something someone liked in the past. For example, als Kind mochte ich lange Zugfahrten besonders gern. As a child, I especially liked long train journeys. The sentence describes a past preference. Now another example. Meine Großeltern mochten das kleine Restaurant wegen der ruhigen Atmosphäre. My grandparents liked the small restaurant because of the quiet atmosphere. Again, we are talking about what someone liked in the past. Now there is one very important difference. Mochte, liked, is not the same as möchte, would like. The small umlaut changes the meaning completely. Compare Ich mochte den alten Stadtteil.
I liked the old part of the city, and ich möchte den alten Stadtteil besuchen. I would like to visit the old part of the city. The first sentence describes a past preference. The second expresses a wish. So keep these two forms clearly separated. Mochte, past preference, möchte, a polite wish. And the final contrast for this page is expectation or past recommendation, think sollte. Past preference, think mochte. That is the practical difference between these two forms.
Keep going. Now let's make the pattern much easier. Instead of memorizing every modal verb separately, we can learn one shared map. Let's begin with konnte, could, was able to. Look at the full pattern. Ich konnte, I could. Du konntest, you could. Er konnte, he could. Sie konnte, she could. Es konnte, it could. Wir konnten, we could. And sie konnten, they could. For the formal form, we also say Sie konnten, you could, formal. Now notice the structure. With ich, I, and sie, es, he, she, it, we use the basic form. With du, you, we add st. With wir, we, and sie, they, you formal, we add nt. And with ihr, you plural, we add t. That same pattern works with the other modal verbs too. Now look at Mr., had to, wollte, wanted to, durfte, was allowed to, sollte, was supposed to, and mochte, liked. So we get the same shape again. Ich müsste, I had to, du müsstest, you had to, wir müssten, we had to, ihr müsstet, you had to. Now the same idea with another verb. Ich wollte, I wanted to. Du wolltest, you wanted to. Wir wollten, we wanted to. Ihr wolltet, you wanted to. And the same pattern continues with durfte, sollte, and mochte. So the real shortcut is this. Learn one pattern, then carry it from verb to verb. Basic form with ich and sie, es, plus st with du, plus nt with wir and sie, and t with ihr. That is why this page matters. You do not need 6 completely different tables. You need one strong pattern, and then you can apply it to konnte, müsste, wollte, durfte, sollte, and mochte. That makes these past forms much easier to recognize and use. Clear so far? Now let's use these past modal forms inside complete sentences. The structure is very practical. In a normal main sentence, the conjugated modal verb stands in position 2, and the main verb stays in the infinitive at the end. Let's begin with the subject first. Meine Nachbarin wollte ihre Wohnung vor dem Umzug renovieren. My neighbor wanted to renovate her apartment before moving. Here, the subject, meine Nachbarin, my neighbor, takes position 1. Then comes the conjugated modal, wollte, wanted to, in position 2. And the main verb, renovieren, to renovate, stands at the end. So the modal verb carries the past meaning, while the second verb stays in its infinitive form. Now let's put a time expression first. Am nächsten Morgen musste der Techniker die Anlage noch einmal überprüfen. The next morning, the technician had to check the system again. The time phrase, am nächsten Morgen, the next morning, takes position 1. Then the modal, musste, had to, stays in position 2. The subject comes after it, and the infinitive, überprüfen, to check, closes the sentence. So even when position 1 changes, the main pattern stays the same. One element first, conjugated modal verb in position 2, the middle information, and the infinitive at the end. Now look at a question. Warum konntet ihr die Lieferung nicht rechtzeitig abholen? Why were you unable to pick up the delivery on time? The question word warum, why, comes first. Then the conjugated modal, konntet, were able to, stands in position 2. The subject follows, and the infinitive, abholen, to pick up, stays at the end. So the structure is very consistent. Subject first, modal verb in position 2, infinitive at the end. Time first, modal verb still in position 2, infinitive still at the end. W question first, modal verb again in position 2, and the infinitive still closes the sentence. The important point is, the modal verb is the conjugated verb. It shows the person and the past form. The main action remains in the infinitive at the end. That is the sentence pattern you need to use these past modal forms naturally.
Brilliant! Now let's answer one important question. Why have we used the Präteritum, simple past, with these verbs throughout this lesson? In everyday German, the Perfekt, perfect tense, is very common for talking about past events, but with sein, to be, haben, to have, and modal verbs, German speakers very often prefer the shorter Präteritum forms because they are simple, natural, and easy to use. Let's start with sein. Compare Ich war gestern krank. I was sick yesterday, and Ich bin gestern krank gewesen. I was sick yesterday. Both sentences can express the same basic idea, but in normal, everyday German, the shorter sentence with war is often the more natural choice. The same idea works with haben. Look at Wir hatten vor der Abfahrt nur wenig Zeit. We had only a little time before departure. We could also say Wir haben vor der Abfahrt nur wenig Zeit gehabt. The meaning is essentially the same, but hatten is shorter and very common in everyday communication. Now, modal verbs make the difference even clearer. Look at Ich musste gestern länger im Büro bleiben. I had to stay longer at the office yesterday. This sentence is direct and easy to understand. The perfect version is Ich habe gestern länger im Büro bleiben müssen. The meaning is the same, but the structure is longer and heavier. Notice that this is only a comparison. You do not need to learn the complete modal perfect system on this page. The important point is simply to recognize why the shorter form is so useful. So in everyday German, you will very often hear and use forms like war, hatte, konnte, musste, wollte, durfte, and sollte.
even when people normally use the perfect for many other past actions. And remember, this does not mean that the perfect forms are automatically wrong. The choice can depend on context and speaking style. But for these very common verbs, the Präteritum forms are often the simpler and more natural option. So the practical shortcut is, with sein, haben, and modal verbs, do not be surprised when everyday German uses the short past form. For this lesson, that is exactly the pattern you need to recognize and use naturally.
Great job! Unit 1 is complete. And now it is time to begin Unit 2. In this unit, we will focus on dative, the dative case, and understand how the German object system works. Ready? Let's start Unit 2. Great! Let's begin with a basic idea behind dative, the dative case. Before we look at articles or pronouns, we first need to understand what the dative actually does in a sentence. Very often, it points to a person who receives something, or to someone who benefits from an action. Look at Ich schicke meiner Kollegin die Unterlagen. I send the documents to my colleague. The documents are the thing being sent, but meiner Kollegin, to my colleague, shows who receives them. That person is connected to the action indirectly. Now look at a different situation. Ich kaufe meinem Vater eine Fahrkarte. I buy a ticket for my father. Here, the ticket is the thing being bought, and meinem Vater, for my father, shows the person who benefits from the action. So, as a first clue, the dative often carries an idea like to someone or for someone. But be careful, this is only a useful starting point. It is not a fixed translation rule. German does not use the dative simply because English has the word to or for. The real question is what role the person has inside the German sentence. Very often, the person is not the main thing directly affected by the action. Instead, the person receives, benefits, or is involved in another way. So, for now, keep this picture in your head. An action happens, something may be involved, and another person is connected to that action indirectly. That is one of the central jobs of the dative. And in the next step, we will follow that action visually and see who gets what. Great! Now let's follow the action step by step. On this page, we are not focusing on grammar labels yet. We are simply watching what happens inside the situation. Look at the basic picture. One person starts the action. Something moves or is given, and another person receives it. Let's take a simple example. Die Studentin zeigt ihrem Freund ein Foto. The student shows her friend a photo. Now follow the action visually. Die Studentin, the student, is the person doing the action. Ein Foto, a photo, is the thing that is being shown, and ihrem Freund, to her friend, is the person who receives that thing in the situation. So the visual story is person doing the action, thing, person receiving it. Now look at another scene. Der Kellner bringt der Frau einen Kaffee. The waiter brings the woman a coffee. Again, someone does the action,
Something is moved or delivered, and someone else receives it. The waiter starts the action. The coffee is the thing, and the woman is the person who gets it. That is the core idea for this page. Do not think about grammar names yet. Just ask, who is doing the action? What is the thing, and who gets it? That simple visual logic will help you a lot, because in the next step, we will take this same story and give each role its grammar name.
Nice work. On the last page, we followed the action without using grammar labels. Now we are ready to give the 3 roles their real names. In many German sentences, different parts of the sentence have different jobs. The person doing the action is usually in the Nominativ, nominative case. The person or thing directly affected by the action is often in the Akkusativ, accusative case. And finally, the person who receives something or is indirectly involved can be in the Dativ, dative case. Look at this sentence. Die Trainerin zeigt dem Teilnehmer die neue Übung. The trainer shows the participant the new exercise. Let's give each part its grammar job. Die Trainerin, the trainer, is doing the action. So this part is in the Nominativ. Now look at die neue Übung, the new exercise. This is the thing being shown. It is directly connected to the action. So this part is in the Akkusativ. And finally, dem Teilnehmer, to the participant. This is the person who receives the information. So this part is in the Dativ. The sentence, therefore, contains 3 different jobs: the doer, the thing directly affected, and the receiver, or indirectly involved person. And German uses the 3 cases to show us those different roles. So keep this map in your head. Doer, Nominativ, direct object, Akkusativ, receiver or indirect person, Dativ. One important point. These cases describe a grammatical job, not simply the first, second, or third position in the sentence. The word order can change, but the role of each element still matters. For now, you do not need to memorize all the endings. The important thing is to understand the 3 jobs. Once that idea is clear, the article changes will make much more sense. Great job! Now that we understand the basic job of the Dativ, dative case, let's look at the definite articles. The good news is there are only 3 main forms you need to recognize. Let's start with masculine nouns. The article der to dem in the Dativ. For example, die Ärztin erklärt dem Patienten die Untersuchung. The doctor explains the examination to the patient. Here, dem Patienten to the patient is masculine, so der Patient, the patient, becomes dem Patienten. Now look at feminine nouns. The article die changes to der in the Dativ. For example, die Firma bietet der Kundin eine andere Lösung an. The company offers the customer a different solution. Here, der Kundin to the customer is the feminine Dativ form. So die Kundin, the female customer, becomes der Kundin. Now let's take a neuter noun. The article das also changes to dem. For example, die Großmutter liest dem Kind jeden Abend eine Geschichte vor. The grandmother reads a story to the child every evening. Here, dem Kind, to the child, is neuter. So, das Kind, the child, becomes dem Kind. This gives us one very useful shortcut. Masculine, der, becomes dem. Neuter, das, also becomes dem. Feminine, die, becomes der. Now let's look at the plural. The plural article, die, changes to den in the Dativ. For example, der Verein bietet den Mitgliedern einen kostenlosen Sprachkurs an. The association offers its members a free language course. Here, den Mitgliedern, to the members, is plural, so the definite article becomes den. There is also something special that happens often to the plural noun itself, but we will give that pattern its own page next. For now, focus only on the article map. Masculine, dem. Feminine, der. Neuter, dem. Plural, dem. The easiest pattern to remember is masculine and neuter share dem, feminine uses der, and plural uses dem. Once these four forms become familiar, spotting the Dativ inside a sentence becomes much easier.
Well done! Now let's focus on one special pattern inside the Dativ, dative case. With plural nouns, two things can happen. First, the plural article, die, the, changes to den, the. And very often, the plural noun itself also gets an extra n. Look at die Kinder, the children. In the Dativ, we get den Kindern, to the children. The article changes from die to den, and the noun, Kinder, children, gets an extra n. So, Kinder becomes Kindern. For example, die Bibliothekarin empfiehlt den Kindern ein spannendes Hörbuch. The librarian recommends an exciting audiobook to the children. Now look at another plural noun, die Gäste, the guests. In the Dativ, den Gästen, to the guests. Again, the article becomes den, and Gäste, guests, gets an extra n. For example, der Hotelmanager zeigt den Gästen ihre neuen Zimmer. The hotel manager shows the guests their new rooms. So the basic pattern is den plus plural noun and usually an extra n. But there is an important exception. If the plural noun already ends in n or n, we do not add another one. Look at die Familien, the families. The plural already ends in n, so in the Dativ we simply say den Familien, to the families. For example, das Kulturzentrum bietet den Familien ein kostenloses Wochenendprogramm an. The Cultural Center offers the families a free weekend program. No extra ending is needed. There is also another useful exception. Plural nouns ending in s do not normally get an extra n. For example, die Teams, the teams, becomes den Teams, to the teams, not den Teams. For example, der Trainer erklärt den Teams vor dem Turnier die neuen Regeln. The coach explains the new rules to the teams before the tournament. So remember the basic pattern. Plural article, die, becomes den. Then check the plural noun. If it does not already end in n or n, and it is not an s plural, it will usually get an extra n.
That's the special Dativ plural pattern. Den plus the plural noun and very often en.
Nice work. Now let's move from definite articles to indefinite articles in the dative, dative case. The pattern is closely connected to what we already know. With masculine nouns, ein, a/an, changes to einem, a/an. For example, die Rezeptionistin gibt einem Gast den Zimmerschlüssel. The receptionist gives a guest the room key. Here, einem Gast, to a guest, is masculine and stands in the dative. So, ein Gast, a guest, becomes einem Gast. Now look at a feminine noun. Eine, a/an, changes to einer. For example, der Kursleiter schickt einer Teilnehmerin die fehlenden Informationen. The course instructor sends the missing information to a female participant. Here, einer Teilnehmerin, to a female participant, is the feminine dative form. So, eine Teilnehmerin, a female participant, becomes einer Teilnehmerin. Now let's take a neuter noun. Ein changes to einem. For example, die Lehrerin erklärt einem Mädchen den nächsten Schritt. The teacher explains the next step to a girl. Here, einem Mädchen, to a girl, is neuter, so ein Mädchen, a girl, becomes einem Mädchen. Now notice the connection to the definite articles. Masculine, dem, matches einem. Feminine, der, matches einer. And neuter, dem, matches einem. So the shortcut is masculine and neuter share einem, while feminine uses einer. Now, one important point about the plural. German has no plural form of ein or eine. There is no indefinite article that means some in the same way that ein means a/an. For indefinite plural nouns, German can simply use the noun without an article. For example, die Schule bietet Eltern kostenlose Beratung an. The school offers parents free advice. Here, Eltern, parents, is plural, but there is no indefinite article before it. So the core map is masculine, einem, feminine, einer, neuter, einem, plural, no indefinite article. Once you connect this pattern to dem and der, the indefinite forms become much easier to remember. Very good. Now let's look at possessive articles in the dative, dative case. Words like mein, my, dein, your, sein, his, ihr, her, and unser, our, also change when they stand in the dative. The easiest way to understand the pattern is to start with mein. Let's begin with a masculine noun. Mein Bruder, my brother, becomes meinem Bruder, to my brother. For example, der Arzt verschreibt meinem Bruder ein neues Medikament. The doctor prescribes a new medication to my brother. The masculine ending is m, so we get meinem, my in the masculine dative. Now look at a feminine noun. Meine Nachbarin, my neighbor, becomes meiner Nachbarin, to my neighbor. For example, ich bringe meiner Nachbarin morgen die geliehenen Bücher zurück.
I am bringing the borrowed books back to my neighbor tomorrow. The feminine ending is er, so we get meine, my in the feminine dative. Now let's take a neuter noun. Mein Unternehmen, my company, becomes meinem Unternehmen, to my company. For example, die Versicherung schickt meinem Unternehmen eine schriftliche Bestätigung. The insurance company sends a written confirmation to my company. Masculine and neuter share the same ending, m, so both use meinem. Now look at the plural. Meine Großeltern, my grandparents, becomes meinen Großeltern, to my grandparents. For example, wir schicken meinen Großeltern eine Einladung zur Feier. We are sending an invitation to the celebration to my grandparents. The plural ending of the possessive article is n, so we get meinen, my in the plural dative. This gives us one clear pattern. Masculine, meinem, feminine, meine, neuter, meinem, plural, meinem. And the important thing is, you do not need a completely new system for every possessive article. The endings stay the same. Only the possessive word at the beginning changes. For example, deinem, your in the masculine or neuter dative. Seiner, his in the feminine dative. Ihrem, her in the masculine or neuter dative, and unseren, our in the plural dative. So the real shortcut is masculine and neuter, m, feminine, er, plural, n. Once you know these endings, you can apply them to many different possessive articles. That is much easier than memorizing a separate table for every word.
Excellent! Now let's look at the personal pronouns in the dative. Just like articles, personal pronouns also change their form when they have a dative role. Let's see the complete map. Ich to mir, I to me or to me, du to dir, you to you or to you, er to ihm, he to him or to him, sie to ihr, she to her or to her, es to ihm, it to it or to it, wir to uns, we to us, ihr to euch, you plural to you or to you, sie to ihnen, they to them, and sie to ihnen, you formal to you. Notice two useful patterns. Er, he, and es, it, both become ihm, and the two forms that look almost the same are ihnen, to them, and ihnen, to you formal. The capital letter shows us the formal form. Now, let's use some of these pronouns in real sentences. Der Techniker erklärt mir die neue Funktion. The technician explains the new function to me. Here, mir shows who receives the explanation. Now look at Kannst du ihr bitte die Adresse schicken? Can you please send her the address? Here, ihr refers to a female person.
Now another example. Ich bringe euch später die Eintrittskarten. I will bring you the tickets later. Here, euch refers to more than one person we are speaking to informally. And look at Wir zeigen Ihnen morgen den Veranstaltungsraum. We will show them the event room tomorrow. Here, Ihnen refers to several people. Finally, in a formal situation, we can say Die Personalabteilung gibt Ihnen weitere Informationen. The Human Resources Department gives you further information. Here, Ihnen is the formal dative pronoun. So the important map to remember is mir, dir, ihm, ihr, ihm, uns, euch, ihnen, and ihnen. These forms let us talk about the person connected to the action without repeating the full noun every time. On the next page, we will see exactly how a dative noun phrase can be replaced by one of these pronouns.
Perfect. On this page, we take the next practical step. Sometimes, a full dative noun appears in one sentence. And after that, we do not want to repeat the same noun again and again. So instead, we can replace the dative noun with a dative pronoun. That makes the sentence shorter, more natural, and easier to follow. Look at this example. Ich erkläre dem Praktikanten den neuen Ablauf. I explain the new process to the intern. Here, dem Praktikanten, to the intern, is the dative noun. If we do not want to repeat it, we can say Ich erkläre ihm den neuen Ablauf. I explain the new process to him. So, dem Praktikanten becomes ihm. Now look at a feminine example. Die Teamleiterin schickt der Kundin die Bestätigung. The team leader sends the customer the confirmation. Here, der Kundin, to the customer, is the dative noun. We can replace it with ihr and say, die Teamleiterin schickt ihr die Bestätigung. The team leader sends her the confirmation. So, der Kundin becomes ihr. Now let's take a plural example. Der Musiklehrer zeigt den Kindern ein neues Lied. The music teacher shows the children a new song. Here, den Kindern, to the children, is plural, so we replace it with ihnen, and we get Der Musiklehrer zeigt ihnen ein neues Lied. The music teacher shows them a new song. So, den Kindern becomes ihnen. This is the key idea for the page. First, spot the dative noun. Then ask, which dative pronoun matches it? A masculine or neuter person or noun can become ihm. A feminine noun can become ihr, and a plural noun can become ihnen. So think in a simple before and after pattern. Full dative noun first, dative pronoun after that. We do this because German does not like heavy repetition. Once the listener already knows who we mean, the pronoun is often the better choice. So the goal here is not only to know the list of pronouns, the goal is to use them naturally,
to replace a dative noun and to make your sentence lighter and smoother.
Brilliant! Now let's compare three important question words. Wer, who, wen, whom/who, and wem, to whom. These three words do not ask the same question. Each one asks about a different job in the sentence. Let's begin with wer. We use wer when we ask about the person doing the action. That person is in the Nominativ, nominative case. Look at this example. Wer bringt morgen die Unterlagen ins Büro? Who is bringing the documents to the office tomorrow? Here, wer asks about the doer of the action. The answer could be, meine Kollegin bringt morgen die Unterlagen ins Büro. My colleague is bringing the documents to the office tomorrow. Now let's move to wen. We use wen when we ask about the person directly affected by the action. That person is in the Akkusativ, accusative case. Look at this example. Wen hat der Arzt gestern angerufen? Whom did the doctor call yesterday? Here, wen asks about the person receiving the action directly. The answer could be, der Arzt hat gestern den Patienten angerufen. The doctor called the patient yesterday. Now let's look at wem. We use wem when we ask about the person who receives something or is connected to the action indirectly. That person is in the datis, dative case. Look at this example. Wem zeigt die Verkäuferin das neue Modell? To whom is the saleswoman showing the new model? Here, wem asks about the person receiving something. The answer could be, die Verkäuferin zeigt dem Kunden das neue Modell. The saleswoman shows the customer the new model. So, now we have a clear contrast. Wer asks for the doer, wen asks for the direct object, and wem asks for the dative person. So think in this simple map. Who does the action? Think wer. Who is directly affected? Think wen. Who receives something or is indirectly involved? Think wem. That is the key to choosing the right question word naturally.
Great progress! Now let's bring everything together and learn how to spot the dativ, dative case, inside a real sentence. The easiest method is not to start with the ending. Start with the meaning. Ask yourself, is there a person who receives something, benefits from the action, or is connected to it indirectly? If yes, that person may be in the dativ. Then move to the second step. Check the form. Let's look at an example. Der Hausmeister öffnet der Besucherin die Seitentür. The caretaker opens the side door for the visitor. First, look at the meaning. The visitor benefits from the action. Now check the form, der Besucherin, for the visitor. The article der is one of the definite dativ forms, so meaning and form point in the same direction. Now look at ein Nachbar leiht einem Studenten seine Leiter. A neighbor lends his ladder to a student. Who receives the ladder? Einem Studenten, a student, or to a student. Now check the article, einem. This is an indefinite dative form. So again, the role and the form work together. Now take a possessive article. Die Agentur reserviert unserer Gruppe einen separaten Raum. The agency reserves a separate room for our group. The group benefits from the reservation. And unsere Gruppe, for our group, has the feminine dative ending er. Possessive articles can therefore give us another useful clue. And sometimes there is no article at all. Look at Meine Kollegin druckt mir die Unterlagen aus. My colleague prints the documents for me. Here, mir, for me, is already a dative pronoun. So when you see a form like mir, dir, ihm, ihr, uns, euch, or ihnen or ihnen, you already have a strong dative signal. So your decision path can be very simple. First, check the meaning. Is there a receiver, a beneficiary, or another person connected indirectly? Second, check the form. Do you see dem, der, den, or einem, einer, or a possessive ending such as em, er, en, or a dative pronoun? If the meaning and the form match, you have a very strong clue that you found the dative. And remember, do not identify the dative only by position. A dative element can appear in different places inside the sentence. Its grammatical job is more important than where you see it. So the practical method is meaning first, form second, then confirm the role. That is how you can spot the dative much more confidently inside real German sentences.
Exactly. Now let's read the dative case inside complete real-life sentences. The goal here is not to learn a new rule. We are simply going to find the dative element and understand why it has that role. Let's begin with a definite article. Die Projektleiterin erklärt dem neuen Mitarbeiter den Ablauf. The project manager explains the procedure to the new employee. Who receives the explanation? Dem neuen Mitarbeiter. To the new employee. This person is connected to the action as the receiver of the information. So this phrase is in the dative, and the form dem is another clue. Now look at a possessive article. Wir schicken unserer Vermieterin morgen die unterschriebenen Dokumente. We are sending the signed documents to our landlady tomorrow. Who receives the documents? Unserer Vermieterin. To our landlady. The role points to the datis, and the ending er on unserer helps confirm it. Now let's look at a plural noun. Die Trainerin verteilt den Spielern nach dem Training neue Trainingspläne. The coach distributes new training plans to the players after training. The people receiving the plans are den Spielern, to the players. Here we can see the plural dative pattern. Den plus Spielern, with the extra n on the plural noun. And finally, the dative can appear as a pronoun. Mein Bruder bringt mir vom Wochenmarkt frisches Obst mit. My brother brings me fresh fruit from the weekly market. Who benefits from the action? Mir, me, for me. This time we do not have a full noun phrase. The dative role is carried by the pronoun itself. So these sentences may look different. Dem neuen Mitarbeiter, a definite article phrase.
unserer Vermieterin, a possessive article phrase, den Spielern, a plural dative phrase, and mir, a dative pronoun. But the question behind them is similar. Who receives something? Who benefits? Who is connected to the action in this indirect role? Once you find that person, look at the form. That combination of meaning and grammar form helps you recognize the dative inside longer German sentences. And from here, we are ready to look at an important next step: verbs that naturally connect with a dative person.
Great. Now we are moving to an important new idea about the dative. So far, we have often seen the dative with a person who receives something or benefits from an action. But that is not the whole story. Some German verbs simply require a dative person. The verb itself decides which case that person takes. So even when there is no object being passed and no obvious receiver, the person can still stand in the dative. That is why it is useful to learn certain verbs together with their case. Think of them as one package. For example, helfen plus dative, to help someone. A useful learning pattern is jemandem helfen, to help someone. The word jemandem, someone, in the dative form, shows us the structure that belongs to the verb. Another example is danken plus dative, to thank someone. So we learn jemandem danken, to thank someone. Notice something important. English does not usually show us this case difference. We simply say help someone or thank someone. But German grammar still gives that person a specific case. So we should not only ask, is this person receiving something? We should also ask, does this verb naturally require the dative? That is the key idea for this lesson. Some dative roles come from the meaning of the situation, but with certain verbs, the dative is simply part of the verb's pattern. So from now on, do not learn only the verb. Learn the verb and its case together. Helfen plus dative, danken plus dative, and other important verbs we will meet step by step. Once you learn these combinations as complete packages, building correct German sentences becomes much easier. Nice work! Now we need a practical way to find the dative person with these verbs. A very useful tool is the question wem, to whom. We already know this question word, but here we are going to use it for a specific purpose, to discover which person belongs to the dative verb. Look at die Mitarbeiterin antwortet dem Kunden noch heute. The employee will reply to the customer today. We know that antworten, to answer, reply, is connected to a person. To find that person, we can ask, wem antwortet die Mitarbeiterin? Whom is the employee replying to? The answer is dem Kunden, to the customer. So, dem Kunden is the dative person in the sentence. The question wem helps us find that role. Now look at a completely different verb. Die neue Arbeitszeit passt unserer Abteilung sehr gut. The new working hours suit our department very well. Here, there is no object being given to anyone, but the verb passen, to suit, fit,
still connects to a dative element. So we ask, wem passt die neue Arbeitszeit sehr gut? Who do the new working hours suit very well? The answer is unsere Abteilung, our department, or to our department. That phrase is in the dative. So this gives us a very practical method. First, look at the verb. Then ask wem, who is the person or group connected to it in the dative. And finally, check the answer. Does it appear with a dative article, a possessive form, or a dative pronoun? For example, dem Kunden, unserer Abteilung, or forms like mir, me or to me, and ihnen, them or to them. So the shortcut for this lesson is dative verb, ask wem, find the person or group that answers the question. That element is your dative clue. You do not need to rebuild the whole sentence from scratch. Use the verb, ask the right question, and identify the dative element.
Well done! Now, let's focus on one of the most important dative verbs. Helfen, to help. With helfen, the person who receives the help stands in the dative. So the pattern you should learn is jemandem helfen, to help someone. The important point is, German does not use an accusative person after this verb. The verb itself requires the dative. Look at Die Personalberaterin hilft einem Bewerber, seinen Lebenslauf zu verbessern. The career advisor helps an applicant improve his CV. Who receives the help? The answer is einen Bewerber, an applicant, to an applicant. This person stands in the dative. The action does not need an object being passed from one person to another. The verb helfen already tells us which grammatical case the person needs. Now look at a technology situation. Kannst du mir helfen, die App richtig einzurichten? Can you help me set up the app correctly? Here, mir, me, to me, is the person receiving the help. So again, we have a dative form. Now, another example from everyday life. Am Umzugstag haben wir unseren Freunden bis spät am Abend geholfen. On moving day, we helped our friends until late in the evening. Here, unseren Freunden, our friends, to our friends, is the dative element. Notice that the sentence can change, the tense can change, and the dative person can be a noun phrase or a pronoun. But the verb pattern stays the same. Helfen plus dative. Now let's look at a very common mistake. Because English says help someone, learners sometimes try to use the accusative in German. For example, ich helfe einen Besucher. This form is incorrect because einen Besucher, a visitor, is accusative. With helfen, we need the dative form. Ich helfe einem Besucher. I help a visitor. So the important contrast is not jemanden helfen, but jemandem helfen. The ending shows the case. And if you are unsure which person belongs to the verb, you can ask, wem hilfst du? Whom are you helping? The answer will give you the dative person. So the practical rule for this page is simple. When someone receives help, use helfen plus dative. Learn the verb and the case as one complete package.
That way, you do not have to guess the case every time you build a sentence.
Very good. Now let's look at another important dative verb. Danken. To thank. With danken, the person we thank stands in the dative. So the pattern you should learn is jemandem danken. To thank someone. This is important because English simply says thank someone, but German uses a dative person. Look at Ich danke meiner Kollegin für ihre Unterstützung. I thank my colleague for her support. Who receives the thanks? Meine Kollegin, my colleague, or to my colleague. This person stands in the dative, so we do not think of the English structure. We learn danken plus dativ as one complete pattern. Now look at another situation. Der Patient hat dem Arzt nach der Behandlung persönlich gedankt. The patient personally thanked the doctor after the treatment. Here, dem Arzt, the doctor, or to the doctor, is the person being thanked. So again, the verb requires the dative. Notice that the tense can change, but the case does not. Whether we say dankt, thanks, or hat gedankt, thanked, the person connected to danken still stands in the dative. Now let's look at a formal situation. Wir möchten Ihnen für Ihre schnelle Rückmeldung danken. We would like to thank you for your quick response. Here, Ihnen, you or to you formal, is a dative pronoun. So the same verb pattern works with a full noun phrase or with a pronoun. There is also a useful sentence pattern you will often see. Jemandem für etwas danken. To thank someone for something. The person is in the dative, and the reason for the thanks often comes after für, for. So in Ich danke meiner Kollegin für ihre Unterstützung, the dative person is meiner Kollegin, while für ihre Unterstützung, for her support, tells us the reason for the thanks. Now let's look at the common mistake. Do not say jemanden danken to thank someone with an accusative form. Instead, use jemandem danken, because danken requires the dative. And if you want to find the dative person, ask wem dankst du? Whom are you thanking? The answer will show you the person in the dative. So remember the complete package. Danken plus dative. The person you thank is always the dative element. Learn the verb with its case, and the structure becomes much easier to use naturally.
Nice work! Now let's focus on another common dative verb. Antworten. To answer or to reply. With antworten, the person we reply to stands in the dative, the dative case. So the pattern you should learn is jemandem antworten, to answer someone or reply to someone. This is another case where English can be misleading. In English, we can simply say answer someone, but in German, the person receiving the reply is in the dative. Look at Der Kundenberater antwortet der Kundin noch am selben Nachmittag. The customer advisor replies to the customer that same afternoon. Who receives the reply? Der Kundin, to the customer. So this person stands in the Dativ. And the verb pattern is antworten plus Dativ. Now look at a personal situation. Ich habe meinem Vermieter noch nicht auf seine Nachricht geantwortet. I have not yet replied to my landlord about his message. Here, meinem Vermieter, to my landlord, is the person receiving the reply. The message itself is not the dative person. That distinction is important. One part tells us what we are responding to, another part tells us who receives our answer. With antworten, that person is in the Dativ. Now look at a personal pronoun example. Kannst du mir bitte bis morgen antworten? Can you please reply to me by tomorrow? Here, mir, to me, is the Dativ pronoun. So the person can appear as a full noun phrase or as a pronoun, but the pattern does not change. Jemandem antworten. Now let's compare the two ideas clearly. The person receiving the reply, Dativ. The answer, message, or information itself, that is separate from the Dativ person. So when you use antworten, ask, Wem antwortest du? Whom are you replying to? The answer shows you the Dativ person. And remember the common mistake, not jemanden antworten, but jemandem antworten. So learn the complete package, antworten plus Dativ. The person you answer or reply to is the Dativ element. Once this pattern becomes automatic, using antworten correctly becomes much easier.
Good job! Now let's look at one of the most important dative verbs. Gefallen, to please or to be liked. This verb works very differently from the English verb to like. In English, we usually begin with the person, I like something. But with gefallen, German changes the perspective. The thing that creates the positive feeling is the subject, and the person who likes it stands in the dative case. Look at Der neue Stadtpark gefällt mir besonders gut. I really like the new city park. Now look at the German structure. Der neue Stadtpark, the new city park, is the subject. It is the thing that creates the positive impression. And mir, to me, is the dative person. So instead of thinking, I like the city park, think of the German logic more like, the city park is pleasing to me. That is why the basic pattern is, etwas gefällt jemandem. Someone likes something, or more literally, something is pleasing to someone. Now look at another situation. Diese Idee gefällt unserer Projektleiterin sehr. Our project manager really likes this idea. Here, diese Idee, this idea, is the subject, and unsere Projektleiterin, to our project manager, is the person who has the positive reaction. So that person stands in the Dativ. Now let's take a design example. Das neue Logo gefällt den meisten Kunden. Most customers like the new logo. Again, the logo is the subject, and den meisten Kunden, to most customers, is the dative element. The same structure also works with activities and experiences. For example, der Fotokurs hat meinem Bruder sehr gefallen. My brother really liked the photography course. Here, meinem Bruder, to my brother, is still the dative person. The tense changed, but the perspective did not. The course is the thing that was liked, and the person who liked it is in the dative. Now notice one more important point. The verb agrees with the subject. Look at Die neuen Möbel gefallen meiner Mitbewohnerin. My flatmate likes the new furniture. Here, die neuen Möbel, the new pieces of furniture, is plural, so we use gefallen instead of the singular form gefällt, pleases, or is liked. The dative person, meiner Mitbewohnerin, to my flatmate, does not control the verb form. The subject does. So when you use gefallen, do not begin by translating I like word for word. Ask instead, what is liked? That is usually the subject. Who likes it? That person stands in the dative. And if you want to find that person, ask, wem gefällt das? Who likes that? The answer will give you the dative element. So remember the German perspective. The thing is the subject, the person is in the dative, and the complete pattern is etwas gefällt jemandem. That change in perspective is the key to using gefallen naturally.
Great progress! Now let's look at another important dative verb. Gehören, to belong to. With gehören, German describes a relationship between a thing and its owner. The important idea is the thing that belongs to someone is the subject, and the owner stands in the dative. So the basic pattern is etwas gehört jemandem. Something belongs to someone. Look at der Parkplatz gehört unserem Nachbarn. The parking space belongs to our neighbor. Here, der Parkplatz, the parking space, is the subject. It is the thing that belongs to someone. And unserem Nachbarn, to our neighbor, shows the owner. So the owner stands in the dative. Now look at a different example. Das Ladegerät gehört mir. The charger belongs to me. Here, mir, to me, is a dative pronoun. The thing is still the subject, and the person who owns it is still in the dative. Now notice what happens with a plural subject. Diese Schlüssel gehören der Hausverwaltung. These keys belong to the property management. This time, diese Schlüssel, these keys, is plural. So the verb becomes gehören. The owner, der Hausverwaltung, to the property management, remains the dative element. This shows us something important. The owner does not control the verb form. The subject does. One thing, gehört, several things, gehören. Now let's look at the most useful question with this verb. Wem gehört dieser Koffer? Who does this suitcase belong to? The question word wem, to whom, asks directly for the owner. The answer could be gehört einer Teilnehmerin aus meinem Kurs. It belongs to a participant from my course. So einer Teilnehmerin, to a participant, is the dative owner. With plural things, the question changes with the subject. Wem gehören diese Unterlagen? Who do these documents belong to? Notice again, wem still asks for the dative person or group, while the verb agrees with the thing being owned. So when you use gehören, think in two parts. What belongs to someone? That is the subject. Who is the owner? That person or group stands in the dative. So the practical pattern is etwas gehört jemandem. And the question is, wem gehört, or with a plural subject, wem gehören?
Great! Now let's look at another useful dative verb. Passen. To fit, to suit, to work for. The important thing about this verb is we can use it in several different situations.
It can describe whether clothes fit someone, whether a time is convenient, or whether a plan or solution suits a person. But the basic structure stays the same. The thing that fits or suits is the subject, and the person it suits stands in the Dativ, the dative case. So the pattern is etwas passt jemandem. Something fits or suits someone. Let's begin with clothing. Der Mantel passt meiner Schwester perfekt. The coat fits my sister perfectly. Here, der Mantel, the coat, is the thing that fits, so it is the subject. And meiner Schwester, my sister, to my sister, is the person the coat fits, so that person stands in the Dativ. Now let's move away from clothing. Look at der vorgeschlagene Termin passt mir leider nicht. Unfortunately, the suggested appointment does not work for me. Here, mir, me, for me, is the dative person. The verb passen does not only mean that something physically fits. In this situation, it means that the appointment is or is not convenient for someone. Now look at a plural subject. Die neuen Arbeitszeiten passen vielen Mitarbeitern besser. The new working hours suit many employees better. Here, die neuen Arbeitszeiten, the new working hours, is plural, so the verb becomes passen, and vielen Mitarbeitern, many employees, too many employees, is the dative group. Again, the person or group does not control the verb form, the subject does. One thing, passt, fits, suits, several things, passen, fit, suit. We can also use the same structure for plans and solutions. For example, vielleicht passt diese Lösung unserem Team besser. Perhaps this solution will suit our team better. The solution is the subject, and unserem Team, our team, to our team, is the dative element. So when you see passen, do not think only about clothes. Think more broadly. Does this fit someone? Does this time work for someone? Does this plan or solution suit someone? In all of these situations, the person stands in the dative. And to find that person, ask, wem passt das? Who does that fit or suit? The answer will give you the dative element. So remember the complete pattern. Etwas passt jemandem. The thing is the subject. The person it fits or suits is in the dative. Once you understand that pattern, you can use passen naturally in many more situations than just clothing.
Excellent! Now let's look at another very important dative verb. Fehlen, to be missing. This verb often feels different from English because German builds the idea from another angle. With fehlen, the missing person or the missing thing is the subject, and the person who feels that something or someone is missing stands in the dative, dative case. So the basic pattern is etwas, jemand fehlt jemandem. Something or someone is missing to someone. Let's begin with a person. Du fehlst mir. I miss you. Here, du, you, is the subject. You are the person who is missing. And mir, to me, is the dative person. So German does not begin with I miss you. It begins more like you are missing to me. That is the key shift in perspective. Now let's look at a thing. Mir fehlt heute die Zeit für eine Pause. I do not have time for a break today. Here, die Zeit, the time, is the thing that is missing, so it is the subject. And mir shows the person who feels that lack. Now let's take a plural subject. Uns fehlen noch 2 Informationen für den Bericht. We are still missing 2 pieces of information for the report. This time, 2 Informationen, 2 pieces of information, is plural, so the verb becomes fehlen instead of fehlt. The dative person is uns, to us. Again, the person feeling the lack stands in the dative, and the missing thing controls the verb form. Now look at another example with a person missing in a daily situation. Dem Team fehlt seine erfahrene Kollegin im Büro. The team misses its experienced colleague in the office. Here, seine erfahrene Kollegin, its experienced colleague, is the subject. She is the missing person, and dem Team, to the team, is the dative element. So with fehlen, always ask 2 questions. What is missing? That part is usually the subject. Who feels that something or someone is missing? That person stands in the dative. If you want to find the dative person, you can ask, wem fehlt etwas? To whom is something missing? Or, wem fehlt jemand? Who misses someone? The answer will show you the dative element. So remember the practical pattern. The missing thing or person is the subject. The person experiencing the lack is in the dative. That is why we say, du fehlst mir and mir fehlt die Zeit. This changed perspective is the key to using fehlen naturally in German.
Well done! Now let's look at another useful verb with a different German perspective. Schmecken. To taste or to taste good to someone. With this verb, the food or drink is the subject, and the person experiencing the taste stands in the dative, the dative case. So the basic pattern is etwas schmeckt jemandem. Someone likes the taste of something, or more literally, something tastes a certain way to someone. Let's begin with der hausgemachte Apfelkuchen schmeckt meiner Tante besonders gut. My aunt really likes the homemade apple cake. Here, der hausgemachte Apfelkuchen, the homemade apple cake, is the subject, and meiner Tante, to my aunt, is the person experiencing the taste. So that person stands in the dative. Notice the German logic. We do not build the sentence like the English idea, my aunt likes the cake. Instead, the cake tastes good to my aunt. Now look at a negative opinion. Die scharfe Soße schmeckt mir überhaupt nicht. I do not like the taste of the spicy sauce at all. Here, mir, to me, is the dative person, and the sauce is still the subject. So, schmecken can describe both positive and negative reactions to taste. Now let's take a plural subject. Die neuen Fruchtsäfte schmecken den Gästen überraschend gut. The guests like the new fruit juices surprisingly well. This time, die neuen Fruchtsäfte, the new fruit juices, is plural, so we use schmecken instead of schmeckt, tastes. The dative group, den Gästen, to the guests, does not control the verb form. The subject does. One thing, schmeckt. Several things, schmecken. Now look at another natural use. Der Kräutertee schmeckt meinem Kollegen zu bitter. The herbal tea tastes too bitter to my colleague. Here, we are not simply saying that he likes it or dislikes it, we are describing how the taste feels to him. And meinem Kollegen, to my colleague, is still the dative person. So with this verb, the structure can express tastes good, tastes bad, too sweet, too bitter, or another reaction to the taste.
If you want to find the dative person, ask Wem schmeckt das? Who likes the taste of that? Or, more literally, to whom does that taste good? The answer shows you the person experiencing the taste. So remember the German perspective. What is being tasted? That is the subject. Who experiences the taste? That person stands in the Dativ. And the practical pattern is etwas schmeckt jemandem. Once you think from that perspective, using schmecken becomes much more natural and predictable.
Brilliant. Now let's look at one of the biggest traps when using dative verbs: translating directly from English. Sometimes the English sentence and the German sentence describe the same situation, but they organize the people and things very differently. So if you translate word for word, you can easily choose the wrong subject or the wrong case. Let's look at Die neue Ausstellung gefällt mir sehr. I really like the new exhibition. In English, we naturally say, I like the exhibition. But in German, die neue Ausstellung, the new exhibition, is the subject. And mir, to me, is the dative person. So do not build gefallen from the English pattern I like. Follow the German structure. The thing creates the reaction. The person experiencing it is in the dative. Now look at meiner Kollegin fehlt noch eine wichtige Information. My colleague is still missing an important piece of information. English puts the person at the center, but in German, eine wichtige Information, an important piece of information, is the missing thing, and therefore the subject, while meine Kollegin, to my colleague, is the dative person. The same problem can happen with schmecken. Look at der Nachtisch schmeckt unseren Gästen besonders gut. Our guests really like the dessert. In natural English, we focus on the people who like the taste, but German focuses on der Nachtisch, the dessert, as the subject, and unseren Gästen, to our guests, is the dative group. Now look at der spätere Termin passt uns besser. The later appointment works better for us. Again, the German subject is der spätere Termin, the later appointment, and uns, us, or for us, is the dative's pronoun. So the safest method is not translate the English sentence word for word. Instead, ask two questions. First, what is the German subject? What is liked? What is missing? What tastes a certain way? What fits or suits? Then ask, who experiences at situation? That person is often the dative element. So compare the two ways of thinking. English often says, a person likes something, a person misses something, or something works for a person. German may organize the same idea from another perspective. The thing becomes the subject, and the person stands in the dative. That is why natural translation is useful for understanding the meaning, but it should not control your German grammar. When building the German sentence, think about the German roles. What is the subject? Who is in the dative? Once you answer those two questions, verbs like gefallen, fehlen, schmecken, and passen become much easier to use correctly. That's it. Now let's organize the most important dative verbs from this lesson into one clear map. The goal is not to memorize 8 isolated words. The goal is to recognize the pattern that belongs to each verb. Let's begin with the first group, verbs that describe an action directed toward a person. The first one is helfen, to help. The pattern is jemandem helfen, to help someone. And we can ask, wem hilfst du? Who are you helping? The person receiving the help stands in the dativ, the dative case. The second verb is danken, to thank. The pattern is jemandem danken, to thank someone. And the useful question is, wem dankst du? Who are you thanking? Again, the person connected to the action is in the dativ. The third verb is antworten, to answer or to reply. The pattern is jemandem antworten, to reply to someone. And we ask, wem antwortest du? Who are you replying to? So these three verbs form one useful group: helfen, danken, and antworten. With all three, focus on the person connected directly to the action. Now let's move to the second group: verbs that describe a reaction, a relationship, ownership, suitability, something missing, or an experience. First, gefallen, to please or to be liked. The pattern is etwas gefällt jemandem. Someone likes something. And we ask, wem gefällt das? Who likes that? Here, the thing is the subject, and the person experiencing the positive reaction is in the dativ. Next is gehören, to belong to. The pattern is etwas gehört jemandem. Something belongs to someone. And the question is, wem gehört das? Who does that belong to? The thing is the subject, and the owner is in the dativ. Now is passen, to fit or to suit. The pattern is etwas passt jemandem. Something fits or suits someone. And we ask, wem passt das? Who does that fit or suit? Again, the thing is the subject, and the person it suits stands in the dativ. Next comes fehlen, to be missing. The pattern is etwas oder jemand fehlt jemandem. Someone or something is missing to someone. The useful question is, wem fehlt etwas? Who feels that something is missing? Here, the missing person or thing is the subject, and the person experiencing the lack is in the dativ. And finally, schmecken, to taste, or to taste good to someone. The pattern is etwas schmeckt jemandem. Someone likes the taste of something, and we can ask, wem schmeckt das? Who likes the taste of that? The food or drink is the subject, and the person experiencing the taste stands in the dativ. So now we have two useful families: action toward a person, helfen, danken, and antworten, and reaction or relationship verbs, gefallen, gehören, passen, fehlen, and schmecken. But the most important habit is the same for all of them. Do not learn only the meaning of the verb. Learn the complete pattern. Verb plus dativ. And when you need to find the dativ person, use wem, to whom, as your checking question. The English translation may change. The German structure may look different from English, but the verb pattern stays reliable. So learn the verb, the question, and the case as one complete package. That is the map that will help you recognize and use these common dative verbs much more naturally.
Huh? Lesson complete!
Great! Now we are going to look at a new sentence pattern. Sometimes one action connects three important parts: the person doing the action, a thing connected directly to the action, and another person who receives or gets that thing. Look at Der Kellner serviert der Kundin einen Kräutertee. The waiter serves the customer a herbal tea. Here, one action connects two different elements. Einen Kräutertee, a herbal tea, is the thing being served, and der Kundin, to the customer, is the person who receives it. So, inside one sentence, the verb can connect both a person and a thing. Now look at another situation. Die Bibliothekarin empfiehlt dem Besucher einen Reiseführer. The librarian recommends a travel guide to the visitor. Again, we have two different roles. Einen Reiseführer, a travel guide, is the thing connected directly to the action, and dem Besucher, to the visitor, is the person connected to that thing. So the basic picture is someone does something, a thing is involved, and another person receives, gets, or is connected to that thing. This is what we mean when we talk about two objects in one action. For now, do not worry about the grammar labels or the order of these elements. First, learn to see the two different roles. Who is the person involved, and what is the thing involved? Once that picture is clear, we can give each role its correct German case and see how the whole structure works. Excellent! Now that we can see the two different roles, let's give them their grammar names. In this type of sentence, the person who receives something often stands in the Dativ, dative case. And the thing that is given, shown, sent, or transferred often stands in the Akkusativ, accusative case. So the basic idea is who gets it? Think Dativ. What is the thing? Think Akkusativ. Look at this sentence. Der Hausmeister gibt der neuen Mieterin den Wohnungsschlüssel. The caretaker gives the apartment key to the new tenant. Let's separate the two objects. First, der neuen Mieterin, to the new tenant. She is the person who receives something, so she is the Dativ person. Now look at den Wohnungsschlüssel, the apartment key. This is the thing being given, so it is the accusative thing. That gives us the basic relationship. Person receiving, Dativ. Thing involved directly in the action, Akkusativ. And notice, the two cases do different jobs in the same sentence. The Dativ tells us who gets it. The Akkusativ tells us what is being given, shown, brought, or sent. This same logic will appear again and again with the verbs in this lesson. The verb may change, the situation may change, but the two roles often stay easy to recognize: a person in the Dativ and a thing in the Akkusativ. So before thinking about word order, first identify the roles: who gets it, and what is the thing. Once those two answers are clear, the structure becomes much easier to understand.
Nice work. Now let's look at two very common verbs that connect a person and a thing in the same action. Geben, to give, and schenken, to give as a gift. Both verbs can follow the same basic pattern. Jemandem etwas geben, to give someone something, and jemandem etwas schenken, to give someone something as a gift. With both verbs, the person who receives something stands in the Dativ case, and the thing being given or gifted stands in the Akkusativ case. Let's begin with geben. Look at Die Teamleiterin gibt dem neuen Mitarbeiter einen Zugangscode. The team leader gives the new employee an access code. Here, dem neuen Mitarbeiter, to the new employee, is the person receiving something, so this is the Dativ person. And einen Zugangscode, an access code, is the thing being given, so this is the Akkusativ thing. The transfer is clear. One person gives something to another person. Now let's move to schenken. The grammar pattern is very similar, but the meaning is more specific. We use schenken when something is given as a gift. For example, zum Geburtstag schenkt Lena ihrer Cousine einen Kochkurs. For her birthday, Lena gives her cousin a cooking course as a gift. Who receives the gift? Ihrer Cousine, to her cousin. That is the Dativ person. And what is the gift? Einen Kochkurs, a cooking course. That is the Akkusativ thing. So the two verbs share the same case pattern. With geben, someone receives something. With schenken, someone receives something as a gift. But in both cases, ask who gets it. That person is in the Dativ, and what is given, that thing is in the Akkusativ. So remember the two complete patterns, jemandem etwas geben and jemandem etwas schenken. The meaning of the verb changes, but the relationship between the two objects stays the same. Dativ person, Akkusativ thing.
Very good. Now let's look at two more verbs that connect a person and a thing in the same sentence. Zeigen, to show, and erklären, to explain. Both verbs follow a very useful pattern. Jemandem etwas zeigen, to show someone something, and jemandem etwas erklären, to explain something to someone. With both verbs, the person who sees something or receives the explanation stands in the dative case, and the thing being shown or the information being explained stands in the accusative case. So with zeigen, we can think person who sees it, dativ, thing being shown, accusativ. Now let's move to erklären. Here we are not showing a physical object, we are giving someone an explanation or information. Look at Die Kursleiterin erklärt den Teilnehmern den neuen Ablauf. The course instructor explains a new procedure to the participants. Who receives the explanation? Den Teilnehmern, to the participants. That is the dative group. And what is being explained? Den neuen Ablauf, the new procedure. That is the accusative thing. So the meaning changes. With zeigen, someone sees something. With erklären, someone understands or receives information about something. But the case pattern stays the same. Jemandem etwas zeigen and jemandem etwas erklären. The person is in the dativ, the thing or information is in the accusative. So when you build a sentence with these verbs, ask two questions. Who is the person receiving the visual information or explanation? That is the dative element. And what is being shown or explained? That is the accusative element. The verb changes, The type of information changes, but the two grammatical roles stay clear. Dativ person, dativ thing.
Perfect. Now let's look at two more verbs that connect a person and a thing in the same action. Bringen, to bring, and schicken, to send. Both verbs can follow the same basic pattern. Jemandem etwas bringen, to bring someone something, and jemandem etwas schicken, to send someone something. With both verbs, the person who receives something stands in the dativ, dative case, and the thing being brought or sent stands in the Akkusativ, accusative case. So with bringen, something physically moves towards a person. Now let's move to schicken. Here, the thing does not need to be carried by the speaker. It can be sent as a package, a document, or even a digital message. Look at Wir schicken unserer Kundin morgen die Rechnung per E-Mail. We will send the invoice to our customer by email tomorrow. Who receives the invoice? Unsere Kundin, to our customer. That is the dative person. And what is being sent? Die Rechnung, the invoice. That is the Akkusativ thing. Now look at another type of delivery. Der Online-Shop schickt meinem Bruder ein Ersatzteil. Here, meinem Bruder, to my brother, is the dative person, and ein Ersatzteil, a replacement part, is the Akkusativ thing. So the main difference between the two verbs is the type of movement. With bringen, someone brings the thing to the person. With schicken, the thing is sent to the person, but the case pattern stays the same. Jemandem etwas bringen and jemandem etwas schicken. The receiver, dativ. The thing that moves or is sent, Akkusativ. So when you use these verbs, ask who receives it. That is the dative element, and what is being brought or sent, that is the accusative element. Different type of delivery, same grammatical pattern.
Keep going. Now let's look at two more verbs that can connect a person and a thing in the same sentence. Kaufen, to buy, and leihen, to lend. Both verbs can follow the pattern jemandem etwas kaufen, to buy someone something, and jemandem etwas leihen, to lend someone something. The grammatical roles are similar, but the relationship between the person and the thing is different. Let's begin with kaufen. When we buy something for another person, that person stands in the dativ, dative case, and the thing being bought stands in the akkusativ, accusative case. Look at Vor der Reise kauft Jonas seiner Schwester einen neuen Koffer. Before the trip, Jonas buys his sister a new suitcase. Who is the thing being bought for? Seiner Schwester, for his sister. That is the dative person. And what is being bought? Einen neuen Koffer, a new suitcase. That is the accusative thing. Notice the meaning. The dative person does not need to receive the thing at that exact moment. The important idea is that the purchase is for that person. Now let's move to leihen. Here, someone receives a thing temporarily. Look at Unser Nachbar leiht uns seine Bohrmaschine für das Wochenende. Our neighbor lends us his drill for the weekend.
Who receives the borrowed thing? Uns, us, or to us. That is the dative person. And what is being lent? Seine Bohrmaschine, his drill. That is the accusative thing. The important difference is that the thing is not permanently given away. It is only available for a limited time. Now look at another example. Die Musikschule leiht einer Schülerin ein Instrument für den Kurs. The music school lends a student an instrument for the course. Here, einer Schülerin, to a student, is the dative person, and ein Instrument, an instrument, is the accusative thing. So the two verbs share the same case pattern. With kaufen, the thing is bought for someone. With leihen, the thing is given to someone temporarily. But in both cases, ask who is the person connected to the thing. That person stands in the dativ. And what is being bought or lent? That thing stands in the accusativ. So remember the two complete patterns. Jemandem etwas kaufen and jemandem etwas leihen. Different meaning, same grammatical structure. Dative person, accusative thing.
Exactly. Now let's bring the 8 verbs from this lesson into one clear map. The verbs have different meanings, but they can all use the same basic case pattern. It is jemandem etwas plus verb. To do something with something for or to someone. Let's look at the 8 combinations. Jemandem etwas geben. To give someone something. Jemandem etwas schenken. To give someone something as a gift. Jemandem etwas zeigen. To show someone something. Jemandem etwas erklären. To explain something to someone. Jemandem etwas bringen. To bring someone something. Jemandem etwas schicken. To send someone something. Jemandem etwas kaufen. To buy someone something. And jemandem etwas leihen. To lend someone something. Now look at what stays the same. Jemandem, to someone, represents the person connected to the action. That person stands in the dativ case. And etwas, something, represents the thing being given, shown, explained, brought, sent, bought, or lent. That thing stands in the accusative case. So the verb changes, but the two grammatical roles stay familiar. Person, dativ. Thing, accusative. This gives us one useful learning shortcut. Do not memorize 8 completely separate sentence systems. Learn the verbs with the shared pattern. Jemandem etwas geben. Jemandem etwas schenken. Jemandem etwas zeigen. Jemandem etwas erklären. Jemandem etwas bringen. Jemandem etwas schicken. Jemandem etwas kaufen and jemandem etwas leihen. The meaning changes from verb to verb, but the case relationship stays the same. Who is the person involved? Think, dativ. What is the thing involved? Think, accusativ. For now, focus only on these roles. We are not deciding the word order on this page. That comes next. The important idea here is 8 common verbs, one shared case pattern. Jemandem
etwas plus verb. Once you recognize that pattern, these verbs become much easier to understand and build correctly.
Nice work. Now we are ready to focus on word order. Let's begin with the simplest case. Both objects are nouns or full noun phrases. In this situation, the neutral and very common order is Dativ first, then Akkusativ. So the pattern is Dativ Noun before Akkusativ Noun. Look at Die Fotografin zeigt dem Brautpaar die Aufnahmen. The photographer shows the photos to the bridal couple. Here, dem Brautpaar, to the bridal couple, is the dative person. And die Aufnahmen, the photos, is the accusative thing. Because both objects are noun phrases, the neutral order is dem Brautpaar first, then die Aufnahmen. So we get dative noun before accusative noun. Now look at another example. Die Mitarbeiterin schickt dem Lieferanten die Bestätigung. The employee sends the confirmation to the supplier. The person receiving something is dem Lieferanten, to the supplier. That is the dative object. And the thing being sent is die Bestätigung, the confirmation. That is the accusative object. Again, both objects are noun phrases, so the neutral order is dative first, accusative second. Now, one more example. Der Reiseleiter erklärt den Touristen die Route. The tour guide explains the route to the tourists. Here, den Touristen, to the tourists, comes before die Route, the route. The same pattern appears again, noun plus noun, dative before accusative. But there is one important point. This is the neutral and usual order. It is not a rule saying the sentence can never change. German can move information for emphasis or context. We will look at that later. For now, when both objects are full nouns or noun phrases, the safest neutral pattern is dative person, then accusative thing. So remember, noun plus noun, dative first, accusative second. That is the basic order you should recognize and use naturally.
Great progress. Now let's change one part of the sentence. The dative object is no longer a full noun phrase. It is now a pronoun. In the neutral word order, a pronoun normally comes before a full noun phrase. So when we have dative pronoun plus accusative noun, the dative pronoun comes first. Look at Der Trainer erklärt ihr den Trainingsplan. The coach explains the training plan to her. Here, ihr, to her, is the dative pronoun. And den Trainingsplan, the training plan, is the accusative noun. Because ihr is a pronoun, it comes before the full noun phrase. So the pattern is dative pronoun, then accusative noun. Now look at another example. Wir schicken euch die Eintrittskarten. We are sending you the tickets. Here, euch, to you, plural, is the dative pronoun. And die Eintrittskarten, the tickets, is the accusative noun. Again, the pronoun comes first. Now one more example. Meine Schwester leiht mir ihren Laptop. My sister lends me her laptop. The dative pronoun is mir, to me, and the accusative noun phrase is ihren Laptop, her laptop. So we get the same order again. Pronoun first, full noun phrase after it.
Now compare this with the previous pattern. When both objects were nouns, the neutral order was dative noun, then accusative noun. Here, the dative still appears first, but now there's another reason. It is a pronoun. And pronouns normally come before full noun phrases in neutral word order. So remember this pattern: dative pronoun plus accusative noun. The pronoun comes first. For example, ihr plus den Trainingsplan, euch plus die Eintrittskarten, and mir plus ihren Laptop. This becomes especially important when we change the other object into a pronoun, because then the order will change. But for now, keep this pattern clear. Dative pronoun first, accusative noun second.
Great job! Now let's look at the opposite situation. This time, the accusative object is not a full noun phrase. It is now a pronoun. And the dative object is a noun phrase. That changes the neutral order. In this pattern, the accusative pronoun comes before the dative noun phrase. So the basic order is accusative pronoun, then dative noun. Look at Ich schicke es meiner Kollegin. I send it to my colleague. Here, es, it, refers to a feminine noun, so it is the accusative pronoun, and meiner Kollegin, to my colleague, is the dative noun phrase. So the order is es first, then meiner Kollegin. Now look at another example. Der Arzt erklärt sie dem Patienten noch einmal. The doctor explains it to the patient one more time. Here, sie, it, refers to a feminine noun, so it is the accusative pronoun, and dem Patienten, to the patient, is the dative noun phrase. So again, the accusative pronoun comes first. Now, one more example. Wir bringen ihn, unserem Lehrer, morgen zurück. We are bringing it back to our teacher tomorrow. Here, ihn, it, him, is the accusative pronoun, and unserem Lehrer, to our teacher, is the dative noun phrase. So the same pattern appears again. Accusative pronoun before dative noun. This page is important because it shows us that dative first is not a blind rule. On the previous page, the dative came first because it was a pronoun. Now the order changes because the accusative object is the pronoun. And in neutral German, pronouns usually come before full noun phrases. So here, the pronoun wins the first position between the two objects. That gives us the practical pattern: accusative pronoun plus dative noun. For example, es meiner Kollegin, sie dem Patienten, and ihn unserem Lehrer. So remember the key idea. If the accusative object is a pronoun and the dative object is a noun phrase, the neutral order is accusative pronoun first, dative noun second. That is why we say, ich schicke es meiner Kollegin, not the other way around.
Well done! Now let's take the final neutral pattern with two objects. This time, both objects are pronouns, and when both the accusative object and the dative object are pronouns, the usual neutral order changes again. The pattern is accusative pronoun, then dative pronoun. Look at Ich gebe es dir.
I give it to you. Here, es is the accusative pronoun and dir is the dative pronoun. Because both objects are pronouns, the neutral order is es first, then dir. So we get accusative pronoun before dative pronoun. Now look at another example. Kannst du sie mir bitte schicken? Can you please send it to me? Here, sie, it, is the accusative pronoun, and mir is the dative pronoun. Again, the accusative pronoun comes first. Now another situation. Wir bringen ihn euch morgen. We will bring it to you tomorrow. Here, ihn, it, is the accusative pronoun, and euch, to you plural, is the dative pronoun. So the same order appears again. Ihn before euch. This is different from the pattern with two nouns. When both nouns are objects, the neutral order is dative first, then accusative. But when both objects are pronouns, the neutral order is accusative first, then dative. So compare the two patterns. Noun plus noun, dative before accusative. Pronoun plus pronoun, accusative before dative. That is why we say ich gebe es dir with es before dir. The easiest shortcut is two nouns, dative first. Two pronouns, accusative first. And remember, we are talking about the neutral and usual word order. German can change the order when something needs special emphasis, but for a normal sentence with two pronouns, use accusative pronoun, then dative pronoun. That is the pattern you should recognize and use naturally.
Clear so far? Now let's look at one final idea about word order. The patterns we learned on the previous pages are the normal neutral patterns. They are the best starting point when no element needs special emphasis. But German word order can change when the speaker wants to highlight or contrast a particular element. Look at Das Buch gebe ich dir morgen. I will give you the book tomorrow. Here, das Buch, the book, is the accusative object, but it appears in position 1. Why? Because the speaker is putting special focus on that particular thing. Maybe we are contrasting the book with something else. The important point is, moving the object does not change its grammatical case. Das Buch is still accusative. Its position changed, its role did not. And notice, the conjugated verb, gebe, give, still stands in position 2. Now look at a different kind of emphasis. Dir schicke ich die Unterlagen, nicht ihm. I am sending the documents to you, not him. Here, dir, to you, is the dative pronoun. It comes first because the contrast is about the person, you, not him. The phrase nicht ihm, not him, makes that contrast especially clear. Again, the position changed, but the case did not. Dir, still dative, and die Unterlagen, the documents, still accusative. So this gives us an important distinction. Neutral word order shows the usual unmarked pattern. Emphatic word order can move an important element to the front. But German does not change the cases just because the order changes. The article, the pronoun, and the grammatical role still tell us which element is dative and which one is accusative. So the neutral patterns we learned are still your foundation. Two noun phrases, dative before accusative. Dative pronoun plus accusative noun, the pronoun comes first. Accusative pronoun plus dative noun. Again, the pronoun comes first. And with two pronouns, accusative before dative. But when the speaker wants to emphasize one particular element, that element can be moved to a prominent position. So do not think of German word order as completely fixed. Think instead, start with the neutral pattern. Then recognize when context or contrast changes the order. And always remember, position can change, case stays connected to the grammatical role. That is the key to understanding both neutral and emphasized two-object sentences naturally.
Great! Let's begin with a new noun pattern called Endeklination. End-declension. The main idea is actually quite simple. Some masculine nouns do not only change their article when the case changes, the noun itself also changes. Look at der Kunde, the customer. This is the basic form in the Nominativ Singular, nominative singular. But now look at the same noun in the Akkusativ, accusative case. We get den Kunden, the customer. The article changes from der, the, to den, the, and the noun Kunde, customer, gets an extra N. So Kunde becomes Kundin. Now look at the Dativ, dative case. We say dem Kunden, to the customer. Again, the article changes, but the noun changes too. So the basic visual pattern is der Kunde, then den Kunden, and dem Kunden. The important point is the nominative singular keeps the basic noun form. But outside the nominative singular, these special masculine nouns usually get N or N. In this lesson, we will focus especially on how this works in the accusative and the dative. And be careful, this does not happen with every masculine noun. It happens with a particular group of masculine nouns. So the goal is not to add N or N to every masculine word. The goal is to recognize which nouns belong to this pattern. For now, keep one simple picture in your head. The article changes, and with an Endeklination noun, the noun itself changes too. That is the central idea behind Endeklination. And from here, we can start to see exactly when the basic form stays and when the noun needs a new ending.
Good job! Now let's make the central rule of Endeklension, Endeklension, completely clear. With these special masculine nouns, the nominative singular keeps the basic noun form. But in the accusative and dative, the noun normally gets an N or EN. Let's see the pattern with one noun. Der Praktikant, the intern. This is the basic form. Now, in the accusative, we say den Praktikanten, the intern. And in the dative, dem Praktikanten, to the intern. Notice what happened. The nominative singular, Praktikant, intern, stays basic. But outside the nominative, the noun becomes Praktikanten. So the pattern is nominative singular, basic form. Accusative singular, add N or EN. Dative singular, again add N or EN. The exact ending depends on the noun pattern, and we will look at that difference on the next page. For now, the important idea is, with an Endeklination noun, do not look only at the article.
check the noun too. If it is in the Akkusativ or Dativ singular, the basic form usually needs an extra ending. So remember the core picture. Nominativ singular, basic form. Accusativ singular and Dativ singular, the noun changes.
Nice work! Now let's look at an important visual pattern inside Endeklination. On the last page, we saw the big idea. Some masculine nouns do not only change their article, the noun itself also changes. Now, the next question is, when do we see in and when do we see in? Let's start with a very common group. Many masculine nouns that end in e often take only n. Look at der Kunde, the customer. Outside the basic form, it becomes den Kunden, the customer, and dem Kunden, to the customer. The noun ends in a, so we clearly see the added n. Now look at another noun from the same group, der Kollege, the colleague. This becomes den Kollegen, the colleague, and dem Kollegen, to the colleague. Again, the word already ends in a, so we only notice an added n. Now one more example, der Junge, the boy. This becomes den Jungen, the boy, and dem Jungen, to the boy. So this first visual group is quite friendly. Word ending in a very often add n. Now let's look at another pattern. Some masculine nouns do not end in a, and these often show n. Look at der Student, the student. It becomes den Studenten, the student, and dem Studenten, to the student. Now look at der Mensch, the human being or person. This becomes den Menschen, the person, and dem Menschen, to the person. Here, the visual pattern is different. We do not just feel a small n at the end, we see an more clearly. So this gives us a useful first map. Many nouns ending in a often go to n. Other common nouns often show en. There is also one very important word you should notice early, der Name, the name. This becomes den Namen, the name, and dem Namen, to the name. This word is common, and students meet it all the time, so it is worth remembering early. For now, you do not need to turn this into a huge rule list. The goal on this page is simpler. See the shape of the noun. Does it end in a and look like the first group? Or does it show the stronger en pattern? That visual feeling will help you spot the pattern much faster. On the next pages, we will use these noun forms inside real sentences, so the ending becomes easier to recognize in context.
Very good. Now, let's focus completely on Akkusativ with Endeklination, Endeclension. With these special masculine nouns, the change happens in two places. The article changes, and the noun itself also gets its Endeklination ending. Let's begin with der Kunde, the customer. In the Akkusativ, we get den Kunden, the customer. Notice both changes. Der, the, becomes den, and Kunde, customer, becomes Kunden. Now look at the complete sentence. Die Mitarbeiterin ruft den Kunden am Nachmittag zurück. The employee calls the customer back in the afternoon. The noun cannot stay in its basic form. We need den Kunden, not den Kunde. Now let's take der Kollege, the colleague. In the Akkusativ, den Kollegen, the colleague. For example, ich treffe den neuen Kollegen nach der Besprechung. I am meeting the new colleague after the meeting. Here again, the article shows the Akkusativ, but the noun also changes. Kollege becomes Kollegen. Now look at der Student, the student. In the Akkusativ, den Studenten, the student. For example, die Professorin begrüßt den Studenten vor der Prüfung. The professor greets the student before the exam. This time, the noun takes en, so Student becomes Studenten. Now, one more example. Der Mensch, the human being or person. In the Akkusativ, den Menschen, the person. Look at die Erfahrung verändert den Menschen oft stärker als erwartet. Experience often changes a person more than expected. Again, the accusative form needs both parts to be correct, the article, den, and the changed noun form, Menschen. So the important pattern on this page is do not stop after changing the article. With an Endeklination noun, you also need to check the noun ending. So we get der Kunde becomes den Kunden, the customer. Der Kollege becomes den Kollegen, the colleague. Der Student becomes den Studenten, the student. And der Mensch becomes den Menschen, the person. The practical question is this noun an Endeklination noun and is it in the accusative? If yes, change the article and make sure the noun also has the correct en or n ending. That is what makes the complete accusative form correct.
Perfect. Now let's focus on Endeklination, Enddeclension, in the dative. The basic idea is the same as in the accusative. With these special masculine nouns, the article changes and the noun itself also gets its Enddeklination ending. Let's begin with der Kunde, the customer. In the dative, we get dem Kunden, to the customer. Notice both parts. Der, the, changes to dem, the, and Kunde, customer, becomes Kunden. Now look at a complete sentence. Die Service-Mitarbeiterin hilft dem Kunden bei der Online-Bestellung. The service employee helps the customer with the online order. Here, the correct form is dem Kunden, not dem Kunde. Changing the article is not enough. The noun needs its ending too. Now look at der Kollege, the colleague. In the dative, dem Kollegen, to the colleague. For example, wir sprechen heute mit dem Kollegen über das neue Projekt. We are talking with the colleague today about the new project. The preposition mit, with, requires the dative, and because Kollege is an Enddeklination noun, it becomes Kollegen. Now let's take der Student, the student. In the dative, dem Studenten, to the student. Look at die Bibliothekarin empfiehlt dem Studenten ein digitales Dörcherbuch. The librarian recommends a digital dictionary to the student. Here again, the article is dem,
and the noun takes en, so Student becomes Studentin. Now, one more example. Der Mensch, the human being, person. In the dative, dem Menschen, to the person. For example, Musik kann dem Menschen in schwierigen Momenten helfen. Music can help a person in difficult moments. Again, the noun cannot stay in its basic form. We need Menschen with en, so the dative pattern is very clear. Der Kunde to dem Kunden, the customer. Der Kollege to dem Kollegen, the colleague. Der Student to dem Studenten, the student. And der Mensch to dem Menschen, the person. The important habit is, when you recognize an N-Deklination noun in the dative, check two things. First, is the article in the correct dative form? And second, does the noun have its correct en or n ending? So do not stop at dem. Check what comes after it too. With these nouns, the complete form needs both changes, the dative article and the changed noun ending.
Great! Now let's focus on one very useful group inside die N-Deklination, the N-Declension. These nouns have something easy to recognize. Their basic form ends in e. And when they change outside the nominative singular, they normally add just n. So, visually, the pattern is simple. Word ending in e plus n. Let's begin with der Kunde, the customer. The noun already ends in e. So, in the accusative, we get den Kunden, the customer. And in the dative, dem Kunden, to the customer. The noun change is simply Kunde to Kunden, customer to customer with the N-Declension ending. Now look at a complete example. Der Verkäufer begrüßt den Kunden freundlich. The salesperson greets the customer in a friendly way. Here, Kunden has the added n. Now let's take der Kollege, the colleague. The same visual pattern appears again. Kollege to Kollegen, colleague to colleague with the N-Declension ending. So in accusative, den Kollegen, the colleague. And in dative, dem Kollegen, to the colleague. For example, die Chefin spricht nach dem Termin mit dem Kollegen. The manager speaks with the colleague after the appointment. Again, the basic word ends in e, and we add only n. Now look at der Junge, the boy. The change is Junge to Jungen, boy to boy with the N-Declension ending. So we get den Jungen, the boy, and dem Jungen, to the boy. For example, die Nachbarin gibt dem Jungen seinen verlorenen Ball zurück. The neighbor gives the boy his lost ball back. So all three nouns follow the same visual pattern. Kunde to Kunden, Kollege to Kollegen, and Junge to Jungen. The important shortcut is these nouns already end in a, so we do not add an
as a completely new ending. We simply add n to the existing basic form. That gives us Kunde plus n equals Kunden. Kollege plus n equals Kollegin. And Junge plus n equals Jungen. So when you see a masculine n-declension noun ending in a, outside the nominative singular, look for an added n. The pattern is small, but once you see it, these forms become much easier to recognize and build correctly.
Well done. Now, let's look at another important group inside n-Deklination, n-declension. On the previous page, we focused on nouns ending in e, which normally add n. Now we have a different visual pattern. Some common n-Deklination nouns take en outside the nominative singular. Let's begin with der Student, the student. In the Akkusativ, we get den Studenten, the student. And in the Dativ, dem Studenten, to the student. So the noun change is Student to Studenten. Student to student with the n-Deklination ending. Look at a complete example. Das Unternehmen lädt den Studenten zu einem Vorstellungsgespräch ein. The company invites the student to a job interview. Here, the basic form, Student, cannot stay unchanged. We need Studenten with en. Now look at der Mensch, the human being, person. The pattern is similar. Mensch to Menschen. Person to person with the n-Deklination ending. So in the Akkusativ, den Menschen, the person. And in the Dativ, dem Menschen, to the person. For example, ein ehrliches Gespräch kann einem Menschen neue Hoffnung geben. An honest conversation can give a person new hope. Here, einem Menschen to a person shows the same en pattern. So these two nouns give us a clear visual group. Student to Studenten and Mensch to Menschen. But now we need one important special case. Der Herr, the gentleman. This noun also belongs to n-Deklination, but its singular forms look different. Instead of adding en, we add only n. So, Herr to Herrn, gentleman to gentleman with the n-Deklination ending. In the Akkusativ, den Herrn, the gentleman, and in the Dativ, dem Herrn, to the gentleman. You will often see this form before a surname. For example, Herr Neumann, Mr. Neumann, becomes Herrn Neumann, Mr. Neumann outside the nominative. Look at Die Rezeptionistin ruft Herrn Neumann sofort an. The receptionist calls Mr. Neumann immediately. And in another situation, Ich spreche später mit Herrn Neumann. I will speak with Mr. Neumann later. In both sentences, the form is Herrn Neumann. So keep the contrast clear. Student to Studenten, Mensch to Menschen, but Herr to Herrn. The first two show en. The special noun Herr takes only n. So the useful habit is learn these nouns with their changed form. Der Student to Studenten, der Mensch to Menschen, and der Herr to Herrn.
Once the changed form becomes familiar, you will recognize these N-Deklination nouns much more quickly inside real sentences.
Excellent! Now let's look at one of the easiest places to get confused with N-Deklination, N-Deklanchen. Sometimes a singular N-Deklination noun looks exactly like its plural form. So the noun ending alone does not always tell us whether we are talking about one person or several people. Look at der Student, the student. The plural form is die Studenten, the students. Now compare these two phrases. Dem Studenten, to the student, and den Studenten, to the students. The noun itself looks the same, Studenten, but the article shows us the difference. Dem here points to one student in the dative, while dem points here to several students in the dative. Look at the complete sentences. Die Beraterin hilft dem Studenten bei seiner Bewerbung. The advisor helps the student with his application. Here, dem Studenten means one student. Now compare, die Beraterin hilft den Studenten bei ihren Bewerbungen. The advisor helps the students with their applications. The noun form Studenten did not change, but the article and the context tell us that we now mean more than one person. We can see the same issue in the Akkusativ. Look at Ich sehe den Studenten vor der Bibliothek. I see the student in front of the library. Here, den Studenten means one student. But now look at Ich sehe die Studenten vor der Mensa. I see the students in front of the cafeteria. Again, the noun is Studenten in both sentences, but den shows accusative singular, while die shows plural. So the important lesson is, do not look only at n or n. The ending may look the same in singular and plural. Instead, check the article, check the case, and check the meaning of the whole sentence. For example, dem Studenten, one student in the dative. Den Studenten can mean several students in the dative, and it can also be one student in the accusative. So context matters. The noun ending gives you one clue, but the article often gives you the clue that solves the puzzle. That is why with N-Deklination, you should read the whole noun phrase, not only the noun. Singular or plural? Look carefully at the article and let the context confirm the meaning. Brilliant! Now let's build a practical method for spotting an N-Deklination, N-Deklension noun. The first thing to remember is, do not decide from the ending alone. Start with the noun itself. Step 1. Ask, is the noun masculine? Most nouns in this pattern use der, the, in the nominative singular, nominative singular. If the noun is not masculine, it does not belong to the normal N-Deklination pattern we are learning here. Now, step 2. Ask, is this noun one of the nouns that follows N-Deklination? Some nouns give us useful clues, Many describe people or living beings, and some have common endings that appear frequently in this group. But be careful. Being masculine does not automatically mean the noun follows en declinación. So the safest habit is to learn the changed form with the noun. Look at der Journalist, the journalist. This noun belongs to the pattern. So in the Akkusativ, we get den Journalisten, the journalist. And in the Dativ, dem Journalisten, to the journalist. Now, step 3. Check the case. Are we still in the nominative singular? If yes, the noun normally keeps its basic form. But if the noun is in the Akkusativ or Dativ, check whether it needs n or en. So the decision path is masculine noun, yes, en declination noun, yes, outside the nominative singular, yes, then check the noun ending. Does it have the correct n or en form? Now there is one very important word you should always keep in mind. Der Name, the name. This word is extremely common, but its changed form is easy to forget. In the Akkusativ, den Namen, the name, and in the Dativ, dem Namen, to the name. So do not say den Name or dem Name. The noun itself must change. This is a very useful word to memorize as a complete package. Der Name, then den Namen, and dem Namen. So, when you meet a masculine noun inside a sentence, use this practical path. First, identify the noun. Second, ask whether it belongs to en declinación. Third, check the case. And finally, check the ending on the noun itself. That's the key habit. Do not look only at the article. Do not look only at the position. Look at the complete noun phrase. Noun, case, and ending. Once these 3 clues work together, spotting an en declinación noun becomes much easier.
That's it. Now let's read some en declination, en declension, nouns inside complete real-life sentences. The goal here is not to learn another new rule. We are going to identify 3 things. What is the en declination noun? Which case is it in? And what happened to the noun ending? Let's begin with a noun in the nominative singular. Der Experte erklärt die neue Sicherheitsregel. The expert explains the new safety rule. The noun is der Experte, the expert. Here, this noun is the person doing the action, so it stands in the nominative singular. And because the nominative singular keeps the basic form, we simply have Experte, expert. No extra ending is added. Now look at a sentence in the Akkusativ. Die Journalistin interviewt den Präsidenten nach der Konferenz. The journalist interviews the president after the conference. The en declination noun is der Präsident, the president. But inside this sentence, we see den Präsidenten, the president. The noun stands in the Akkusativ, so Präsident becomes Präsidenten. The noun takes en. Now let's move to the Dativ. Ein Mitarbeiter hilft dem Touristen am Fahrkartenautomaten. An employee helps the tourist at the ticket machine. The basic noun is der Tourist, the tourist. But here the sentence contains dem Touristen, to the tourist. The noun stands in the Dativ, so Tourist becomes Touristen. Again, we see en. Now look at one more example. Die Tierärztin gibt dem Elefanten ein neues Medikament. The veterinarian gives the elephant a new medication. The basic form is der Elefant, the elephant. Inside the sentence, we see dem Elefanten, to the elephant. This noun stands in the Dativ, so Elefant becomes Elefanten, with en. Now compare what we have seen. In the nominative singular, der Experte stays in the basic form. In the Akkusativ, den Präsidenten shows the changed noun form. And in the Dativ, dem Touristen and dem Elefanten also show the N-Deklination ending. So when you read a longer sentence, do not look only at the article. Find the noun, identify the case, then check the noun ending. Your mini reference is simple. Nominative singular, basic form. Accusative and dative, often n or en. That is the practical way to read N-Deklination inside real German sentences without guessing from the noun ending alone.
Great job! Now it's time to begin Unit 3, Prepositions, Place, and Time. In this unit, we will learn how German talks about where something is, where someone is going, and when something happens. We will explore important prepositions and learn how to use them naturally in real German sentences. So, let's get started. Great progress! Now let's begin with the central idea behind dative prepositions. In German, some prepositions always require the dative. This means the preposition itself decides the case of the element connected to it. So the basic package is preposition plus dative. You do not need to look for a receiver, a beneficiary, or one of the dative verbs from the previous unit. Here, the reason is simpler. The preposition requires the dative. Imagine that a preposition connects itself to a person, a place, or another noun phrase. If that preposition belongs to this group, the element connected to it must appear in its dative form. This can affect different parts of the phrase. The article may change, a pronoun may change, and sometimes you will see a very common short form. But the starting point is always the same. First, recognize the preposition. Then remember, this preposition requires the dative. So instead of learning only the meaning of a preposition, it is useful to learn the grammar pattern with it. Think of it as one complete package. Preposition plus dative. The preposition tells us which case we need, and the words connected to it take the correct dative form. On the next page, we will first see what happens to the article after one of these prepositions. Then, the different prepositions themselves will become much easier to understand inside real sentences. Nice work! Before we learn the individual dative prepositions, let's first see what happens to the article after them. The key idea is simple. A dative preposition requires a dative form. So the article connected to the noun must also change. Let's begin with masculine nouns.
the basic article, der, the, changes to dem. So after a dative preposition, you may see mit dem Nachbarn, with the neighbor. The important form here is dem. Now look at feminine nouns. The article, die, the, changes to der. For example, bei der Ärztin, at the doctor's or with the doctor. So the feminine dative form is der. Now let's take a neuter noun. The article, das, the, also changes to dem. For example, aus dem Büro, from the office. So masculine and neuter nouns share the same dative article, dem. Now look at the plural. The plural article, die, the, changes to den. For example, von den Eltern, from the parents. So the definite article map is masculine, der to dem, feminine, die to der, neuter, das to dem, and plural, die to den. Now look briefly at indefinite articles. With a masculine or neuter noun, ein, a or an, becomes einem. For example, mit einem Kollegen, with a colleague. And with a feminine noun, eine, a or an, becomes einer. For example, bei einer Freundin, at a female friend's place or with a female friend. So when you meet a dative preposition, do not keep the original article form. The preposition pulls the noun phrase into the dative, and the article must show that change. The most important forms to recognize are dem, der, den, einem, and einer. You do not need to memorize the prepositions yet on this page. For now, remember one connection: dative preposition, then dative article. Once this pattern is clear, forms like mit dem, bei der, and von den will make much more sense when we meet the full list of prepositions.
Very good. Now let's meet our first 4 Dativpräpositionen. Mit, with, nach, to or after, aus, from or out of, and bei, at, with. All 4 require the dative. So whenever one of these prepositions connects to a noun phrase, the article must appear in its dative form. Let's begin with mit. We use it when someone or something accompanies us. For example, Lea fährt mit ihrer Mitbewohnerin zum Möbelhaus. Leah is going to the furniture store with her flatmate. Here, mit ihrer Mitbewohnerin, with her flatmate, shows the person who accompanies Leah. And because the phrase follows mit, we use the dative form, ihrer Mitbewohnerin. We can also use this preposition for a means of transport or a tool. For example, mit dem Zug, by train. So the main idea is together with someone or using something. Now let's move to nach. This preposition has 2 very common uses. First, it can express a destination, especially with cities and many countries. Look at morgen fliegen wir nach Wien. Tomorrow we are flying to Vienna. Here, nach Wien, to Vienna, shows the destination. Notice that there is no article in this phrase, but the preposition still belongs to the dative group. The second common meaning is after. For example, nach dem Unterricht, after the lesson. Here we clearly see the dative article dem. So with nach, the context tells us whether the meaning is to or after. Now let's look at aus. This preposition often describes movement from inside to outside, or where someone or something comes from. Look at Die Kinder kommen gerade aus dem Schwimmbad. The children are just coming out of the swimming pool. The phrase is aus dem Schwimmbad, out of the swimming pool. The article dem shows the dative. We can also use aus to talk about origin. For example, Frau Rossi kommt aus Italien. Miss Rossi comes from Italy. So the central idea is from inside something or from a place of origin. And finally, bei. This preposition often tells us that someone is at someone, at a company or institution, or connected to a situation or activity. Look at Am Wochenende übernachten wir bei unseren Verwandten. At the weekend, we are staying with our relatives. Here, bei unseren Verwandten, with our relatives, at our relatives' place, shows where we are staying. And unseren Verwandten appears in the dative. Another useful phrase is bei der Bank, at the bank. So with bei, think about being at or with someone or somewhere. Now let's put the four meanings next to each other. Mit, company or means, nach, destination or after, aus, from or out of, and bei, at or with. The meanings are different, but the grammar connection is the same. Each preposition requires the dative. So when you see one of these four, first understand the meaning, then check the form that comes with it. Mit ihrer Mitbewohnerin, nach dem Unterricht, aus dem Schwimmbad, and bei unseren Verwandten. Different situations, same case pattern. Preposition plus dative. Excellent. Now let's look at the second group of dative prepositions. Von, from, by, zu, to, seit, since, for, and gegenüber, opposite or across from. All four require the dative. So the meaning changes from one preposition to another, but the grammar package stays the same. Preposition plus dative. Let's begin with von. We often use it for a source, an origin, or the person something comes from. Look at Ich habe die Nachricht von meinem Kollegen bekommen. I got the message from my colleague. Here, von meinem Kollegen, from my colleague, shows the source of the message. And because the phrase follows von, we use the dative form meinem Kollegen. Now let's move to zu. This preposition often shows movement toward a person, a place, or a destination that is not expressed with nach. Look at Nach dem Abendkurs fährt Sophia zu ihren Eltern. After the evening course, Sophia goes to her parents' place. Here, zu ihren Eltern, to her parents' place, shows the destination. And again, the noun phrase appears in the dative.
Now let's look at seit. This preposition connects a starting point in the past with a situation that continues until now. Look at Seit einem Jahr arbeitet Amir in einer Autowerkstatt. Amir has been working in a car workshop for 1 year. The phrase is seit einem Jahr, for 1 year or since 1 year ago. Here, einem Jahr stands in the dative. So, with seit, think about something that started earlier and still continues now. And now the special one, gegenüber. This preposition usually expresses position on the opposite side, and very often we see it after the noun or pronoun. Look at Das Hotel liegt dem Museum gegenüber. The hotel is opposite the museum. Here, dem Museum gegenüber, opposite the museum, is the common postposition pattern. So, the student should get used to seeing noun or pronoun plus gegenüber. For example, die Frau sitzt mir gegenüber. The woman is sitting opposite me. Here, mir gegenüber, opposite me, shows the same idea. You can also see gegenüber before the noun. For example, gegenüber dem Museum, opposite the museum. But the form after the noun or pronoun is very common, so it is important to recognize it early. Now let's place the 4 meanings next to each other. Von, source or from someone, zu, movement to a person or place, seit, starting point in the past up to now, gegenüber, opposite or across from. Different meanings, same grammar pattern. Each one requires the dative. So, when you see von meinem Kollegen zu ihren Eltern seit einem Jahr or dem Museum gegenüber, first understand the meaning, then remember the package, preposition plus dative.
Good job! Now let's see what happens when a dative preposition is followed by a pronoun. The basic idea is simple. We do not use just any pronoun form. The pronoun must appear in the dative. So instead of thinking only about the preposition, learn the 2 parts together. Preposition plus dative pronoun. The most important pronoun forms are mir, me to me, dir, you to you, im, him to him, ihr, her to her, uns, us to us, euch, you to you plural, ihnen, them to them, and the formal form ihnen, you to you formal. Now let's see how these forms work with prepositions. Look at Kommst du heute mit mir? Are you coming with me today? The preposition is mit, with, and the pronoun is mir. So the complete phrase is mit mir, with me. Now look at Kann ich morgen bei dir arbeiten? Can I work at your place tomorrow? Here, bei dir, at your place, with you, uses the dative pronoun dir. Now another example. Ich habe den Tipp von ihm bekommen. I got the tip from him. The phrase von ihm, from him, shows the same pattern. Dative preposition, then dative pronoun. We can also say, nach der Besprechung gehe ich zu ihr.
after the meeting, I am going to her place. Here, zu ihr, to her place, uses ihr. Now look at a plural form. Der neue Trainer arbeitet seit 2 Wochen mit uns. The new coach has been working with us for 2 weeks. The phrase mit uns, with us, contains the dative pronoun uns. And the same principle works with euch and ihnen. For example, ich spreche später mit euch. I will speak with you all later. And die Nachricht kommt von ihnen. The message comes from them. Now, remember our special preposition gegenüber? Opposite, across from? With pronouns, it very often comes after the pronoun. Look at der Mann sitzt ihr gegenüber. The man is sitting opposite her. So the natural phrase is ihr gegenüber, opposite her. You may also see euch gegenüber, opposite you, toward you, or ihnen gegenüber, opposite them, toward them. So the practical pattern is clear. Dative preposition requires a dative pronoun. That gives us useful combinations like mit mir, bei dir, von ihm, zu ihr, mit uns, and euch gegenüber. The preposition stays the same, but the pronoun must have the correct dative form. Once these combinations become familiar, you will recognize and use them much more naturally in everyday German.
Perfect. Now let's look at 4 very common short forms with dative prepositions. These appear when a dative preposition is followed by a definite article. So instead of saying the full form every time, German often uses a shorter everyday form. The first one is zu dem, to the. This usually becomes zum, to the. For example, wir müssen heute noch zum Arzt. We still need to go to the doctor today. So in everyday German, people normally say zum Arzt, not the full long form. The second one is zu der, to the. This becomes zur, to the. For example, meine Nachbarin fährt jeden Morgen zur Arbeit. My neighbor goes to work every morning. So here we use zur Arbeit. The third short form is von dem, from the. This becomes vom, from the. For example, ich komme gerade vom Bahnhof. I am just coming from the station. So the natural phrase is vom Bahnhof. And the fourth one is bei dem, at the or with the. This becomes beim, at the or during the. For example, beim Frühstück höre ich oft einen Podcast. During breakfast, I often listen to a podcast. And another very common phrase is beim Arzt, at the doctor's. So now we have the 4 important short forms. Zu dem becomes zum, zu der becomes zur, von dem becomes vom, and bei dem becomes beim. The important point is, these short forms are not strange special versions. They are usually the natural everyday form when they are possible. So when you see zum Arzt, zur Arbeit, vom Bahnhof, or beim Frühstück, you should immediately recognize the full meaning behind them. Short form, same preposition, same dative connection, just a more natural everyday shape.
Nice work. Now let's read dative prepositions inside complete real-life sentences. We are not learning a new rule here. We are going to identify 2 things. Which preposition do we see, and what dative form is connected to it? Let's begin with a definite article. Der Techniker kommt mit dem neuen Router ins Büro. The technician comes into the office with the new router.
The preposition is mit, with, and the dative phrase is mit dem neuen Router, with the new router. The noun, Router, router, is masculine, so after mit, we see the dative article dem. Now look at an indefinite article. Seit einer Woche wartet Elena auf ihre Bestellung. Elena has been waiting for her order for a week. The preposition is seit, since, for, and the dative phrase is seit einer Woche, for a week. Here, eine, one, is the feminine dative form, so the preposition and the article work together as expected. Now let's use a pronoun. Kannst du morgen bei mir vorbeikommen? Can you come by my place tomorrow? The preposition is bei, at, with, and the connected form is bei mir, at my place, with me. This time, there is no article. The dative information is carried directly by the pronoun, mir, me, or to me. Now look at a short form. Die Kinder kommen gerade vom Sportplatz zurück. The children are just coming back from the sports field. The important form is vom, from the. This is the short form of von dem, from the. So, vom Sportplatz, from the sports field, still contains the same dative connection. The form is simply shorter and more natural. And finally, let's look again at gegenüber, opposite or across from. Look at Die Apotheke liegt dem Rathaus gegenüber. The pharmacy is opposite the town hall. Here, the dative phrase is dem Rathaus gegenüber, opposite the town hall. Notice the position. The noun phrase comes first, and gegenüber comes after it. This is a very common pattern with this preposition. So now compare the 5 structures. Mit dem neuen Router, definite article. Seit einer Woche, indefinite article. Bei mir, pronoun. Vom Sportplatz, short form. And dem Rathaus gegenüber, noun phrase that comes after preposition. They look different, but the checking method stays simple. First, find the preposition. Then, look at the form connected to it. Is it a dative article, a dative pronoun, a short form, or, in the case of gegenüber, a noun phrase that appears before the preposition? Once you recognize those 2 parts, reading dative prepositions inside longer sentences becomes much easier and much more automatic.
Exactly. Now let's bring the 8 dative prepositions into one clear visual map. The goal here is not to add a new rule. The goal is to keep the whole system easy to see and easy to remember. Let's begin with the full list. Mit, with. Nach, to, after. Aus, from, out of. Bei, at, with. Von, from, by. Zu, to. Seit, since, for. And gegenüber, opposite, across from. These 8 prepositions all share the same grammar idea. They require the dative, so it is useful to learn each one as one package, preposition plus dative. Now let's add the first small key, article form. After a dative preposition, the article changes. Der to dem, die to der, das to dem, die Plural to den. And with indefinite articles, we often see ein to einem and eine to eine. So when you read a phrase like mit dem Kollegen, with the colleague, or seit einer Woche, for a week,
you can immediately recognize the dative form. Now the second key, pronoun form. After these prepositions, we use dative pronouns. Mir, me, to me. Dir, you, to you. Ihm, him, to him. Ihr, her, to her. Uns, us, to us. Euch, you, to you plural. Ihnen, them, to them. And ihnen, you, to you formal. So we get natural combinations like mit mir, with me, bei dir, at your place, with you, and von ihnen, from them. Now the third key, short forms. Some very common dative combinations often appear in a shorter everyday form. Zu dem to zum. Zu der to zur. Von dem to vom, and bei dem to beim. These short forms are not unusual. They are usually the natural form in everyday German. So phrases like zum Arzt, to the doctor, zur Arbeit, to work, vom Bahnhof, from the station, and beim Frühstück, during breakfast, should feel completely normal to you. Now, one final mini reminder for gegenüber. This preposition often comes after the noun or pronoun. For example, dem Supermarkt gegenüber, opposite the supermarket, or mir gegenüber, opposite me. So when you read it, do not be surprised if the noun comes first and gegenüber comes after it. So the whole map becomes simple. 8 prepositions, 1 shared pattern. Preposition plus dative. Then remember the 3 small helpers: article form, pronoun form, and short forms. If you keep those 4 pieces together, the preposition, the dative form, the pronoun form, and the short form, these structures become much easier to recognize and use naturally.
Great! Now let's begin with the central idea behind accusative prepositions. In German, some prepositions always require the accusative. This means the preposition itself decides the case of the word or phrase connected to it. So the basic package is preposition plus accusative. Here, you do not choose the case because of the verb, and you do not need to search for a direct object first. The reason is simply the preposition requires the accusative. Imagine that a preposition connects itself to a person, a thing, a place, or a pronoun. If that preposition belongs to this special group, the connected element must appear in its accusative form. This can affect the article, the pronoun, and sometimes you will also see a common short form. But the starting point is always the same. First, recognize the preposition, then remember this preposition requires the accusative. So, instead of learning only what a preposition means, learn its grammar pattern at the same time. Think of it as one complete package: preposition plus accusative. The preposition gives us the case, and the words connected to it must show the correct form. On the next page, we will first see what happens to the article after one of these prepositions.
Then the individual accusative prepositions will be much easier to recognize and use inside real sentences.
Very good. Before we learn the individual accusative prepositionen, let's first see what happens to the article after them. The key idea is, an accusative preposition requires an accusative form. And the clearest change appears with masculine nouns. Let's begin with the definite articles. For a masculine noun, der, the, changes to den. Look at the pattern. Der Mantel to den Mantel. The coat. So, after an accusative preposition, you may see für den Mantel, for the coat. The important change is der to den. Now look at a feminine noun, die. The stays die. For example, die Einladung to ohne die Einladung. The invitation without the invitation. The article does not look different, but the phrase is still in the accusative because the preposition requires it. Now let's take a neuter noun, das. The also stays das. Look at das Zentrum to durch das Zentrum. The city center through the city center. Again, the article form looks unchanged, but grammatically the phrase is in the accusative. And with plural nouns, die also stays die. For example, die Regeln to gegen die Regeln. The rules against the rules. So the definite article map is masculine, der to den, feminine, die to die, neuter, das to das, plural, die to die. This shows us something important. With definite articles, the visible change happens mainly in the masculine form. Now let's look briefly at indefinite articles. With a masculine noun, ein, an, changes to einen. For example, ein Termin to ohne einen Termin. An appointment without an appointment. This is another very important visible change. Ein to einen. Now look at a feminine noun, eine. An stays eine. For example, eine Reservierung to für eine Reservierung. A reservation for a reservation. And with a neuter noun, ein stays ein. Look at ein Gebäude to durch ein Gebäude. A building through a building. So the indefinite article map is masculine, ein to einen, feminine, eine to eine, neuter, ein to ein. The most useful shortcut for this page is watch the masculine forms, den and einen. These are the clearest changes you will see. But be careful, if an article looks exactly the same, that does not mean the case stayed the same. The preposition still requires the accusative. The form simply does not show a visible change. So, when you meet an accusative preposition, remember this connection. Preposition, then accusative article. And pay special attention to the masculine forms, den and einen.
Once this pattern is clear, the examples on the next pages will be much easier to read and understand.
Great! Now let's look at our first three accusative Präpositionen. Für, vor, ohne, without, and durch, through. All three require the accusative. So when you see one of these prepositions, the word or phrase after it must appear in the accusative form. Let's begin with für. We often use it to show who something is for or who benefits from something. Look at Ich kaufe für meinen Bruder ein neues Ladekabel. I am buying a new charging cable for my brother. The important phrase is für meinen Bruder, for my brother. Here, meinen Bruder, my brother, stands after für, so it appears in the accusative form. With für, think about for a person, for a purpose, or intended for someone. Now let's move to ohne. This preposition shows that something is missing or that an action happens without a person or thing. Look at Wir können ohne einen Termin nicht ins Konsulat gehen. We cannot go to the consulate without an appointment. The key phrase is ohne einen Termin, without an appointment. Here, einen Termin, an appointment, comes after ohne, so it also appears in the accusative form. With ohne, the basic idea is simple. Something is absent or not included. Now let's look at durch. This preposition often shows movement through a place from one side to another. Look at Am Sonntag spazieren wir durch den Schlosspark. On Sunday, we are walking through the Palace Park. The important phrase is durch den Schlosspark, through the Palace Park. Here, den Schlosspark, the Palace Park, follows durch, so it stands in the accusative form. With durch, think about moving through a space. Now let's put the three meanings next to each other. Für, for, ohne, without, and durch, through. The meanings are different, but the grammar pattern is the same. Each preposition requires the accusative. So when you see für meinen Bruder, ohne einen Termin, or durch den Schlosspark, first understand the meaning, then notice the form that comes after the preposition. That is the main pattern for this page. Preposition plus accusative. Different situations, same case connection. Excellent. Now let's look at the second group of accusative prepositions. Gegen, against or around approximately. Around or at. And bis, until or up to. All three require the accusative. So when you see one of these prepositions, the word or phrase after it must appear in the accusative form. Let's begin with gegen. We often use it for opposition or movement towards something. Look at Die Mannschaft spielt heute gegen den Tabellenführer. The team is playing against the league leader today. The important phrase is gegen den Tabellenführer, against the league leader. Here, den Tabellenführer stands after gegen, so it appears in the accusative form. This preposition can also express an approximate time. For example, gegen 8 Uhr, at around 8 o'clock. So with gegen, think against or around approximately. Now let's move to
This preposition often gives us a time or movement around something. Look at Der Zug fährt 7 Uhr ab. The train leaves at 7 o'clock. Here, 7 Uhr, at 7 o'clock, shows the time. Now look at another use. Die Kinder laufen den Brunnen. The children are running around the fountain. The important phrase is den Brunnen, around the fountain. Here, den Brunnen stands after so it appears in the accusative form. So with think at for time or around for movement around a place. Now let's look at bis. This preposition often shows an endpoint in time or space. Look at Wir bleiben bis nächste Woche in Leipzig. We are staying in Leipzig until next week. Here, the key phrase is bis nächste Woche, until next week. Notice something important with bis. With bis, we often do not see an article at all. For example, bis Montag, until Monday, or bis nächste Woche, until next week. That is a very common pattern. But sometimes bis appears together with another preposition. For example, bis an die Küste, up to the coast, or bis zu den Umkleiden, up to the changing rooms. In these combinations, bis does not decide the form alone. The second preposition is the one that controls what comes after it. So in bis an die Küste, an determines the form, and in bis zu den Umkleiden, zu determines the form. Now let's place the three meanings next to each other. Gegen, against, or around approximately. At, or around. Bis, until, or up to. The meanings are different, but the grammar pattern is the same when the preposition directly takes its phrase. It works with the accusative. So when you see gegen den Tabellenführer, den Brunnen, or bis nächste Woche, first understand the meaning, then notice the form that comes after the preposition, and keep one special note in your mind. Bis often appears without an article, and when it joins another preposition, the second preposition determines the form after it. That is the key pattern for this page. Different meanings, same preposition idea, and one important warning for bis.
Nice work! Now, let's see what happens when an accusative preposition is followed by a pronoun. The basic idea is simple. We cannot use just any pronoun form. The pronoun connected to the preposition must appear in the accusative. So, the pattern is accusative preposition plus accusative pronoun. The important pronouns forms are mich, me, dich, you, ihn, him, sie, her or them, es, it, uns, us, euch, you, plural, and the formal form sie, you, formal. Let's see these forms inside natural sentences. Look at Diese Nachricht ist nur für mich. This message is only for me. The preposition is für, for, and the pronoun is mich. So the complete phrase is für mich. The pronoun ich, I, cannot stay in its basic form after this preposition. We need mich. Now look at Ohne dich hätte ich das Problem nicht so schnell gelöst. Without you, I would not have solved the problem so quickly.
The important phrase is ohne dich. The basic pronoun du, you, changes to dich after ohne. Now, another example. Durch ihn habe ich von der freien Stelle erfahren. Through him, I found out about the available position. Here, durch ihn shows the same pattern. The basic pronoun he, becomes ihn after the preposition. Now look at unsere Mannschaft spielt morgen gegen sie. Our team is playing against them tomorrow. The phrase is gegen sie. Here, sie can mean her or them. The context tells us which meaning is intended, but the pronoun form stays the same. Now let's use around. Look at plötzlich standen überall Menschen uns. Suddenly there were people all around us. The important phrase is uns. Here, wir, we, changes to uns. Now notice another useful example. Ich habe etwas für euch bereitet. I have prepared something for you all. The phrase is für euch. The basic pronoun ihr, you plural, becomes euch after the preposition. We can also say, ohne sie können wir die Präsentation nicht beginnen. Without them, we cannot begin the presentation. Here, ohne sie uses the same pronoun form we saw before. And with formal German, look at dieses Paket ist für Sie. This package is for you. Here, sie keeps the same written form, but because it follows für, it functions as an accusative pronoun. So now compare the most important changes. Ich changes to mich. Du into dich. Er becomes ihn. Sie remains sie. Es stays es. Wir becomes uns. Ihr changes to euch. And sie remains sie, formal. The most visible changes are especially mich, dich, and ihn. Other forms may look like before, but the grammar role has still changed. So, when you use an accusative preposition, do not choose the pronoun by translation alone. First, recognize the preposition, then use the correct accusative pronoun. That gives us natural combinations like für mich, ohne dich, durch ihn, gegen sie, uns, für euch, and für sie. Different prepositions, different meanings, but the same pronoun pattern. Accusative Präposition plus accusative pronoun.
Brilliant! Now let's look at 3 very common short forms with accusative Präpositionen. These forms appear when certain prepositions come together with das, the. Instead of keeping the 2 words separate, German often combines them into one shorter form. Let's begin with für, for. When für das, for the, comes together, we usually get fürs, for the. Look at wir planen schon etwas Besonderes fürs Wochenende. We are already planning something special for the weekend. The important phrase is fürs Wochenende. Here, fürs contains both für and das. So instead of saying the longer combination, German normally uses the shorter everyday form. Now let's move to durch, through. When durch das, through the, comes together, we get durchs, through the. For example, Durchs Fenster kommt heute viel Sonnenlicht. A lot of sunlight is coming through the window today. The key phrase is durchs Fenster. Again, the preposition and the article have become one word. Now let's look at around. When das, around the, comes together, we get around the. For example, nach dem Abendessen gehen wir noch einmal Haus. After dinner, we walk around the house once more. The important phrase is Haus. And another expression you may hear very often is Eck, around the corner. So the three important short forms are für das equals fürs, durch das equals durchs, and das equals ums. They all have the same basic idea. Preposition plus das can give us a common short form, fürs, durchs, and ums. Once you recognize these three combinations, they become very easy to understand in real German. Clear so far? Now let's read accusative prepositions inside complete real-life sentences. We are not learning a new rule here. We are going to check two things. Which preposition do we see, and what accusative form is connected to it? Let's begin with a definite article. Die Besucher gehen durch den Haupteingang ins Gebäude. The visitors enter the building through the main entrance. The preposition is durch, through. And the important phrase is durch den Haupteingang. Here, den shows the masculine accusative form of the definite article. So we can clearly see the connection. Preposition, then the correct accusative phrase. Now look at an indefinite article. Miriam sucht ein kleines Geschenk für einen Geburtstag. Miriam is looking for a small gift for a birthday. The preposition is für, for, and the connected phrase is für einen Geburtstag. Here, einen shows the masculine accusative form of the indefinite article. Now let's use a pronoun. Ohne mich könnt ihr schon mit dem Essen anfangen. You can start eating without me. The preposition is ohne, without, and the pronoun phrase is ohne mich. This time there is no article. The accusative form is carried directly by the pronoun, mich. Now look at a common short form. Die Kinder sammeln Geld fürs Ferienlager. The children are collecting money for the holiday camp. The important form is fürs, for the. This comes from für das. So the phrase fürs Ferienlager still contains the same accusative connection. The preposition and the article have simply become one shorter word. And finally, let's look at bis, until or up to. Look at Die Ausstellung bleibt bis Sonntag geöffnet. The exhibition remains open until Sunday. The important phrase is bis Sonntag. Here, bis appears without an article. That is a very common pattern with time expressions. So now compare the 5 structures. Durch den Haupteingang, definite article. Für einen Geburtstag, indefinite article. Ohne mich, pronoun. Fürs Ferienlager, short form. And bis Sonntag, without an article. They look different, but the checking method stays simple. First, find the preposition. Then, look at the form connected to it. Is it an article, a pronoun, a short form, or a phrase with no article after bis?
Once you recognize those two parts, reading accusative prepositions inside longer sentences becomes much easier and much more automatic.
That's it. Now let's bring the 6 Akkusativpräpositionen into one clear map. The goal here is not to learn another new rule. The goal is to see the whole system in one place. Let's begin with the 6 Präpositionen. Für, vor, ohne, without, durch, through, gegen, against, or around approximately, around or at, and bis, until or up to. When these prepositions directly connect to a noun phrase or pronoun, they work with the Akkusativ. So the basic package is Präposition plus Akkusativ. Now let's add the first key, article forms. With definite articles, the clearest visible change appears in the masculine form. Der to den, the to the. The other forms look the same. Die to die, das to das. And in the plural, die to die. With indefinite articles, the masculine form changes ein to einen, a to a, while eine to eine and ein to ein keep the same visible form. So the most important article forms to notice are den and einen. For example, gegen den Wind, against the wind, and ohne einen Ausweis, without an ID card. Now the second key, pronoun forms. After these Präpositionen, we use accusative pronouns. Mich, me, dich, you, ihn, him, sie, her or them, es, it, uns, us, euch, you all, and sie, you formal. So we can build natural combinations like für mich, for me, ohne euch, without you all, and gegen ihn, against him. Now the third key, short forms. Some combinations with das can become one shorter word. Für das to fürs, for the, durch das to durchs, through the, and das to ums, around the. So when you see fürs Konzert, for the concert, durchs Museum, through the museum, or ums Stadion, around the stadium, you are still seeing the same preposition and article combination, just in a shorter everyday form. And now one important reminder for bis. This preposition often appears without an article, especially with time expressions. For example, bis Freitag, until Friday, or bis morgen, until tomorrow. But bis can also appear together with another preposition. For example, bis zur Kreuzung, up to the intersection. Here, zu, to, is the preposition that determines the case of the phrase after it. So the complete map is now clear. 6 common prepositionen, article forms, pronoun forms, short forms, and one special note for
bis. The checking method stays simple. First, find the preposition, then look at the form connected to it. Is it an article, a pronoun, a short form, or a phrase with no article after bis? Once these four keys are familiar, accusative prepositionen become much easier to recognize and much more natural to use.
Great! Now let's begin with a special group of German prepositions. They are called Wechselpräpositionen, two-way prepositions. What makes this group different is that the same preposition can work with Dativ or Akkusativ. So, unlike the prepositions we learned before, the case is not always fixed from the beginning. A Wechselpräposition can appear with Dativ in one situation and with Akkusativ in another situation. The important point is the preposition itself does not change. What changes is the situation and the form connected to it. There are 9 important Wechselpräpositionen. Let's meet them. In or into, an, at, on or to, auf, on or onto, unter, under or below, über, over or above, vor, in front of or before, hinter, behind, neben, next to or beside, and zwischen, between. These 9 prepositions belong to one complete system, so you do not need to treat them as 9 separate grammar problems. The first thing to remember is simply each one can connect to a dative phrase or to an accusative phrase. The choice depends on what is happening in the situation. So when you see one of these prepositions, do not immediately think, this one always takes one specific case. Instead, first recognize that it belongs to the Wechselpräpositionen group. Then ask, what is happening in this situation? That meaning will help us decide which case we need. On the next page, we will learn the central question that makes this whole system much easier to understand. Once that question is clear, these 9 prepositions will stop looking like a long list and start working as one logical system.
Very good. Now we come to the central question behind Wechselpräpositionen, two-way prepositions. The choice between Dativ and Akkusativ depends on what the sentence is expressing. The first question is wo, where. We use wo when we ask about a location. Someone or something is already in a place. There is no change to a new position. In this situation, we use Dativ. Look at Ich bin in der Küche. I am in the kitchen. The sentence answers wo. The location is already clear. I am in the kitchen. So, in der Küche is a dative phrase. Now compare that with the second question. Wohin? Where to? We use wohin when someone or something moves toward a new place or changes its position. In this situation, we use Akkusativ. Look at Ich gehe in die Küche. I am going into the kitchen. Here, the person is not simply at a location, the destination is the kitchen. So the sentence answers wohin. And in die Küche is an accusative phrase. Now compare the two sentences. Ich bin in der Küche answers wo, so we use Dativ. Ich gehe in die Küche answers wohin, so we use Akkusativ.
The preposition in/into, stays the same. What changes is the situation and the case connected to it. Let's see the same idea with another Wechselpräposition. Look at Das Bild hängt an der Wand. The picture is hanging on the wall. The picture already has a fixed location, so we ask wo, and we use Dativ. Now look at Ich hänge das Bild an die Wand. I am hanging the picture on the wall. This time, the picture changes from one position to a new position on the wall. So we ask wohin, and we use Akkusativ. Notice the contrast. An der Wand describes the location, while an die Wand shows the destination of the change. So the key system is simple. Wo, location, Dativ. Wohin, direction or change of location, Akkusativ. But remember one important point. Movement alone does not automatically mean Akkusativ. The real question is, does the action lead to a new position? If we are describing where something is, think wo and Dativ. If we are describing where something is going or where it is being placed, think wohin and Akkusativ. This is the main key for the whole lesson. Same preposition, two possible cases, and the meaning tells us which one we need.
Nice work! Now let's add another useful tool for choosing between Dativ and Akkusativ. The question wo, where, or wohin, where to, is still the main key. But the verb can often give us a strong clue. Think of it as a verb compass. Some verbs usually describe a state or a fixed location. For example, sein, to be, bleiben, to stay, liegen, to lie or to be lying, stehen, to stand or to be standing, sitzen, to sit or to be sitting, and hängen, to hang. These verbs often answer wo. So with a Wechselpräposition, they often appear with Dativ. Now compare them with verbs that often show movement toward a destination or a change of position. For example, gehen, to go, fahren, to travel or go by vehicle, liegen, to lay or to put, stellen, to place or to put upright, sitzen, to sit down or to set, and hängen, to hang. These verbs often answer wohin, so they often appear with Akkusativ. Some of the most useful verb pairs show this contrast very clearly. Let's begin with liegen and liegen, to be lying, to lay or put. Look at Die Schlüssel liegen auf der Kommode. The keys are lying on the dresser. Here, liegen describes the current position. The question is wo. So, auf der Kommode is a Dativ phrase. Now look at Ich lege die Schlüssel auf die Kommode. I put the keys on the dresser. This time, legen shows a change of position. The keys move to a new place. So the question is wohin, and auf die Kommode is an accusative phrase. Now take stehen and stellen, to be standing, to place upright. For example, die Vase steht neben der Lampe. The vase is standing next to the lamp. The vase already has a position, so we have Dativ. Now compare Ich stelle die Vase neben die Lampe. I place the vase next to the lamp. Here the vase is moved to a new position, so we have Akkusativ. The same contrast appears with sitzen and setzen, to be sitting, to sit down or to set. For example, der Hund sitzt vor der Tür.
The dog is sitting in front of the door. This describes where the dog is, but der Hund setzt sich vor die Tür, the dog sits down in front of the door, shows the dog moving into a new position. There is one pair that needs special attention, hängen and hängen. The verb itself can look exactly the same, so the meaning of the sentence becomes especially important. Look at Die Lichterkette hängt über dem Fenster. The string lights are hanging above the window. This describes a location, so we use Dativ. Now compare Ich hänge die Lichterkette über das Fenster. I hang the string lights above the window. This describes placing something in a new position, so we use Akkusativ. This shows us why the verb compass is helpful, but it is not the final rule. A verb can point you in the right direction, but the real question is still wo or wohin. And remember, movement by itself is not enough. Look at Die Kinder laufen auf dem Schulhof. The children are running in the schoolyard. There is movement, but the sentence only tells us where the activity is happening. There is no destination or new position, so the phrase uses dativ. That gives us a practical checking method. First, look at the verb. Does it describe a state or location, or does it suggest a change of position? Then check the meaning. Wo usually points to dativ, wohin usually points to akkusativ. So use the verb as your compass and use the meaning to make the final decision.
Exactly. Now let's focus on the form that comes after a Wechselpräposition. We are not learning new prepositions here. We are learning what the student will actually see inside real phrases. The important idea is simple. The preposition can stay the same, but the phrase after it can change. That change depends on the meaning. So this page is a practical comparison page. Same preposition, different form. Let's begin with in, into. Look at these two phrases. In dem Zimmer, in the room, and in das Zimmer, into the room. The preposition in is the same in both phrases, but the situation is different. In dem Zimmer answers wo, where. It describes a location. In das Zimmer answers wohin, where to. It shows a direction or a change to a new place. So the meaning changes and the form changes. Now let's add another pair with an, at, on, to. Compare an der Tür, at the door, and an die Tür, to the door. Again, the preposition does not change. What changes is the phrase after it. An der Tür describes a location, while an die Tür shows a destination. So once again, meaning decides which form we see. Now let's add a third comparison with auf, on, onto. Look at auf dem Tisch, on the table, and auf dem Tisch, onto the table. Here, the same rule appears again. Auf dem Tisch describes where something is. Auf den Tisch shows where something goes. So the pattern is becoming clear. Same preposition, different phrase. Now let's place the three pairs next to each other. In dem Zimmer, in das Zimmer. An der Tür, an die Tür. Auf dem Tisch, auf den Tisch. These pairs help us see something important. Sometimes the article changes clearly. For example, dem, das, or der, die, or dem, den. So when you read a Wechselpräposition phrase, do not only look at the preposition.
Also look carefully at the form that follows it. That is where the grammar signal often appears. And remember, we are not changing the preposition itself. We are changing the phrase after it because the meaning of the sentence changes. If the phrase answers wo, where, we expect the location pattern. If the phrase answers wohin, where to, we expect the direction pattern. So this page gives us a useful reading habit. First, find the preposition. Then look at the phrase after it. Ask yourself, am I looking at a location form or a direction form? That small comparison makes Wechselpräpositionen much easier to read. And on the next page, we will see that some of these forms also appear in shorter everyday combinations.
Brilliant! Now let's look at 4 short forms that appear everywhere in everyday German. They are im, in the, am, at the, ins, into the, and ans, to the or onto the. These are not new prepositions. They are simply short combinations of a preposition and an article. Let's begin with in plus dem equals im. When in or into, comes together with dem, the dative article, the two words usually become im. Look at Ich bin im Kino. I am at the cinema. The full form behind im Kino is in dem Kino. The meaning does not change, the form is simply shorter and much more natural in everyday German. Now let's look at an plus dem equals am. When an, at, on, or to, comes together with dem, we usually get am. For example, ich sitze am Fenster. I am sitting by the window. Here, am Fenster comes from an dem Fenster. Again, we have the same grammar connection in a shorter form. So far, both short forms belong to the dative side. Im comes from in plus dem, and am comes from an plus dem. Now let's move to the accusative side. Look at in plus das equals ins. When in comes together with das, we usually get ins. For example, ich gehe ins Kino. I am going to the cinema. The full form behind ins Kino is in das Kino. This time, the sentence shows a destination, so the short form belongs to the accusative pattern. Now the final one. An plus das equals ans. When an comes together with das, we get ans. Look at ich gehe ans Fenster. I go to the window. Here, ans Fenster comes from an das Fenster. So the 4 forms can be organized very easily. Dative, in plus dem equals im. An plus dem equals am. Accusative, in plus das equals ins. And an plus das equals ans. Notice the connection. The short form still keeps the same preposition and the same case. Nothing new has been added. The 2 words have simply become one natural form. So when you see im or think about a dative combination. And when you see ins
or ans, think about an accusative combination. This gives you another useful clue when reading Wechselpräpositionen. Do not treat these short forms as separate vocabulary. Open them in your mind. Im means in plus dem, am means an plus dem, ins means in plus das, and ans means an plus das.
Great! Now let's look more closely at 3 of the most common Wechselpräpositionen. In, into, an, at, on, to, and auf, on, onto. All 3 can appear with dative or accusative. The meaning tells us which one we need. Let's begin with in. We often use it when something is inside a place or moves into that place. Look at Lena arbeitet heute im Büro. Lena is working in the office today. The sentence tells us where Lena is working. So the question is, wo? Where? And im Büro is a dative phrase. Now compare nach der Mittagspause geht Lena ins Büro. After the lunch break, Lena goes into the office. This time we have a destination, so we ask wohin? And ins Büro is an accusative phrase. So with in, think about the difference between being inside a place and moving into that place. Now let's move to an. This preposition often describes being at or close to an edge, a boundary, or a particular point. Look at Am Wochenende sitzen wir oft am See. At the weekend, we often sit by the lake. Here, the sentence describes a location, so we ask wo. And am See uses dative. Now compare morgen fahren wir an den See. Tomorrow we are driving to the lake. This time, the lake is the destination, so we ask wohin. And an den See uses accusative. The preposition stays the same, but the situation changes. Now let's look at auf. We often use it for a position on a surface or in certain open areas. Look at Unsere Freunde frühstücken auf der Terrasse. Our friends are having breakfast on the terrace. Here, the activity is already happening there, so we ask wo. And auf der Terrasse uses dative. Now compare nach dem Essen gehen alle auf die Terrasse. After the meal, everyone goes onto the terrace. Here we have a destination, so we ask wohin. And auf die Terrasse uses accusative. Now compare the 3 patterns. With in, location inside a place, or direction into that place. With an, location at a point or boundary, or direction toward that point. And with auf, location on a surface or open area, or direction onto that place. The checking method stays the same. First, understand what the preposition means in the sentence. Then ask wo for a location, or wohin for a destination or change of position. So even though in, an, and auf have different meanings, they all follow the same central system. Location, dative. Direction to a new place, accusative.
Perfect. Now let's continue with 3 more Wechselpräpositionen. Unter,
under, below, über, over, above, across, and vor, in front of, before. Just like the prepositions we saw before, all three can work with Dativ or Akkusativ. The system doesn't change. Location gives us one pattern, and direction to a new position gives us the other. Let's begin with unter. We use it when something is below or underneath something else. Look at Der Kinderwagen steht unter dem Vordach. The stroller is standing under the canopy. The sentence tells us where the stroller already is, so we ask wo, where, and unter dem Vordach is a dative phrase. Now compare Wir schieben den Kinderwagen unter das Vordach. We push the stroller under the canopy. This time, the stroller moves to a new position, so we ask wohin, where to, and unter das Vordach is an accusative phrase. So with unter, the difference is between being under something and moving under it. Now let's move to über. This preposition can describe a position above something, or a path across or over something. Look at Dichter Nebel liegt über dem Fluss. Thick fog lies over the river. The fog is already in that position, so the question is wo, where, and über dem Fluss uses Dativ. Now compare Wir fahren mit dem Zug über den Fluss. We travel by train across the river. Here we have movement from one side to the other, so we ask wohin, where to, and über den Fluss uses Akkusativ. With über, the context is especially important. It can describe a position above or a path across. Now let's look at vor. In spatial situations, it often means in front of. Look at Ein Lieferwagen steht vor der Bäckerei. A delivery van is parked in front of the bakery. The van already has a fixed position, so we ask wo, where, and vor der Bäckerei uses Dativ. Now compare Der Lieferwagen fährt vor die Bäckerei. The delivery van drives up in front of the building. This time, the vehicle moves to a new position in front of the building, so the question is wohin, and vor die Bäckerei uses Akkusativ. Now compare the three patterns. With unter, location below something or direction to a position below it. With über, location above something or movement across or over it. And with vor, location in front of something or direction to a position in front of it. The meanings are different, but the grammar system stays the same. Ask wo, where, for the location, Dativ, or wohin, where to, for the new position or destination, Akkusativ. So whether you see unter, über, or vor, do not memorize a separate case for each preposition. First, understand the situation, then choose the case that matches the meaning.
Good job! Now let's complete our group of Wechselpräpositionen with three more. Hinter, behind, neben, next to or beside, and zwischen, between. These three often describe the position of one thing in relation to another. And once again, the grammar system stays exactly the same. For a location, we ask wo, where, and use Dativ. For a direction to a new position, we ask wohin, where to, and use Akkusativ. Let's begin with hinter. We use it when something is at the back of something else. Look at Die Mülltonnen sind hinter dem Restaurant.
The rubbish bins are behind the restaurant. The sentence describes their current location, so we ask wo. And hinter dem Restaurant is a Dativ phrase. Now compare Der Hausmeister bringt die Mülltonnen hinter das Restaurant. The caretaker takes the rubbish bins behind the restaurant. This time, the bins are moved to a new position, so we ask wohin. And hinter das Restaurant is an accusative phrase. So, with hinter, the difference is between being behind something and moving something to a position behind it. Now let's move to neben. This preposition describes a position directly next to something else. Look at Mein Koffer ist neben dem Schrank. My suitcase is next to the wardrobe. The suitcase already has that position, so we ask wo. And neben dem Schrank uses Dativ. Now compare Ich schiebe meinen Koffer neben den Schrank. I push my suitcase next to the wardrobe. Here, the suitcase moves to a new position beside the wardrobe. So the question is wohin? And neben den Schrank uses accusative. Now let's look at zwischen. We use it when something is in the space between two or more reference points. Look at Die Katze schläft zwischen den Kissen. The cat is sleeping between the cushions. The sentence only describes where the cat is, so we ask wo. And zwischen den Kissen uses Dativ. Now compare Die Katze springt zwischen die Kissen. The cat jumps between the cushions. This time, the cat moves into a new position between them, so we ask wohin. And zwischen die Kissen uses accusative. Now compare the three ideas. With hinter, a position at the back of something. With neben, a position next to something. And with zwischen, a position in the space between things. The spatial relationship is different, but the grammar system does not change. Wo describes the existing location, Dativ. Wohin shows a movement to a new position, accusative. So when you see hinter, neben, or zwischen, first picture the spatial relationship. Then ask the central question. Is something already there, or is it moving to that position? That tells you whether you need Dativ or accusative.
Clear so far? Now let's read Wechselpräpositionen inside complete real-life sentences. We are not learning a new rule here. We are going to check three things. Which preposition do we see? Does the sentence answer wo, where, or wohin, where to? And finally, which case do we see in the phrase? Let's begin with a short form. Die Winterjacken hängen im Flur. The winter jackets are hanging in the hallway. The preposition behind the short form is in, into. And the important phrase is im Flur. Here, im comes from in plus dem. The jackets already have a fixed location, so the sentence answers wo. And we see Dativ. Now compare that with another short form. Nach dem Kurs gehen wir ins Sprachlabor. After the course, we go into the language lab. The important phrase is ins Sprachlabor. Here, ins comes from in plus das. This time, the language lab is the destination, so the sentence answers wohin. And we see accusative.
Now look at a verb that gives us a useful clue. Paul stellt den Drucker neben den Computer. Paul places the printer next to the computer. The preposition is neben, next to or beside. And the connected phrase is neben den Computer. The verb stellen, to place or to put upright, shows that the printer is being moved to a new position, so we ask, wohin? And the phrase uses Akkusativ. Now look at the opposite type of situation. Die Fahrräder stehen hinter der Garage. The bicycles are standing behind the garage. The preposition is hinter, behind. The key phrase is hinter der Garage. Here the bicycles already are in that position, so we ask, wo? And we see Dativ. And finally, look at zwischen den Häusern liegt ein kleiner Spielplatz. There is a small playground between the houses. The preposition is zwischen, between. And the important phrase is zwischen den Häusern. The sentence describes where the playground is located. There is no destination or change of position, so the question is wo, and the phrase uses Dativ. Now compare the 5 structures: im Flur, short form plus Dativ, ins Sprachlabor, short form plus Akkusativ, neben den Computer, direction plus Akkusativ, hinter der Garage, location plus Dativ, and zwischen den Häusern, location plus Dativ. The sentences look different, but the reading method stays the same. First, find the Wechselpräposition. Then ask wo or wohin. Finally, look at the form connected to the preposition. Once you connect these 3 clues, preposition, meaning, and form, reading Wechselpräpositionen inside longer sentences becomes much easier and much more automatic.
That's it. Now, let's bring the whole Wechselpräposition system into one clear map. We have 9 important prepositions: in, into, an, at, on, to, auf, on, onto, unter, under, below, über, over, above, across, vor, in front of, before, hinter, behind, neben, next to, beside, and zwischen, between. All 9 can work with Dativ or Akkusativ, so the preposition alone does not tell us the case. The first key is the meaning. Ask wo, where. When the sentence describes an existing location or position, we use Dativ. Then ask wohin, to where. When the sentence shows a destination or a change to a new position, we use Akkusativ. So the central map is location, Dativ. New position or destination, Akkusativ. Now let's add the second key, the verb compass. Some verbs often describe an existing position. For example, liegen, to be lying, stehen, to be standing, sitzen, to be sitting, and hängen, to be hanging. These often point us towards wo and Dativ. Some verbs often show a change to a new position. For example, liegen, to lay or to put, stellen, to place or to put upright, setzen, to sit down or to set, and hängen, to hang, or to put up. These often point us towards wohin and Akkusativ. But remember, the verb is only a clue. The meaning makes the final decision. Movement alone does not automatically mean Akkusativ. The important question is, does something move to a new position? Now, the third key, short forms. On the dative side, we often see im, in the, which comes from in plus dem, and am, at the or on the, which comes from an plus dem. On the accusative side, we often see ens, into the, which comes from in plus das, and ans, to the or onto the, which comes from an plus das. These short forms do not create a new grammar rule. They simply make common combinations shorter and more natural. So the complete checking method is simple. First, recognize the Wechselpräposition. Second, understand the situation. Third, ask wo or wohin. Fourth, use the verb as an extra clue. And finally, check the form that follows the preposition. Is it showing a dative pattern or an accusative pattern? So the whole system comes back to one central contrast: existing location, dative; destination or new position, accusative. 9 prepositions, 2 possible cases, 1 clear system. Once you connect the meaning, the question, the verb, and the form, Wechselpräpositionen become much easier to recognize and use in real German.
Great. Now let's begin with one of the most useful questions for talking about destinations. Wohin? Where to? When we answer this question in German, we do not use one single preposition for every destination. English often uses to in many different situations, but German chooses between nach, to, zu, to, and in, into, or to. The choice is not random. It depends on the type of destination. So before choosing the preposition, first ask yourself, what kind of destination is this? There are 3 main paths. The first path is for a geographical destination or direction. For this path, we often use nach. For example, nach Prague, to Prague. Here, the destination is a city, so we choose the geographical path. The second path is for a person, a service, a shop, or an institution as a general destination. For this path, we often use zu. Look at zur Apotheke, to the pharmacy. Here, the focus is on going to a service or place for a particular purpose. The third path is for entering a building or an enclosed place. It is also used with countries that have an article. For this path, we often use in. For example, in die Bibliothek, into the library. Here, the meaning is not only going to the place, the person is moving inside it. So, the 3 main destination paths are geographical destination or direction, nach; person, service, or general destination, zu; entering a place or a country with an article, in. Notice something important. All 3 prepositions may be translated with the English word to, but German looks more closely at the destination. That is why translation alone is not enough. You need to identify the destination type. So when you answer wohin, do not immediately choose the first preposition you remember. First, classify the destination. Is it geographical? Is it a person or a service? Or does the action lead inside a place? Once that decision is clear, the correct expression becomes much easier to choose. So think of this lesson as a destination map. 3 paths, 3 destination types, and 1 logical system. On the next pages, we will explore each path separately and learn when German chooses nach, zu, or in.
Very good. Now let's look at the first path, nach. We use nach mainly for 3 destination types: cities, countries without an article, and directions. So this page has one clear idea. If the destination is geographical or directional, nach is often the right choice. Let's begin with cities. Look at Morgen fahren wir nach Hamburg. Tomorrow we are going to Hamburg. Hamburg is a city, so we use nach. Here the destination is geographical, not a person, not a service, and not the idea of entering a building. Now let's move to countries without an article. Look at Im Sommer fliegt meine Schwester nach Spanien. In summer, my sister flies to Spain. Spain appears here without an article, so again we use nach. This is one of the most common uses of this preposition, city or country without an article. Then nach often works. Now let's look at directions. Look at Nach dem Bahnhof gehen wir nach links. After the station, we go to the left. Here, nach links shows direction, not a country, not a city, but still a directional destination, so we use the same preposition. You can think of this group as movement toward a place on the map or toward a direction. That is why cities, countries without articles, and direction words belong together on this page. Now let's add another direction example. Die Kinder laufen nach draußen und dann nach rechts. The children run outside and then to the right. Again, the important idea is direction, so nach works naturally here. But now we need one important warning. Not every country uses nach. Some countries have an article, and those countries do not go with this pattern. So do not say nach Schweiz. Instead, those countries belong to the in group. We will study that on the next pages. For now, just remember the warning clearly. Countries with an article do not use nach. So, the core map for this page is simple. City, nach. Country without an article, nach. Direction, nach. That gives you a quick checking method. Ask yourself, am I talking about a geographical destination or direction? If yes, nach is often the right answer. And if the country has an article, stop there, because that is not a nach destination. Nice work! Now let's move to the second destination path, zu, to. We often use zu when the destination is a person, a service, a shop, a workplace, or an institution as a general destination. The main idea is we are going to that person or to that place for a purpose. Let's begin with people.
Look at Am Sonntag fahren wir zu meinen Eltern. On Sunday, we are going to my parents' house. The destination is a group of people, so we use zu. The important phrase is zu meinen Eltern. Now let's look at a service. Nach der Arbeit geht Daniel zum Friseur. After work, Daniel goes to the hairdresser. Here the destination is a service, and we see the short form zum, to the. This comes from zu plus dem equals zum. So instead of saying two separate words, German usually combines them into one natural form. Now look at a feminine destination. Wir müssen heute noch zur Bank. We still need to go to the bank today. This time we see zur, to the. It comes from zu plus der equals zur. The bank is the destination and also the service we need. So zur Bank fits the zu pattern. We also use this preposition with shops and everyday destinations. Look at Lea geht am Samstag zum Buchladen. Lea is going to the bookshop on Saturday. The focus is the destination as a place to visit, so we use zum Buchladen. And with work, look at Mein Bruder fährt jeden Morgen zur Arbeit. My brother travels to work every morning. The phrase zur Arbeit is one of the most common destination expressions in everyday German. So the useful map for this page is person, zu, masculine or neuter destination, zum, feminine destination, zur. But remember, zum and zur are not new prepositions. They are simply common short forms of zu. Now we need one important distinction. With some places, German can use either zu or in, but the focus is different. Zu usually presents the place as a destination or service. In usually emphasizes entering the inside of the place. So for now, use zu when the main idea is going to a person, using a service, visiting a shop, or reaching a general destination. Then watch for the two very common forms, zum and zur. That gives us the second path in our destination map. Geographical destination, nach. Person, service or general destination, zu. And on the next page, we will look at the third path, entering a place with in.
Perfect. Now let's look at the third path. In, to enter, to. We use in when the destination leads inside a building, an enclosed place, or a defined area. The main idea is entering the place itself. Because we are answering wohin, where to, the phrase after in uses accusative. Look at Nach dem Unterricht gehen die Schüler in die Sporthalle. After class, the students go into the sports hall. The important phrase is in die Sporthalle. The students move from outside that space to the inside, so the focus is clearly on entering. Now look at a neuter destination. Am Nachmittag gehen wir ins Schwimmbad. In the afternoon, we go to the swimming pool. Here we see the common short form ins, into the. It comes from in plus das, ins. So, ins Schwimmbad means that we are going inside the swimming pool building. This is not a new preposition, it is simply a shorter and more natural form. Now let's look at a masculine place. Der Techniker geht in den Serverraum. The technician goes into the server room. The destination is the inside of the room, so we use in den Serverraum. Again, the central meaning is entering an enclosed place. Now we come to an important country rule. Most cities and countries without an article use nach, but countries with an article use in plus Akkusativ. Look at Im Winter reisen viele Touristen in die Schweiz. In winter, many tourists travel to Switzerland. The country has the feminine article die Schweiz, Switzerland. So we do not use nach here. We use in die Schweiz. The same pattern appears with die Türkei, Turkey. For example, nächsten Monat fliegt Celine in die Türkei. Next month, Celine is flying to Turkey. And with plural country names, we also use in plus Akkusativ. Look at Unsere Nachbarn ziehen in die USA. Our neighbors are moving to the USA. The country name includes an article, so it belongs to the in group. This gives us two main uses for this path: entering a building or enclosed place and traveling to a country with an article. So the quick check is, does the destination lead inside the place itself? Use in. Does the country have an article? Use in and Akkusativ. And remember the short form in plus das, ins. So do not say nach Schweiz. The correct destination phrase is in die Schweiz. That distinction is one of the most important points in the whole destination system.
Well done! Now let's bring the three destination paths into one clear decision map. The question is still, wohin? Where to? But before choosing a preposition, we need to identify the type of destination. The three choices are nach, to, zu, to, and in, into or to. Let's begin with the first question. Is the destination a city, a country without an article, or a direction? If yes, choose nach. Look at Wir fahren am Freitag nach Wien. We are traveling to Vienna on Friday. The destination is a city, so it follows the geographical path. Now look at the second question. Is the destination a person, a service, an institution, or a place as a general destination? If yes, choose zu. For example, Nora geht nach dem Training zu ihrer Nachbarin. Nora goes to her neighbor's house after training. The destination is a person, so the zu path is the natural choice. Now the third question. Does the movement lead inside the place itself, or does the country have an article? If yes, choose in. Look at Die Gäste gehen in den Konzertsaal. The guests go into the concert hall. Here the focus is clearly on entering the room, so we use in plus Akkusativ. And with a country that has an article, look at Im April reisen wir in die Niederlande. In April, we are traveling to the Netherlands. The country name includes an article, so it belongs to the in path. Now let's focus on the most important contrast. Sometimes the same place can appear with zu
and in. But the speaker is not expressing exactly the same focus. Look at Ich fahre zum Supermarkt. I am driving to the supermarket. Here, the supermarket is the general destination. The focus is reaching the place or going there for a purpose. Now compare Ich gehe in den Supermarkt. I am going into the supermarket. Here, the focus is entering the building itself. So the difference is zum Supermarkt, destination in general, in den Supermarkt, movement to the inside. Both expressions can be correct, but they answer a slightly different idea. That gives us the central decision. City, country without an article, or direction. Nach. Person, service, institution, or general destination. Zu. Entering the place or traveling to a country with an article. In. So do not choose the preposition by translating the English word to. Instead, look at the destination. Then decide what the sentence really emphasizes. Geographical destination, general destination, or movement to the inside. 3 destination types, 3 clear paths, and 1 logical decision.
Exactly. Now let's look at 2 essential home expressions. Nach Hause, home, to home, and zu Hause, at home. These expressions look similar, but they describe 2 completely different situations. Let's begin with nach Hause. We use it when someone is moving or returning toward home. So it answers wohin, where to. Look at Nach dem Konzert fahre ich direkt nach Hause. After the concert, I am driving straight home. The person is not at home yet. Home is the destination, so we use nach Hause. Now compare it with zu Hause. We use this expression when someone is already at home. It describes a fixed location, so it answers wo, where. Look at Heute arbeitet Mara zu Hause. Mara is working at home today. There is no movement toward a destination. The sentence simply tells us where Mara is working, so we use zu Hause. Now compare the 2 ideas directly. Nach Hause, movement toward home. Zu Hause, location, at home. The difference becomes especially clear inside questions. Look at Wann kommst du nach Hause? When are you coming home? The question asks about movement toward home. Now compare Bist du heute zu Hause? Are you at home today? This question asks about the person's current location. So the checking method is simple. Is home the destination? Use nach Hause. Is someone already at home? Use zu Hause. But remember one important point. These are fixed expressions. Do not try to build them from the normal rules for every destination. Learn them together as one natural pair. Nach Hause, going home. Zu Hause, being at home. One shows movement, the other shows location, and that small difference makes the correct expression easy to choose.
Brilliant. Now let's look at 4 very common everyday direction words. Rein, in/inside, raus, out/outside, rauf, up, and runter, down. These words are very common in spoken German. They help us describe movement quickly without repeating the whole destination every time. Let's begin with rein.
We use it for movement to the inside. Look at Komm bitte rein. Come in, please. The speaker means come inside. The destination is understood, so the short direction word is enough. Now compare raus. We use it for movement to the outside. Look at Der Hund läuft raus. The dog runs out. Again, the sentence focuses on the direction, not on naming the whole place. Now let's move to rauf. We use it for movement upward. Look at Wir gehen schnell rauf. We are going upstairs quickly. The important idea is moving upward. Now compare it with runter. We use it for movement downward. Look at Der Ball rollt runter. The ball rolls down. So the 4 words give us 4 quick directions. Rein, to the inside, raus, to the outside, rauf, up, and runter, down. These expressions are useful because they sound natural and fast. Instead of repeating a full place phrase, German often uses a short direction word like this. Now, one small note. You may also see hin, there, / away from the speaker, and her, here, / toward the speaker. These 2 words show the direction in relation to the speaker. Look at geh hin, go there. This points away from the speaker. Now compare komm her. This points toward the speaker. For this page, that small idea is enough. So the simple map is inside, rein, outside, raus, up, rauf, down, runter, away from the speaker, hin, toward the speaker, her. These are small words, but they are extremely useful in everyday German. Once you understand the direction clearly, they become easy to follow and easy to use.
Great. Now let's begin with the complete time system. German does not use one preposition for every kind of time expression. The correct choice depends on what we want to describe. Are we naming a specific point in time? Are we showing a time range or a starting point? Or are we describing how a duration connects to the past, the present, or a plan? These questions give us 3 clear paths. Let's begin with the first path, a specific point in time. For this group, German mainly uses at, on, at, and in. But each one has its own job. We use with clock times and exact appointments. Look at Der Film beginnt 19:30 Uhr. The film starts at 7:30 p.m. Here we are naming an exact time on the clock. We use with days, dates, and many parts of the day. Look at Am Donnerstag habe ich frei. I am off on Thursday. This time, the expression identifies a day. And we use im with months, seasons, and specific years. Look at Im Herbst regnet es oft. It often rains in autumn. So the first path organizes points in time by their type: clock time, day or date, month, season, or year. Now let's move to the second path, a time range or a clear starting point.
For a range with a beginning and an ending, we use von bis, from to. Look at Die Ausstellung ist von 10 bis 18 Uhr geöffnet. The exhibition is open from 10 to 6 p.m. Both limits are clear. We know when the period begins and when it ends. But sometimes we only want to name the beginning. Then we use ab, starting from. For example, ab Montag gilt der neue Fahrplan. The new timetable applies starting Monday. Here, Monday is the starting point. The end is not given. So the second path asks us to understand, do we have a complete range or only a beginning? Now let's look at the third path, the relationship between a duration and time. For this group, we use seit, for, since, vor, ago, and für, for. These three expressions may all appear with a period of time, but they do not express the same idea. Look at Ich lerne Deutsch seit 8 Monaten. I have been learning German for 8 months. The activity began in the past and continues now. Now compare Vor 8 Monaten habe ich den Kurs begonnen. I started the course 8 months ago. This points to a finished moment in the past. And look at Im August fahre ich für 2 Wochen ans Meer. In August, I am going to the seaside for 2 weeks. Here, the duration is planned and limited. So the third path asks us to understand how the duration connects to the timeline. Did it begin in the past and continue now? Then think seit. Did something happen a certain time before now? Then think vor. Is it a planned or clearly limited period? Then think für. So the whole system can be organized into 3 questions. What kind of point in time is it? Am, or im? Are we showing a range or only a beginning? Von bis, or up? And how does the duration connect to the timeline? Seit, vor, or für? These are not 8 separate grammar problems. They are 3 clear systems for organizing time. Once you identify the job of the time expression, the correct preposition becomes much easier to choose.
Very good. Now let's organize the most common clock and calendar expressions. German uses 3 important forms: at, am, on, at, and im, in. The correct choice depends on the type of time information. Let's begin with We use with an exact clock time. Look at Der Zug fährt 6:45 Uhr ab. The train leaves at 6:45. The time is written on the clock, so we use 6:45 Uhr. We also use with an exact appointment. For example, Wir treffen uns Punkt 9. We are meeting at exactly 9. The expression Punkt 9 means that the time is precise. So the first rule is exact clock time or exact appointment. Now let's move to am. This is the short form of an plus dem. Am. We use am with days of the week. Look at Am Mittwoch findet die Prüfung statt. The exam takes place on Wednesday. Wednesday is a day, so we use am Mittwoch. We also use am with calendar dates. For example, Das Museum eröffnet am 22. September wieder. The museum reopens on the 22nd of September. Here we are naming one specific date, so we use am 22. September.
Am also appears with many parts of the day. For example, am Morgen, in the morning, am Nachmittag, in the afternoon, and am Abend, in the evening. Look at Am Abend kocht Karim für seine Familie. Karim cooks for his family in the evening. We also say am Wochenende, at the weekend. So the am group includes days, dates, many parts of the day, and the weekend. Now let's look at im. This is the short form of in plus dem, im. We use im with months. Look at Im Februar beginnt das neue Semester. The new semester begins in February. We also use im with seasons. For example, Im Frühling werden die Tage länger. The days become longer in spring. And im can appear with a specific year. Look at Das Unternehmen wurde im Jahr 2018 gegründet. The company was founded in 2018. So the im group includes months, seasons, and specific years. Now, one important exception. Most parts of the day use am, but we say in der Nacht, at night, or during the night. Look at In der Nacht ist die Straße sehr ruhig. The street is very quiet at night. So do not say am Nacht. The natural expression is in der Nacht. Now the whole system is easy to scan. Exact clock time? Day, date, part of the day or weekend? Month, season, or specific year? Im. And for the exception, in der Nacht. Clock first, calendar category second, then the correct form becomes easy to choose.
Nice work! Now, let's compare two important ways to describe the beginning of a time period. Von bis, from to, and up, starting from. Both expressions can tell us when something begins, but only one of them also tells us when it ends. Let's begin with von bis. We use this structure when both limits are clear. There is a starting point and there is an ending point. Look at Die Praxis ist von 8 bis 14 Uhr geöffnet. The medical practice is open from 8 until 2 o'clock. Here, we know exactly when the opening period begins and exactly when it finishes. So, von 8 bis 14 Uhr creates a complete time window. We can also use this structure with days. Look at Der Sprachkurs findet von Montag bis Donnerstag statt. The language course takes place from Monday to Thursday. Monday is the beginning, Thursday is the ending. So, once again, both sides of the period are visible. The pattern is simple. Von marks the beginning, and bis marks the ending. Now compare that with up. We use up when we only name the starting point. The action, rule, or situation continues from that point onward. The ending is not given. Look at Ab morgen arbeitet die Kantine länger. Starting tomorrow, the cafeteria will stay open longer. Tomorrow is the clear beginning, but the sentence does not tell us when this new schedule will stop, so the timeline stays open. That is the main idea behind up. One beginning, no stated ending. This form appears very often in everyday announcements, appointments, opening hours, transport information, and future plans. For example, ab dem 1. November gelten neue Öffnungszeiten. New opening hours apply starting November 1st. The 1st of November is the point when the change begins. After that date, the new opening hours continue. We also use up with upcoming periods. Look at Ab nächster Woche fährt der Bus früher.
Starting next week, the bus will leave earlier. Again, we know when the new situation begins, but we do not know when it ends. Now compare the two timelines directly. Von bis, beginning and ending, a closed time window, up, beginning only, an open timeline from that point onward. So ask yourself, do I know both time limits? Then use von bis. Do I only want to announce when something begins? Then use up. This gives us a very practical contrast, a complete period or a new starting point. Two simple timelines and two clear ways to express time naturally.
Good job! Now let's compare two expressions that both look back into the past. Seit, for, since, and vor, ago, before. Both are followed by Dativ, but they create two completely different timelines. Timeline starts in the past and reaches the present moment. Look at Mina arbeitet seit 2 Jahren in diesem Hotel. Mina has been working at this hotel for 2 years. Her work began 2 years ago, and she still works there today. So the expression seit 2 Jahren connects the past directly to now. Seit can appear with a period of time or with a clear starting point. Look at Ich warte seit 20 Minuten auf den Bus. I have been waiting for the bus for 20 minutes. The waiting began 20 minutes ago, and it has not finished yet. Now an important German pattern. With seit, we usually use Präsens, the present tense, because the situation is still true now. In the sentence, Mina arbeitet seit 2 Jahren in diesem Hotel, the verb arbeitet stays in Präsens. English often uses a form like has been working, but German normally uses Präsens with seit. Now compare that with vor. For points from the present back to a moment in the past. The event happened before now and is already finished. Look at Vor 2 Jahren hat Mina ihre Ausbildung beendet. Mina finished her vocational training 2 years ago. The expression vor 2 Jahren tells us how long ago the event happened. It does not connect the action to the present. The training ended at a finished point in the past. Look at another completed event. Der Zug ist vor 10 Minuten abgefahren. The train left 10 minutes ago. The departure already happened, and the event is complete. So compare the central meanings. Seit 2 Jahren started in the past and continues until now. Vor 2 Jahren happened 2 years ago and belongs to the past. The duration may look exactly the same, but the timeline is completely different. Use seit plus Dativ when the situation is still continuing, and remember the Präsens pattern. Use vor plus Dativ when you tell us how long ago a completed event happened. Seit reaches the present, vor stays in the past. That's the key to choosing the correct expression.
Keep going. Now let's focus on one expression for a complete or limited duration. Für. For. We use für plus Akkusativ when we say how long an action, stay, plan, or situation is intended to last. The central question is, wie lange? How long? Look at Wir mieten die Wohnung für 6 Monate. We are renting the apartment for 6 months. The phrase für 6 Monate gives us the complete length of the rental. It does not tell us when the period began, and it does not connect a past beginning to the present. It simply gives us a limited block of time. Now look at Nina bleibt für eine Nacht bei ihrer Cousine. Nina is staying with her cousin for 1 night. The stay has a clear duration, 1 night. After that period, the stay ends. So we use für eine Nacht. Für is also common with plans and temporary arrangements. Look at Der Techniker braucht den Ersatzwagen für 4 Tage. The technician needs the replacement car for 4 days. The 4 days form one complete planned period. The sentence answers wie lange? So, für 4 Tage is the natural choice. Now let's look at the form after für. Because für always takes accusative, we can see phrases like für einen Monat, for 1 month, für eine Woche, for 1 week, für ein Jahr, for 1 year, and für 3 Tage, for 3 days. Notice the masculine form, einen Monat. The article changes to accusative. With feminine, neuter, or plural durations, the visible form may stay the same, but the phrase still uses accusative. Now let's separate für clearly from 2 other time expressions. Seit, for, since, connects a beginning in the past to a situation that still continues now. Vor, ago, tells us how long before now a past event happened, but für does neither of these. Für does not mean that something began in the past and continues today, and it does not tell us how long ago something happened. It only answers, how long is this complete or planned period? So the quick check is, do you want to give the length of a limited period? Use für plus accusative. The context may be in the future, in the present, or even in the past. The important point is not the tense. The important point is that the duration is viewed as one complete block, one planned stay, one limited arrangement, one clear length of time. That is exactly the job of für.
Perfect. Now, let's bring the whole system together in one clear decision map. This page is not about a new rule. It is about choosing the right time expression more quickly and more confidently. Let's begin with the first question. Are we talking about a specific point in time? If yes, we choose between at, on, at, and in. Use for an exact clock time. Look at 11 Uhr, at 11 o'clock. So if the expression names the time on the clock, think Now look at We use it with days, dates, many parts of the day, and am Wochenende, at the weekend. For example, am Freitag, on Friday, am 3. Juni, on the 3rd of June, and am Morgen, in the morning. So if the expression belongs to the day or calendar level, think Now look at im. We use it with months, seasons, and specific years. For example, im Oktober, in October, im Winter, in winter, and im Jahr 2024, in the year 2024. So if the expression belongs to the month, season, or year level, think im. And remember one important exception. We say in der Nacht, at night, not am Nacht. So that gives us the first part of the map. Clock time, day, date, part of the day or weekend, month, season, or year, im. Now let's move to the second question. Are we describing a time range or only a starting point?
If we know both the beginning and ending, we use von bis, from to. For example, von Januar bis März, from January to March. Both sides of the period are clear. Now compare that with ab, starting from. We use ab when only the beginning is given. For example, ab heute, starting today, or ab nächstem Monat, starting next month. The time starts there, but the end is not stated. So the second part of the map is simple, beginning and ending. Von bis, beginning only, ab. Now the third question. How does the duration connect to time? Does it begin in the past and continue until now? Then we use seit, for, since. Look at seit einem Jahr, for 1 year. This means the situation started in the past and is still true now. And here, remember the important pattern. With seit, German usually uses Präsens because the situation is still continuing. Now compare that with vor, ago. We use for a completed point in the past. Look at vor einem Jahr, 1 year ago. This does not continue into the present. It tells us how long ago something happened. Now the third expression, für, for. We use it for a complete or planned duration. Look at für ein Jahr, for 1 year. This gives us the length of a period. It does not tell us when the period began, and it does not mean that the situation continues until now. Now let's add the case reminder. Seit plus Dativ, vor plus Dativ, and für plus Akkusativ. That gives us the full decision map. Exact time on the clock, Day, date, part of the day or weekend, month, season or year, im. Exact time on the clock, day, date, part of the day or weekend, month, season or year, im. Beginning and ending, von, bis, beginning only, ab, started in the past and still continues now, seit, happened a certain time ago, for, complete or planned duration, für. So instead of memorizing everything as one long list, ask the right question first. What kind of time expression am I looking at? That one question makes the whole system much easier to read, organize, and use.
Great! Now it's time for Unit 4, Reflexive and Prepositional Verbs. In this unit, we will learn how German verbs work with reflexive pronouns and how some verbs connect to fixed prepositions. Clear patterns, natural examples, and useful German for everyday situations. Let's begin Unit 4. Great! Now let's begin with the basic idea behind reflexive verbs. A verb is reflexive when the subject does an action, and the action returns to the same person. So the person doing the action is also the person receiving it. German shows this with a reflexiv pronomen, a reflexive pronoun. The reflexive pronoun points back to the subject. It does not introduce a second person into the sentence. Let's compare two situations. Look at Sophia fotografiert ihren Kollegen. Sophia is photographing her colleague. Here, Sophia does the action, but another person, ihren Kollegen, her colleague, receives the action. So the action moves from Sophia to someone else. This sentence is not reflexive. Now compare Sophia fotografiert sich. Sophia is photographing herself. Here, Sophia still does the action, but this time the action returns to Sophia herself. The word sich, herself, points back to Sophia. So we can picture the difference very clearly. In a normal sentence, the action moves from the subject to a different person or thing. In a reflexive sentence, the action begins with the subject and returns to the same subject. Now look at another reflexive situation. Leon betrachtet sich im Spiegel. Leon looks at himself in the mirror. Leon is the person looking, and Leon is also the person he sees. So, sich points back to Leon. This gives us the central question. Who receives the action? If the receiver is someone or something different, the sentence is not reflexive. If the receiver is the same person as the subject, we need a reflexive pronoun. So remember the main idea. Same subject, same receiver, the action comes back. That is what makes a German verb reflexive.
Very good. Now let's build the complete map of accusative reflexive pronouns. A reflexive pronoun must always match the subject of the sentence. So the first step is not choosing the verb. The first step is find the subject. Then choose the reflexive pronoun that points back to that same subject. Let's begin with ich, I. The matching reflexive pronoun is mich, myself. So the pair is ich to mich. Look at Ich beeile mich am Morgen. I hurry in the morning. The subject is ich, so the reflexive pronoun must be mich. Now look at du, you. The matching form is dich, yourself. So we have du to dich. For example, du freust dich auf den Urlaub. You are looking forward to the holiday. The subject is du, so we choose dich. Now we come to the third-person subjects. He, sie, she, and es, it. All three use sich, himself, herself, itself. So the map is to sich, sie to sich, es to sich. Look at interessiert sich für Fotografie. He is interested in photography. The subject is but the reflexive pronoun is not ihn, it is sich. Now let's move to wir, we. The matching form is uns, ourselves. So we have wir to uns. Look at wir treffen uns nach der Arbeit. We meet after work. The action connects the members of the same group, so the subject wir takes uns. Now look at ihr, you all. The matching reflexive pronoun is euch, yourselves. So the pair is ihr to euch. For example, ihr setzt euch auf die Bank. You all sit down on the bench. The subject is ihr, so we choose euch. Now we need the final two subjects, sie, they, and sie, formal you. Both use sich, themselves, yourself, yourselves. So we have sie to sich and sie to sich. Look at the plural form. Heute entspannen sie sich zu Hause. Today they relax at home. The subject is lowercase z, so the meaning is they. Now look at the formal form. Bitte setzen Sie sich hier. Please sit down here. The capital letter in Z shows formal you, but the reflexive pronoun is still sich. Now let's place the full map together. Ich to mich, du to dich, sie, es to sich, wir to uns, ihr to euch, sie/sie to sich. Notice the pattern. Mich belongs to ich, dich belongs to du, uns belongs to wir, euch belongs to ihr, and sich works with all third-person forms and with formal sie. So do not choose the reflexive pronoun by translating myself or yourself first. Start with the German subject, then follow the arrow and choose the matching reflexive pronoun. One small note. This lesson focuses on accusative reflexive pronouns. This is the main and most common system. A smaller number of German structures use dative reflexive forms, but they are not part of this map. For now, the checking method is simple. Find the subject, follow the arrow, and choose the matching reflexive pronoun. Once the subject is clear, the correct pronoun becomes almost automatic.
Nice work! Now let's focus on the reflexive pronoun you will see more often than any other. Sich. Himself, herself, itself, themselves, yourself, yourselves. At first, it may look strange that one small word has so many English meanings, but the German system is actually simple. Sich is the reflexive pronoun for all third-person subjects. It is also used with formal Sie, formal you. So unlike mich, myself, or dich, yourself, sich does not change according to gender, number, or formal address. Let's begin with he. With we use sich. Look at erinnert sich an den Termin. He remembers the appointment. The subject is and the action points back to the same person, so the correct reflexive pronoun is sich, not an ordinary object pronoun. Now look at sie, she. The subject changes from masculine to feminine, but the reflexive pronoun does not change. Look at sie bereitet sich auf das Gespräch vor. She is preparing for the conversation. Here, the lowercase form, sie, means she, and once again, the matching reflexive pronoun is sich. Now let's move to es, it. With es, we also use sich. Look at es bewegt sich sehr langsam. It moves very slowly. The subject is es, but the reflexive form is still sich. So the first part of the map is to sich, sie to sich, es to sich. 3 different singular subjects and 1 reflexive form. Now let's look at the plural form, sie, they. The written word looks the same as feminine singular sie, but the meaning comes from the context. Look at nach dem Kurs unterhalten sie sich vor dem Gebäude. After the course, they talk in front of the building. This time, sie means they, but the matching reflexive pronoun is still sich. So, whether sie means she or they, the reflexive form does not change. Now we come to formal address, sie. formal you. The capital letter is important. It shows that we are speaking politely or formally to one person or several people. Look at Bitte melden Sie sich am Empfang. Please report to reception. The subject is capital Sie, and the reflexive pronoun is again sich. So the complete group is to sich, Sie to sich, es to sich, sie to sich, and capital Z to sich. That is why sich appears so often. It covers many different subjects with one single form. The same system also works when the subject is a name or a noun. Look at Paul kämmt sich vor der Arbeit. Paul combs his hair before work. Paul is one male person, so grammatically he belongs to the group. That is why we use sich. Now look at Die Kinder verstecken sich im Garten. The children are hiding in the garden. Die Kinder, the children, is a plural subject, so it belongs to the Sie group. And once again, we use sich. This gives us a useful checking method. If the subject is a name or a noun, replace it mentally with the matching pronoun. Paul becomes the children become sie, then choose sich. Now, one important warning. Ordinary object pronouns do not perform the same job. For example, ihn, him, usually points to another male person. Look at hört ihn im Nebenzimmer. He hears him in the next room. The subject is but ihn refers to someone else, so the sentence is not reflexive. Now compare hört sich auf der Sprachnachricht. He hears himself in the voice message. This time, the person hearing and the person being heard are the same, so we use sich. The same principle applies to ordinary sie, her or them. An ordinary object pronoun points to another person or group, but sich points back to the subject itself. So do not choose ihn or an ordinary sie when the action returns to the same subject. Choose sich. The full pattern is now clear. Third person masculine, third person feminine, third person neuter, third person plural, and formal address all use one reflexive form, sich. One form, 5 subject groups, and one clear job, pointing the action back to the subject.
Well done. Now, let's build a basic reflexive sentence step by step. The neutral pattern is subject, conjugated verb, matching reflexive pronoun, and the remaining information. So we can write subject plus conjugated verb plus reflexive pronoun plus remaining information. The important point is the verb and the reflexive pronoun are not one fixed block. The verb changes to match the subject, and the reflexive pronoun also changes to point back to that subject. Let's build one complete sentence. We begin with sich langweilen, to be bored. Now look at Lara langweilt sich im Wartezimmer. Lara is bored in the waiting room. Let's open the sentence piece by piece. First we have Lara.
This is the subject. Lara is the person experiencing the situation. Now we need the conjugated verb. The basic verb is sich langweilen. Because Lara is one female person, we can replace Lara mentally with sie, she. So the verb becomes langweilt, is bored. Now we have Lara langweilt. Lara is bored. But the reflexive structure is not complete yet. We still need the pronoun that points back to Lara. Lara belongs to the sie group, and sie goes to sich, herself. So we add sich, herself. Now we have Lara langweilt sich, Lara is bored. Finally, we add the remaining information. Im Wartezimmer, in the waiting room. That gives us the complete sentence. Lara langweilt sich im Wartezimmer. So the four parts are Lara, subject, langweilt, conjugated verb, sich, reflexive pronoun, and im Wartezimmer, remaining information. Now let's see why the verb and the reflexive pronoun cannot stay in one fixed form. Change the subject to ich, I. The verb must now match ich. So langweilt changes to langweile. And the reflexive pronoun must also change, ich to mich. Look at Ich langweile mich auf langen Fahrten. I get bored on long journeys. Here we have ich, subject, langweile, conjugated verb, mich, matching reflexive pronoun, and auf langen Fahrten, on long journeys. Now change the subject to du, you. The verb becomes langweilenst, and the matching reflexive pronoun is dich. Look at Du langweilst dich ohne dein Handy. You get bored without your phone. So both parts change again. Du langweilst dich. Now let's use wir, we. The conjugated verb is langweilen, and the matching reflexive pronoun is uns. Look at Wir langweilen uns bei diesem Spiel nicht. We are not bored during this game. So we have wir langweilen uns. Notice the system. The meaning of the verb stays connected to the same idea, but the form changes with the subject. Ich langweile mich, du langweilst dich, Lara langweilt sich, and wir langweilen uns. So, when you see a reflexive verb in a vocabulary list, you may see a form like sich langweilen. But inside a real sentence, do not copy that complete form without changing it. First, identify the subject. Second, conjugate the verb for that subject. Third, choose the matching reflexive pronoun. Then add the remaining information. So the practical method is subject, verb form, matching pronoun, rest of the sentence. The subject controls both important choices, the form of the verb and the form of the reflexive pronoun. Once the subject is clear, the whole sentence starts fitting together naturally.
Great! Now let's separate two different reasons why a German verb can appear with a reflexive pronoun. The first type is a fixed reflexive verb. The second type is a normal verb used reflexively. Both types contain a reflexive pronoun, but the pronoun does not perform exactly the same job. Let's begin with fixed reflexive verbs. With this type, the reflexive pronoun belongs to the verb structure. It is part of the expression and part of its meaning. Look at sich irren, to be mistaken. We learn this verb together with the reflexive pronoun. For example, Nora irrt sich bei der Hausnummer. Nora is mistaken about the house number. Here, sich is not an optional extra word. The meaning to be mistaken needs a matching reflexive pronoun. If we simply remove it, the normal expression is no longer complete. But remember, fixed reflexive does not mean that the form sich always remains sich. It means that some matching reflexive pronoun must be present. Look at Ich irre mich manchmal bei langen Zahlen. I sometimes make mistakes with long numbers. The subject is ich, so the required reflexive pronoun is mich. The reflexive connection is fixed, but the pronoun still matches the subject. Now look at another fixed reflexive verb. Sich beschweren, to complain. For example, der Fahrgast beschwert sich über die Verspätung. The passenger complains about the delay. The pronoun belongs to the expression sich beschweren. Without the reflexive pronoun, we do not keep the same natural meaning of complaining. So, with fixed reflexive verbs, learn the verb together with its reflexive structure. Now let's move to the second type, a normal verb used reflexively. Here, the verb can take a normal person or thing as its object, but it can also point the action back to the subject. Look at the verb waschen, to wash. First, let's use it with a normal object. Felix wäscht sein Fahrrad vor der Reise. Felix washes his bicycle before the trip. Felix performs the action, but the object is sein Fahrrad, his bicycle. The action moves from Felix to something different, so this use is not reflexive. Now compare Felix wäscht sich nach dem Training. Felix washes himself after training. The verb is still waschen, but this time Felix performs the action and Felix also receives the action. So the normal object has been replaced by the matching reflexive pronoun sich. This is reflexive use. The verb itself is not always reflexive. The sentence becomes reflexive because the subject and the receiver are the same person. Now compare the two objects, sein Fahrrad, a different object, and sich, the same person as the subject. The verb stays connected to the same basic action. What changes is who receives that action. So the contrast is clear. With a fixed reflexive verb, the reflexive structure belongs to the verb's meaning. With a normal verb used reflexively, the verb can take a different object or it can return to the subject. This gives us a useful checking question. Can the reflexive pronoun be replaced by another person or thing while the verb keeps the same basic meaning? If yes, the verb is probably being used reflexively. But if the meaning requires a matching reflexive pronoun, we are dealing with a fixed reflexive verb. So, do not treat every verb with sich as exactly the same type. Sometimes the pronoun belongs to the verb itself, and sometimes it fills the object position because the action returns to the subject. One reflexive form, two different reasons, and the meaning shows us which type we have.
Exactly. Now let's focus on the position of the reflexive pronoun inside a normal main sentence. We already know how to choose the correct pronoun. Now we need to know where that pronoun usually appears. In a neutral sentence that begins with the subject, the common pattern is subject plus conjugated verb plus reflexive pronoun plus remaining information. So, the reflexive pronoun usually comes early. It appears after the conjugated verb and before most of the additional information. Let's look at a complete sentence. Mara konzentriert sich heute auf die Präsentation. Mara is concentrating on the presentation today. Now let's divide the sentence into its main parts. First, we have Mara. Mara. This is the subject. Next comes konzentriert. Concentrates. This is the conjugated verb. After the verb, we see sich, herself. This is the matching reflexive pronoun. Then we have heute, today, and auf die Präsentation, on the presentation. These parts give us the remaining information. So the sentence follows this natural order. Mara, subject, konzentriert, verb, sich, reflexive pronoun, and then heute auf die Präsentation, remaining information. The important point is the reflexive pronoun does not normally wait until the end of the sentence. It stays close to the conjugated verb. Now look at another example. Ich fühle mich nach dem Spaziergang besser. I feel better after the walk. The subject is ich, I. The conjugated verb is fühle, feel. The matching reflexive pronoun is mich, myself, and nach dem Spaziergang besser, better after the walk. So the order is ich fühle mich, subject, verb, reflexive pronoun, and then the other details can follow. Now let's use a plural subject. Die Nachbarn erholen sich am Wochenende im Garten. The neighbors relax in the garden at the weekend. Here the subject is die Nachbarn, the neighbors. We can replace this subject mentally with sie, they. That gives us the matching pronoun sich, themselves. The sentence begins, die Nachbarn erholen sich, the neighbors relax. Then we add am Wochenende, at the weekend, and im Garten, in the garden. So once again, the reflexive pronoun comes before the time and place information. This gives us a useful visual pattern. Subject, conjugated verb, reflexive pronoun, time, place, and other information. But remember, this is a natural, neutral pattern. It is not a rule that every sentence must contain all of these parts. A sentence may contain only a time expression, only a place expression, or another type of information. The central point stays the same. The reflexive pronoun normally appears early after the conjugated verb. Look at a shorter sentence. Der Kunde bedankt sich höflich. The customer thanks someone politely. The subject is der Kunde, the customer. The conjugated verb is bedankt, thanks. The reflexive pronoun is sich, and höflich is the additional information. So even in a short sentence, the pattern remains clear. Der Kunde bedankt sich höflich. Now look at a sentence with more information. Meine Schwester schminkt sich morgens vor dem großen Spiegel. My sister puts on makeup in front of the large mirror in the morning. The sentence contains meine Schwester, my sister, as the subject, schminkt, puts on makeup, as the conjugated verb, sich, herself, as the reflexive pronoun, morgens, in the morning, as the time information, and vor dem großen Spiegel, in front of the large mirror. The sentence may become longer, but the reflexive pronoun still stays near the beginning.
So when you build a normal subject-first sentence, use this checking method. First, place the subject. Second, conjugate the verb. Third, add the matching reflexive pronoun. Then, complete the sentence with the time, place, or other information you need. So we get: Mara konzentriert sich heute auf die Präsentation. Ich fühle mich nach dem Spaziergang besser. Die Nachbarn erholen sich am Wochenende im Garten. Der Kunde bedankt sich höflich. And meine Schwester schminkt sich morgens vor dem großen Spiegel. Different subjects, different verbs, and different details, but the reflexive pronoun keeps the same basic position. It stays early, close to the conjugated verb, and before most of the remaining sentence information. That natural position keeps the sentence clear, balanced, and easy to understand.
Exactly. Now let's look at reflexive pronouns after inversion. Inversion means the sentence does not begin with the subject. It begins with another element. For example, time, place, or another sentence part. The conjugated verb still stays in position 2. But now we need to watch carefully what comes after the verb. There are two important patterns. The first pattern is the subject is a personal pronoun. For example, heute fühle ich mich besser. Today I feel better. The sentence begins with heute, today. So the subject is not first. The conjugated verb is fühle, feel. After the verb, we get the subject pronoun, ich, I. Then we add the reflexive pronoun, mich, myself. So the order is time, conjugated verb, subject pronoun, reflexive pronoun. Look at another example. Nach dem Essen setzt sich du aufs Sofa. After the meal, you sit down on the sofa. The sentence begins with nach dem Essen, after the meal. Then we have the conjugated verb setzt, sit down. After that comes the subject pronoun, du, you. Then the reflexive pronoun, dich, yourself. So with a personal pronoun subject, the path is clear. First the verb, then the subject pronoun, then the matching reflexive pronoun. Now let's move to the second pattern. The subject is a noun or a name. Here, German often places the reflexive pronoun before the noun subject. Look at Heute stellt sich der neue Kollege vor. Today, the new colleague introduces himself. The sentence begins with heute, today. The conjugated verb is stellt, introduces. Now pay attention to the next part. We do not say the subject first here. We get sich, himself, before der neue Kollege, the new colleague. So the order is often time, conjugated verb, reflexive pronoun, noun, subject. Look at another example. Im Garten unterhalten sich die Nachbarn. In the garden, the neighbors are talking. The sentence begins with im Garten, in the garden. Then comes the conjugated verb unterhalten, talk. After that, we see sich, themselves, then the noun subject die Nachbarn, the neighbors. So with a noun subject, the reflexive pronoun often comes first. Now let's compare the two paths directly. With a personal pronoun, heute fühlt sich müde. Today he feels tired. Here the order is verb, subject pronoun, then sich, with a noun subject. Heute fühlt sich der Fahrer müde. Today, the driver feels tired. Here, the order is verb, sich, then der Fahrer, noun subject. That is the key to reading and building reflexive sentences after inversion without confusion.
Brilliant!
Now let's combine reflexive pronouns with Modalverben, modal verbs. For example, müssen, to have to, können, to be able to, wollen, to want to, dürfen, to be allowed to, and sollen, to should. When a reflexive verb appears with a modal verb, the sentence follows a clear pattern. Subject plus modal verb plus reflexive pronoun plus remaining information plus infinitive. The modal verb is conjugated to match the subject. It stays in position 2. The matching reflexive pronoun appears in the middle of the sentence, and the main verb stays in the infinitive form at the end. Let's begin with sich rasieren, to shave oneself. Look at Ich muss mich vor dem Termin rasieren. I have to shave before the appointment. Let's open the sentence piece by piece. First we have ich, I. This is the subject. Then we have muss, must, have to. This is the conjugated modal verb. The subject is ich, so the matching reflexive pronoun is mich, myself. Then we add vor dem Termin, before the appointment. And at the end we place rasieren, to shave. So the complete structure is ich muss mich vor dem Termin rasieren. The important point is the reflexive pronoun does not move to the end. Only the main verb appears there in the infinitive. Now let's change the subject. Look at Du kannst dich nach der Wanderung ausruhen. You can rest after the hike. The subject is du, you. So the modal verb takes the form kannst, can. And the matching reflexive pronoun is dich, yourself. The main verb is sich ausruhen, to rest. Inside the sentence, the pronoun changes to dich, but the infinitive ausruhen stays at the end. So we have Du kannst dich nach der Wanderung ausruhen. Now look at a third-person subject. Lea will sich für den Erste-Hilfe-Kurs anmelden. Lea wants to register for the first aid course. The subject is Lea, Lea. We can replace Lea mentally with sie, she. So the matching reflexive pronoun is sich, herself. The modal verb is will, wants to. And the main verb, anmelden, to register, appears at the end as anmelden. So the pattern is Lea will sich für den Erste-Hilfe-Kurs anmelden. Notice that sich anmelden is the vocabulary form, but with a modal verb, sich moves into the middle and anmelden stays as the infinitive at the end. Now let's use a plural subject. Wir dürfen uns hier nicht umziehen. We are not allowed to change clothes here. The subject is wir, we. The conjugated modal verb is dürfen, are allowed to. The matching reflexive pronoun is uns, ourselves. And the main verb sich umziehen, to change clothes, appears at the end as umziehen. So we get wir dürfen uns hier nicht umziehen. Again, the modal verb is conjugated, the reflexive pronoun matches the subject, and the main verb stays at the end. Now look at Ihr sollt euch im Museum ruhig verhalten. You all should behave quietly in the museum. The subject is ihr, you all. So the matching reflexive pronoun is euch, yourselves. The modal verb is sollt, should, and the main verb sich verhalten, to behave, appears at the end as verhalten. So the pattern is ihr sollt euch im Museum ruhig verhalten. Now let's use formal address. Sie müssen sich am Eingang ausweisen. You must identify yourself at the entrance. The subject is Sie, formal you. So the matching reflexive pronoun is sich, yourself, yourselves. The modal verb is müssen, must. And the main verb sich ausweisen, to identify oneself, stays in the infinitive at the end. So we have Sie müssen sich am Eingang ausweisen. Now compare all the subject patterns. Ich muss mich rasieren. Du kannst dich ausruhen. Lea will sich anmelden. Wir dürfen uns umziehen. Ihr sollt euch verhalten. And Sie müssen sich ausweisen. The modal verb changes with the subject. The reflexive pronoun also changes with the subject. But the main verb remains in the infinitive form. So do not choose the reflexive pronoun by looking at the infinitive at the end. Always begin with the subject. Find the subject, conjugate the modal verb, choose the matching reflexive pronoun, add the remaining information, and place the main verb in the infinitive at the end. That gives us the complete pattern. Subject plus modal verb plus reflexive pronoun plus information plus infinitive. The modal verb opens the sentence structure. The reflexive pronoun stays in the middle, and the infinitive closes the sentence naturally.
That's it. Now let's make a practical decision. Should we use a reflexive pronoun or should we use a normal object? The verb alone does not always give us the answer. Some verbs can work in both ways. The important question is, who or what receives the action? If the action goes to another person or thing, we use a normal object. If the action returns to the subject, we use the matching reflexive pronoun. Let's begin with anziehen, to dress or to put on. Look at Julia zieht ihren Sohn vor der Schule an. Julia dresses her son before school. The subject is Julia. Julia. She performs the action, but the person receiving the action is ihren Sohn, her son. Julia and her son are two different people, so we use a normal object. The sentence is not reflexive. Now compare Julia zieht sich vor der Arbeit an. Julia gets dressed before work. The subject is still Julia, but this time Julia performs the action and Julia also receives the action, so the action returns to the same person. That is why we use sich, herself. Notice that the verb structure stays almost the same. Julia zieht ihren Sohn an and Julia zieht sich an. What changes is the object. Ihren Sohn means another person, while sich points back to Julia. Now let's look at another verb, abtrocknen, to dry or to dry off. Look at nach dem Spaziergang trocknet Amir den Hund ab. After the walk, Amir dries the dog. Amir performs the action, but the receiver is den Hund, the dog. So this is a normal object. We could also replace the noun with an ordinary object pronoun. Look at Amir trocknet ihn mit einem Handtuch ab. Amir dries him off with a towel. Here, ihn means him or it. It still points to the dog. It does not point back to Amir, so the sentence is still not reflexive. Now compare nach dem Duschen trocknet Amir sich ab. After showering, Amir dries himself.
This time, the person performing the action and the person being dried are the same, so we do not use ihn, we use sich. The difference is not the action itself, the difference is who receives it. Now let's take a third verb, wiegen, to weigh. Look at Mona wiegt das Paket für den Wandsand. Mona weighs the package for shipping. The subject is Mona, but the object is das Paket, the parcel. The action moves from Mona to a different thing, so the sentence is not reflexive. Now compare Mona wiegt sich vor dem Frühstück. Mona weighs herself before breakfast. The verb remains wiegen, but the receiver is now Mona herself, so we choose sich. This gives us three clear contrasts: ihren Sohn, another person; den Hund, another receiver; das Paket, another thing. These are normal objects, but sich points back to the subject. So, when a verb can appear in both forms, do not ask only, is this verb reflexive? Ask the more useful question, who or what receives the action? First, identify the subject. Second, find the receiver of the action. If the receiver is different from the subject, use a normal noun or object pronoun. If the receiver is the same as the subject, choose the matching reflexive pronoun. So we can compare Julia zieht ihren Sohn an, different receiver. Julia zieht sich an, same receiver as the subject. Amir trocknet den Hund ab, different receiver. Amir trocknet sich ab, same receiver as the subject. Mona wiegt das Paket, different receiver, and Mona wiegt sich, same receiver as the subject. The verb may remain the same, but the object changes the direction of the action. Different receiver, normal object. Same receiver as the subject, reflexive pronoun. Choose the receiver first, and the correct form becomes clear.
Perfect. Now let's bring the whole lesson together. This page is our complete map for reflexive pronouns and word order. Let's begin with the core idea. A verb is reflexive when the subject does the action and the action returns to the same subject, so the subject and the receiver of the action are the same. German shows this with a Reflexivpronomen, reflexive pronoun. Now let's look at the main accusative map. Ich, mich. Du, dich. Er, sie, es, sich. Wir, uns. Ihr, euch. Sie, sich. So the first step is always find the subject. Then choose the matching reflexive pronoun. Now remember the special family of sich. This one form works with er, he, sie, she, es, it, sie, they, and sie, formal you. That is why you see sich so often. Now let's move to the basic sentence pattern. In a normal main sentence, the common structure is subject plus conjugated verb plus reflexive pronoun plus remaining information. Look at Elias erinnert sich an den Termin. Elias remembers the appointment. Here we have Elias, subject, erinnert, conjugated verb, sich, matching reflexive pronoun, and an den Termin, remaining information. So the reflexive pronoun stays early in the sentence. It comes after the conjugated verb and before most of the other details. Now let's review the difference between a fixed reflexive verb and a normal verb used reflexively. Some verbs are learned as reflexive structures. For example, sich erkälten, to catch a cold, or sich entschuldigen, to apologize. With this type, the reflexive connection belongs to the verbal expression itself. Other verbs can work with a normal object or with a reflexive pronoun. Look at Timo rasiert seinen Bart. Timo shaves his beard. And compare Timo rasiert sich. Timo shaves himself. The verb can stay the same. What changes is the receiver of the action. Now let's review the position of the reflexive pronoun after inversion. Inversion means the sentence begins with something other than the subject. For example, time, place, or another sentence part. The conjugated verb still stays in position 2, but after that, we need to watch the next step carefully. If the subject is a personal pronoun, the order is usually other element, conjugated verb, subject pronoun, reflexive pronoun. Look at Heute fühle ich mich deutlich ruhiger. Today I feel much calmer. Here we have heute, today, then fühle, feel, then ich, I, and then mich, myself. But if the subject is a noun or name, the reflexive pronoun often comes before the noun subject. Look at Heute meldet sich die neue Praktikantin. Today, the new intern registers herself or gets in touch. Here, the order is heute, today, then meldet, registers, then sich, herself, and then die neue Praktikantin, the new intern. So there are 2 inversion paths, and both are important. Now let's add modal verbs. With a modal verb, the structure is subject plus modal verb plus reflexive pronoun plus remaining information plus infinitive. Look at Wir müssen uns auf den Vortrag vorbereiten. We have to prepare for the presentation. Here, müssen is the conjugated modal verb, uns is the matching reflexive pronoun, and vorbereiten stays in the infinitive at the end. So the reflexive pronoun stays in the middle, and the main verb moves to the end. Now let's build one practical decision path. First, find the subject. Second, choose the matching reflexive pronoun. Third, ask who receives the action. If the action returns to the same subject, use the reflexive pronoun. If the action goes to another person or thing, use a normal object. Fourth, check the sentence type. Is it a normal subject-first main sentence? Is it an inverted sentence? Or is there a modal verb? Then place the reflexive pronoun in the correct position. So the whole map comes back to 5 clear steps. Find the subject, choose the pronoun, check the receiver, check the word order, place the pronoun correctly. And one small note, this lesson focuses on accusative reflexive pronouns. A few limited structures use dative reflexive forms. We will deal with those later. For now, if you can identify the subject, match the pronoun, and place it correctly, you already have the core system clearly in your hands. That is the reflexive map. One idea, one system, and one very useful pattern for building clear German sentences.
Great! Now let's begin with the central idea behind reflexive verbs in accusative and dative. A reflexive pronoun does not always appear in the same case. Sometimes we use mich, myself, and sometimes we use mir, to myself, for myself. The correct choice depends on the structure of the sentence. So we do not choose the case randomly. We ask, what receives the action directly? Let's begin with the first pattern. Sometimes the reflexive pronoun is the main object of the verb.
The action goes directly back to the subject. In this situation, the reflexive pronoun uses Akkusativ. Look at Ich ziehe mich schnell an. I get dressed quickly. The subject is ich, I. The action returns directly to me. There is no additional accusative object in the sentence. So the matching reflexive pronoun is mich. This gives us the first structure. Subject, verb, accusative reflexive pronoun. Now compare that with another structure. Look at Ich ziehe mir einen Pullover an. I put on a sweater. This sentence contains two important elements. First, mir, to myself, for myself. And second, einen Pullover, a sweater. The sweater is the thing that receives the action directly. So, einen Pullover is the additional accusative object. Because the accusative position is already filled by the sweater, the reflexive pronoun appears in dative. So we use mir, not mich. Now compare the two sentences. Ich ziehe mich schnell an. The action returns directly to the person. There is no additional accusative object, so we use accusative. But Ich ziehe mir einen Pullover an contains another direct object. The sweater receives the action directly, and the person is affected indirectly. So the reflexive pronoun uses dative. This gives us the main contrast. No additional accusative object, the reflexive pronoun is usually accusative. An additional accusative object is present, the reflexive pronoun is usually dative. The verb alone does not decide the case. The complete sentence structure does. So, when you see a reflexive sentence, do not only look at the pronoun, look at everything connected to the verb. Ask, is the reflexive pronoun the direct receiver of the action? Or is there another person or thing receiving the action directly? That question shows us which structure we are using. So, the system is not memorize mich in one sentence and mir in another. The real system is find the direct object, check whether another accusative object is present, then choose the reflexive case. The sentence structure creates the difference, and once that structure is clear, the choice between accusative and dative becomes logical.
Very good. Now let's focus on the most common reflexive pattern, reflexive verbs with accusative. We use an accusative reflexive pronoun when the action returns directly to the subject. The subject does the action, and the same subject receives the action. There is no additional direct accusative object, so the reflexive pronoun itself fills the object position. The central pattern is subject plus conjugated verb plus accusative reflexive pronoun plus remaining information. Let's quickly review the complete pronoun map. Ich to mich. I to myself. Du to dich. You to yourself. Sie, es to sich. He, she, it to himself, herself, itself. Wir to uns. We to ourselves. Ihr to euch. You all to yourselves. And sie to sich. They, formal you, to themselves, yourself, yourselves. The subject always controls which reflexive pronoun we need. Let's begin with sich hinlegen, to lie down. Look at Ich lege mich nach dem Mittagessen kurz hin. I lie down for a short while after lunch. The subject is ich, I. The person performing the action is me, and the person being placed in a lying position is also me. So the action returns directly to the subject. There is no different person or thing receiving the action. That is why we use mich. The structure is Ich lege mich nach dem Mittagessen kurz hin. The reflexive pronoun is the direct object. Now look at sich wundern, to be surprised. Du wunderst dich über die plötzliche Ruhe. You are surprised by the sudden quiet. The subject is du, you. The matching pronoun is dich, yourself. The feeling belongs directly to the same person, so we use the accusative form. Notice that über die plötzliche Ruhe, about the sudden quiet, is a phrase introduced by a preposition. It is not an additional direct accusative object, so it does not change dich into a dative form. The important question is not, do I see an accusative-looking word somewhere? The real question is there another direct object, besides the reflexive pronoun? In this sentence, the answer is no, so dich remains the accusative reflexive pronoun. Now look at a third-person subject. Der Besucher verspätet sich wegen des Regens. The visitor is running late because of the rain. The subject is der Besucher, the visitor. We can replace it mentally with he, and to sich, so we use sich. The visitor is the person experiencing the delay. There is no additional direct accusative object, so the reflexive pronoun uses accusative. Now let's use sich entscheiden, to decide. Look at Wir entscheiden uns für den früheren Termin. We decide on the earlier appointment. The subject is wir, we. So the matching form is uns, ourselves. The decision comes from the same group and returns to that group. There is no separate direct object besides uns, so we use the accusative reflexive form. Now look at sich umdrehen, to turn around. Ihr dreht euch zur Tür You all turn around toward the door. The subject is ihr, you all. The matching reflexive pronoun is euch, yourselves. The people performing the movement are the same people whose position changes, so the action returns directly to the subject. That gives us ihr dreht euch zur Tür Now take a plural noun subject. Die Gäste verabschieden sich am Ausgang. The guests say goodbye at the exit. The subject is die Gäste, the guests. We can replace it mentally with sie, they. So the matching pronoun is sich, themselves. Again, there is no additional direct accusative object. The reflexive pronoun itself fills that role. Now compare the 6 subject patterns. Ich lege mich hin, du wunderst dich, der Besucher verspätet sich, wir entscheiden uns, ihr dreht euch and die Gäste verabschieden sich. Different subjects, different verbs, but one shared structure. The action returns directly to the subject and no additional direct accusative object is present. So we use mich, dich, sich, uns, euch, or sich. This gives us a simple checking method. First, find the subject. Second, choose the matching reflexive pronoun. Third, ask whether another direct object receives the action.
If the answer is no, and the action returns directly to the subject, the reflexive pronoun uses accusative. The pronoun itself is the direct object. That is the basic and most common accusative reflexive pattern.
Nice work. Now let's focus on reflexive verbs with dative. The central idea is the reflexive pronoun is not always the direct receiver of the action. Sometimes, another person or thing receives the action directly, and the reflexive pronoun shows the person who is affected by that action. In this situation, the reflexive pronoun uses dative. So we have two different relationships. One element receives the action directly, and the reflexive pronoun points back to the affected subject. Let's look at Ich kämme mir vor dem Unterricht die Haare. I comb my hair before class. The subject is ich, I. The person performing the action is me. But what receives the combing directly? The answer is die Haare, the hair. The hair is the direct receiver of the action. So the reflexive pronoun does not fill the direct object position. Instead, it shows whose hair is affected. That is why we use mir, to myself, or for myself. The meaning is natural. I am combing my own hair. So the action is connected to the subject, but it reaches the hair directly. This is the main idea behind a dative reflexive pronoun. Another object receives the action directly, and the person is affected indirectly. Now look at Du putzt dir nach dem Frühstück die Zähne. You brush your teeth after breakfast. The subject is du, you. The matching dative reflexive pronoun is dir, to yourself or for yourself. And the direct receiver of the action is die Zähne, the teeth. The brushing happens directly to the teeth, so the teeth form the additional accusative object. The pronoun dia points back to the same person as the subject. It tells us whose teeth are being brushed. So compare the relationships. Du performs the action, die Zähne receive the action directly, and dia shows the person affected by it. That is why the reflexive pronoun uses dative. Now let's look at the complete dative reflexive map. Ich to mir. I to myself or for myself. Du to dir. You to yourself or for yourself. Sie, es to sich. He to himself, she to herself, it to itself. Wir to uns, we to ourselves or for ourselves, ihr to euch, you all to yourselves, and sie to sich, they to themselves, formal you to yourself, you all to yourselves. The subject still controls which reflexive pronoun we choose, but now the forms belong to dative. Notice something very important. Not every reflexive pronoun looks different when the case changes. With ich, the visible change is mich to mir, and with du, the visible change is dich to dir. These two contrasts are especially important. But with wir, the form remains uns. With ihr, the form remains euch. And with all third-person subjects and formal sie, the form remains sich. So the word sich
can appear in an Akkusativ reflexive sentence or in a Dativ reflexive sentence. The form itself does not tell us which case it is. We must understand the sentence structure. Look at Nora zieht sich vor dem Spaziergang die Handschuhe an. Nora puts on her gloves before the walk. The subject is Nora. Nora. We can replace Nora mentally with sie, she. So the matching reflexive pronoun is sich, herself or to herself. But what receives the action directly? The answer is die Handschuhe, the gloves. The gloves are the thing being put on, so they form the additional Akkusativ object. That means sich is functioning here as a Dativ reflexive pronoun, even though its written form looks exactly the same as Akkusativ sich. This is why we cannot decide the case by looking only at the pronoun. We need to ask, is the reflexive pronoun the direct receiver of the action, or is another object receiving the action directly? If another object receives the action, the reflexive pronoun usually uses Dativ. This pattern is especially common with body parts, clothes, and personal things. The subject performs an action on something connected closely to that same person, but the connected thing is still the direct object of the verb, so the person appears through the Dativ reflexive pronoun. Compare the concept one more time. In Ich kämme mir die Haare, the hair receives the action directly. In Du putzt dir die Zähne, the teeth receive the action directly. And in Nora zieht sich die Handschuhe an, the gloves receive the action directly. The people are still performing actions connected to themselves, but they are not the only direct receivers of those actions. That is the key. Another Akkusativ object receives the action, the reflexive pronoun shows the person affected by it, and therefore the reflexive pronoun uses Dativ. So remember the clearest visible changes. Mich to mir, and dich to dir. But also remember, uns, euch, and sich may look the same in both cases. The meaning and the complete sentence show us the real relationship. One direct receiver, one affected person, and one logical Dativ reflexive pattern.
Good job. Now let's focus on the structure of the sentence. This page is not mainly about the general idea. It is about seeing the pattern clearly. When a reflexive pronoun appears in dative, there is usually one more important part in the sentence, an extra accusative object. That extra object is the structural clue we need. So the key question is not only, which pronoun do I see? The key question is, what else is in the sentence? Let's begin with a very clear pattern. Ich wasche mir das Gesicht. I wash my face. Now, let's open the sentence as blocks. Ich, I, this is the subject. Wasche, wash, this is the conjugated verb. Mir, to myself or for myself, this is the reflexive pronoun. And das Gesicht, the face, this is the extra accusative object. So the structure is Ich wasche mir das Gesicht. The direct action goes to das Gesicht. So the reflexive pronoun does not take the direct object slot.
it appears as the person affected by the action. Now look at another sentence. Du föhnst dir die Haare im Bad. You dry your hair in the bathroom. Again, let's separate the structure. Du, you, subject, föhnst, dry, conjugated verb, dir, to yourself or for yourself, reflexive pronoun, die Haare, the hair, extra accusative object, and im Bad, in the bathroom, remaining information. So here again, the sentence core is Du föhnst dir die Haare. The important block is not only dir, it is dir plus die Haare, because once we see the extra accusative object, we understand why the reflexive pronoun is not accusative here. Now, let's take a third example. Karim zieht sich vor dem Haus die Mütze aus. Karim takes off his hat in front of the house. Here, the sentence contains more information, but the structure still stays clear. Karim, subject, zieht, takes off, conjugated verb, sich, himself, reflexive pronoun, die Mütze, the hat, extra accusative object, vor dem Haus, in front of the house, remaining information, and aus, out or off, separable prefix. So the inner structure is still Karim zieht sich die Mütze aus. The reflexive pronoun comes early, and the extra accusative object still appears as the thing receiving the action directly. Now let's look at one more pattern with a plural subject. Wir ziehen uns im Winter die Stiefel an. We put on our boots in winter. Again, the structure is wir, we, subject, ziehen, put on, conjugated verb, uns, to ourselves or for ourselves, reflexive pronoun, die Stiefel, the boots, extra accusative object, and im Winter, in winter, remaining information. So the pattern becomes wir ziehen uns die Stiefel an. Now compare all four structures. Ich wasche mir das Gesicht. Du föhnst dir die Haare im Bad. Karim zieht sich die Mütze aus, and wir ziehen uns die Stiefel an. Different subjects, different verbs, different extra details, but one shared structure. Subject, conjugated verb, reflexive pronoun, and extra accusative object. Then the rest of the sentence. That is the visual key for this page. If you see an extra accusative object, the sentence structure is telling you something important. The reflexive pronoun is not alone. It is sharing the sentence with another object, and that object is the one receiving the action directly. So, when you read a sentence like this, train your eyes to scan in this order. Find the subject, find the verb, find the reflexive pronoun, then ask, is there also an extra accusative object? If yes, that object is the structural signal you need. It shows you why the sentence uses the dative reflexive pattern. So, the real key on this page is not memorizing one pronoun, it's seeing the sentence shape. Reflexive pronoun, extra accusative object, and a clear structure that makes the pattern easy to recognize.
Exactly. Now let's compare the same verb inside two different sentence structures. The verb may stay the same, but the receiver of the action changes. That change decides whether we need mich, myself, or mir, to myself, for myself. Let's begin with schneiden, to cut. Look at Ich schneide mich beim Kochen. I cut myself while cooking. The subject is ich, I. And who receives the cutting directly? The answer is the same person as the subject. I perform the action, and I am also the direct receiver of the action. There is no additional Akkusativ object, so we use mich. The action path is subject, verb, back to the same person. Ich schneide mich. That is the accusative reflexive pattern. Now keep the same verb and compare Ich schneide mir vor dem Termin die Fingernägel. I trim my fingernails before the appointment. The subject is still ich, and the verb is still schneide. But what receives the cutting directly this time? The answer is die Fingernägel, the fingernails. The direct action goes to the fingernails, so the sentence now has an additional accusative object. The person is still affected because they are my own fingernails, but I am not the direct object of the cutting. That is why we use mir. So the second action path is subject, verb, affected person, direct object. Ich schneide mir die Fingernägel. Now compare the two sentences directly. Ich schneide mich. The person is the direct receiver. Ich schneide mir die Fingernägel. The fingernails are the direct receiver. Ich schminke mich. The person is the direct receiver. And ich schminke mir die Augen. The eyes are the direct receiver. So the difference between mich and mir does not come from the verb alone. The same verb can appear with both forms. The sentence structure makes the decision. Ask yourself, does the action go directly to the whole person? Then use mich. Is there another accusative object, such as a body part, that receives the action directly? Then use mir. So the practical contrast is mich, same person as the direct object, mir, same person is affected, but another object receives the action directly. One subject, one verb, but two different action paths. Follow the receiver, and the difference between mich and mir becomes clear.
Well done! Now let's look at one very natural German pattern. Body parts often appear with the definite article instead of a possessive word. English normally says my back, your nose, or her knee. But German often builds these expressions differently. The person is shown by the reflexive pronoun, and the body part uses a definite article. The common pattern is subject plus verb plus dative reflexive pronoun plus definite article plus body part. Let's begin with Am Strand creme ich mir den Rücken ein. I put sunscreen on my back at the beach. The subject is ich, I. The reflexive pronoun is mir, to myself, for myself. And the body part is den Rücken, the back. The word mir already tells us whose back we are talking about. It points back to the subject ich. So German does not need to repeat the owner with a possessive word. That is why the neutral expression is mir den Rücken, not necessarily meinen Rücken, my back. The reflexive pronoun shows the person, and the definite article introduces the body part. Now look at Vor dem Start massiert sich die Läuferin die Waden. Before the start, the runner massages her calves. The subject is die Läuferin, the female runner. The reflexive pronoun is sich, points back to that same person. So we already know that the calves belong to her. The body part appears as die Waden, the calves. German does not need a separate possessive word to repeat the same information. The meaning is already clear from the reflexive connection. Now look at bei dem starken Geruch hält sich Ben die Nase zu. Because of the strong smell, Ben holds his nose shut. The person affected is Ben. The reflexive pronoun is sich, and die Nase is the body part. Again, sich tells us whose nose it is, so the definite article die is the natural choice. Now look at beim Aufstehen stößt sich Marie das Knie am Tisch. When getting up, Marie bumps her knee against the table. The subject is Marie. The reflexive pronoun is sich, points back to Marie. And das Knie is the body part that receives the action directly. So the sentence does not need ihr Knie, her knee. The ownership is already understood. Now compare the article forms. With a masculine body part, we may see den Rücken, the back. With a feminine body part, die Nase, the nose. With a neuter body part, das Knie, the knee. And with plural body parts, die Waden, the calves. The article matches the gender and number of the body part. And because the body part is usually the additional accusative object, the article appears in the correct accusative form. That is why the masculine form is especially visible. Der Rücken, the back, becomes den Rücken inside the sentence. But die Nase, das Knie, and die Waden keep forms that may look unchanged. Now compare the German pattern with the English meaning. Ich creme mir den Rücken ein. English says, I put sunscreen on my back. But German shows the owner through mir and uses den Rücken for the body part. The same system appears in Ben hält sich die Nase zu. Ben holds his nose shut. The English translation uses his, but the German sentence does not need seine Nase, his nose, because sich already points back to Ben. Now, one important detail. Using a possessive word is not always impossible. For example, ich creme mir meinen Rücken ein. My back is grammatically possible. But the possessive form can place more emphasis on ownership or contrast. In the normal reflexive body part pattern, German usually prefers reflexive pronoun definite article body part. So the practical method is, first, identify the person affected by the action. Second, use the matching dative reflexive pronoun. Third, add the body part with its definite article. So we get patterns like mir den Rücken, sich die Waden, sich die Nase, and sich das Knie. The reflexive pronoun answers whose body part. The definite article answers which body part. That is why German often avoids repeating a possessive word. The owner is already clear, the body part uses the article, and the whole expression sounds natural and unmistakably German.
Perfect. Now let's turn the whole topic into one clear decision map. This page is not about a new rule. It is about making the choice between mich, myself, and mir, to myself or for myself, more quickly and more clearly. The first question is, who is the subject?
Start there first, because the subject always controls the reflexive pronoun. For example, ich, I, can give us mich or mir, and du, you, can give us dich or dir. So the real question is not only which person is the subject. The next question is, what receives the action directly? This is the turning point in the map. Path 1 is simple. Does the action return directly to the same person, and is there no extra accusative object? If yes, we choose the accusative reflexive form. Look at Ich setze mich ans Fenster. I sit down by the window. The subject is ich, I. The action returns directly to me. There is no additional direct object. So the correct form is mich. Now compare a second subject. Du erinnerst dich an den Namen. You remember the name. Again, the action returns to the same person, and an den Namen, the name, is part of a prepositional phrase. It is not an extra direct object, so we still choose dich. That gives us the first branch of the map. Subject, direct action returns to the same person, no extra accusative object, accusative reflexive pronoun. Now let's move to path 2. Is there an extra accusative object? If yes, that object receives the action directly, and the person is affected indirectly. In this situation, we choose the dative reflexive form. Look at Ich binde mir die Schürze I tie the apron around myself. The subject is still ich, I. But now the direct receiver is die Schürze, the apron. So the reflexive pronoun does not take the direct object slot. That is why we choose mir. Now compare the same logic with du. Look at Du machst dir einen Tee. You make yourself a tea. The subject is du, you, and the direct receiver is einen Tee, a tea. So the person is not the direct object. The person is the affected one. That is why we choose dir. So the second branch of the map is subject, extra accusative object is present, the action goes directly to that object, the person is affected indirectly. Dative reflexive pronoun. Now let's place the two decisions side by side. No extra accusative object. Think mich or dich. Extra accusative object present. Think mir or dir. Now let's make the contrast even clearer. Ich setze mich ans Fenster. The person is the direct receiver. Ich binde mir die Schürze Another object is the direct receiver. Du erinnerst dich an den Namen. The person is the direct receiver. Du machst dir einen Tee. Another object is the direct receiver. So the map always comes back to one question. Is the person the direct receiver, or is there another direct object? Now, one very important mini-note. With third-person subjects, the visible form often does not change. Sie, es to sich, sie to sich. That means sich can appear in an accusative reflexive sentence or in a dative reflexive sentence. So with third-person forms, the written pronoun alone does not show you the case clearly. You must look at the structure of the sentence. For example, setzt sich auf das Sofa. He sits down on the sofa. Here, sich is the direct reflexive object. But compare, zieht sich die Jacke an. Now, die Jacke, the jacket, is the extra accusative object, so sich is functioning in the dative pattern. That is why the most visible change usually appears with mich to mir and dich to dir. Those pairs help you see the contrast more easily. So the decision flow is simple. First, find the subject. Second, ask, does the action return directly to that person? If yes, and no extra accusative object is present, choose the accusative reflexive form. Third, ask, is there another accusative object? If yes, that object receives the action directly, and the reflexive pronoun moves to dative. This gives us the whole map. Same person as direct receiver, mich, dich, sich, uns, euch, sich. Another direct object is present, mir, dir, sich, uns, euch, sich. So do not try to memorize mich and mir as separate, unconnected facts. Read the sentence, find the receiver, follow the structure, and the correct form becomes much easier to choose. That is the decision map. One subject, one receiver check, and one very clear path to the right reflexive form.
Brilliant! Now let's use the dative reflexive pattern in very everyday body action situations. This page is not mainly about a new rule. It is about seeing how often this pattern appears in normal daily life. In many of these sentences, the person is affected by the action, but a body part or a personal item receives the action directly. That is why the reflexive pronoun appears in the dative pattern. Let's begin with a very common morning action. Tom putzt sich nach dem Frühstück die Zähne. Tom brushes his teeth after breakfast. Here, the subject is Tom. Tom. The reflexive pronoun is sich, himself. And the thing receiving the action directly is die Zähne, the teeth. So this is a natural, everyday, dative reflexive sentence. Now look at another daily action. Ich wasche mir vor der Arbeit die Hände. I wash my hands before work. The subject is ich, I. The reflexive pronoun is mir, to myself, for myself. And the direct receiver of the action is die Hände, the hands. So the action is connected to me, but it reaches the hands directly. Now let's move to personal care. Lena kämmt sich im Schlafzimmer die Haare. Lena combs her hair in the bedroom. The person doing the action is Lena. The reflexive pronoun is sich, herself. And the direct object is die Haare, the hair. So again, the body part receives the action directly, and the person appears through the reflexive pronoun. Now look at another body care action. Du cremst dir im Sommer die Arme ein. You put cream on your arms in summer. The subject is du, you. The reflexive pronoun is dir, to yourself, for yourself. And the direct object is die Arme, the arms. So this is another very natural situation where German uses the dative reflexive pattern. Now let's use a sentence with a personal item. Karim setzt sich vor dem Ausgang die Mütze auf. Karim puts his cap on before the exit. Here, the direct object is die Mütze, the cap. So the action goes directly to the cap, and the reflexive pronoun shows the person who is affected by that action.
Now look at a small evening action. Wir ziehen uns zu Hause die Schuhe aus. We take off our shoes at home. The subject is wir, we. The reflexive pronoun is uns, to ourselves, for ourselves. And the direct object is die Schuhe, the shoes. So this is also a very common daily pattern. Now let's take one more example with a body part. Ihr trocknet euch nach dem Regen die Füße ab. You all dry your feet after the rain. The reflexive pronoun is euch, to yourselves, for yourselves. And the direct object is die Füße, the feet. So the same structure appears again. Person affected, body part receives the action directly. Now compare the practical pattern in all these examples. Sich die Zähne putzen, to brush one's teeth. Mir die Hände waschen, to wash my hands. Sich die Haare kämmen, to comb one's hair. Dir die Arme eincremen, to put cream on your arms. Sich die Mütze aufsetzen, to put on one's cap. Uns die Schuhe ausziehen, to take off our shoes. And euch die Füße abtrocknen, to dry your feet. Different actions, different subjects, different body parts and personal things, but one shared idea. The reflexive pronoun shows the person, and another object receives the action directly. That is why this pattern appears so often with body care, clothes, and personal items in daily German. So when you hear or read a sentence like this, do not focus only on the reflexive pronoun. Also look for the body part or the personal thing that receives the action directly. That combination is one of the clearest signs of the dative reflexive pattern. And once you notice it in everyday actions, the whole structure starts sounding natural, familiar, and very easy to recognize.
Keep going. Now let's look at reflexive verbs in Perfekt, the common spoken past tense. The main idea is simple. A reflexive verb does not lose its reflexive pronoun in Perfekt. The pronoun stays inside the sentence, and it still matches the subject. Reflexive verbs normally form Perfekt with haben, to have. So the basic pattern is subject plus haben plus reflexive pronoun plus remaining information plus Partizip 2, past participle. The conjugated form of haben stays in Position 2. The reflexive pronoun comes after the conjugated helper verb, and the Partizip 2 moves to the end. The most important word order point is the reflexive pronoun does not move to the end with the Partizip 2. It keeps its normal early position after the conjugated form of haben. Let's begin with an accusative reflexive verb. Look at the presence sentence. Ich melde mich für den Fotokurs an. I register for the photography course. The subject is ich, I. So the matching reflexive pronoun is mich, myself. Now change the sentence to Perfekt. Ich habe mich für den Fotokurs angemeldet. I registered for the photography course. Let's open the structure. Ich, subject, habe, have, conjugated helper verb, mich, reflexive pronoun, für den Fotokurs, for the photography course, remaining information, and angemeldet, registered, past participle. So the complete path is ich
habe mich für den Fotokurs angemeldet. Notice clearly, mich stays after habe. Only angemeldet goes to the end. We do not place the reflexive pronoun beside the Partizip 2 at the end. Now look at another Akkusativ reflexive example. Mara hat sich über die lange Wartezeit geärgert. Mara was annoyed about the long wait. The subject is Mara, Mara. We can replace Mara mentally with sie, she. So the matching reflexive pronoun is sich, herself. The helper verb is hat, has, and the Partizip 2 is geärgert, was annoyed. So the structure is Mara hat sich über die lange Wartezeit geärgert. Again, the reflexive pronoun stays early, and the Partizip 2 closes the sentence. Now let's move to the dative reflexive pattern. The case does not automatically change just because the sentence is in perfect. If the original structure needs a dative reflexive pronoun, it stays dative in perfect. Look at Ich habe mir beim Training den Knöchel verletzt. I injured my ankle during training. The subject is ich, I. The conjugated helper verb is habe, have. The reflexive pronoun is mir, to myself or for myself, and the additional accusative object is den Knöchel, the ankle. The Partizip 2 is verletzt, injured, so the structure is Ich habe mir beim Training den Knöchel verletzt. The ankle receives the action directly, so mir remains the dative reflexive pronoun. Perfekt changes the verb structure, but it does not change the relationship between mir and den Knöchel. Now look at another dative reflexive example. Du hast dir am Bahnhof einen Kaffee gekauft. You bought yourself a coffee at the station. The subject is du, you. The conjugated helper verb is hast, have. The matching dative reflexive pronoun is dir, to yourself or for yourself, and the accusative object is einen Kaffee, a coffee. The Partizip 2, gekauft, stays at the end, so we get du hast dir am Bahnhof einen Kaffee gekauft. The sentence still follows the same central pattern: helper verb, early, reflexive pronoun, after the helper verb, and the Partizip 2 at the end. Now, one important reminder about sich. Its written form can appear in an accusative or dative structure. Look at Jonas hat sich vor der Reise einen neuen Rucksack gekauft. Jonas bought himself a new backpack before the trip. The direct object is einen neuen Rucksack, a new backpack. So sich belongs to the dative pattern here, even though the written form looks exactly like accusative sich. The complete structure shows us its real function. Now compare the main patterns. Akkusativ reflexive. Ich habe mich für den Fotokurs angemeldet. The reflexive pronoun is the direct reflexive object. Dative reflexive. Ich habe mir beim Training den Knöchel verletzt. Another accusative object receives the action directly. But both sentences use the same perfect framework. Subject plus haben plus reflexive pronoun plus information and Partizip 2 at the end. So the practical method is: first, find the subject. Second, conjugate haben for that subject. Third, choose the correct reflexive pronoun, keep its original accusative or dative function. Fourth, add the remaining sentence information. And finally, place the Partizip 2 at the end. So remember, perfekt does not remove the reflexive pronoun. It does not send the reflexive pronoun to the end, and it does not automatically change its case. The helper verb comes early, the reflexive pronoun stays after it, and the Partizip 2 closes the sentence. That clear structure keeps reflexive verbs natural and correct even when we speak about the past.
Clear so far? Now let's read complete reflexive sentences and decide. Do we see accusative or dative? We are not learning a new rule here. We are training a clear reading method. Instead of looking only at the reflexive pronoun, we will examine the complete sentence. Use 4 questions. Who is the subject? Which reflexive pronoun do we see? Is there an additional accusative object? And finally, who or what receives the action directly? Let's begin with Nach dem Streit beruhigt sich Malik schnell. After the argument, Malik calms down quickly. First, who is the subject? The subject is Malik. Malik. Second, which reflexive pronoun do we see? We see sich, himself. Now ask the central question. Is there another accusative object in the sentence? No. Nach dem Streit is time information, and schnell describes how the action happens. Neither one is a direct object. The action returns directly to Malik, so sich itself fills the object position. That means we see an accusative reflexive pattern. Now compare it with this sentence. Im Bistro bestellt sich Malik eine Gemüsesuppe. At the bistro, Malik orders himself a vegetable soup. The subject is still Malik. Malik. And the reflexive pronoun is still sich, himself. But now we must look at the complete sentence. We also see eine Gemüsesuppe, a vegetable soup. This is an additional accusative object. The soup is the thing being ordered directly. Malik is the person affected or benefiting from the action. So sich does not fill the direct object position. It belongs to the dative pattern. Now compare the 2 sentences. Nach dem Streit beruhigt sich Malik schnell. No additional accusative object. Accusativ. But im Bistro bestellt sich Malik eine Gemüsesuppe contains eine Gemüsesuppe as the direct object. So sich is dative. Notice the important point. The written form sich looks exactly the same in both sentences. The pronoun alone does not show us the case. The sentence structure does. Now let's read a sentence with a visible accusative form. Ich konzentriere mich auf die Ansage. I concentrate on the announcement. The subject is ich, I. The reflexive pronoun is mich, myself. Now look carefully at auf die Ansage, on the announcement. This phrase begins with the preposition auf, on. So it is a prepositional phrase. It is not an additional direct object. There is no other accusative object besides mich. The action returns directly to the subject. So mich uses accusative.
Now compare it with Ich notiere mir die neue Adresse. I note down the new address for myself. The subject is again ich, but this time the reflexive pronoun is mir, to myself or for myself. The sentence also contains die neue Adresse, the new address. The address is what receives the action directly. It is the information being written down. So, die neue Adresse is the direct accusative object. And mir shows the person for whom the note is made. That means mir uses dativ. So the visible contrast is ich konzentriere mich auf die Ansage, no additional accusative object, accusativ, and ich notiere mir die neue Adresse, an additional accusative object is present, dativ. Now let's read a reflexive sentence in Perfekt. Die Teilnehmer haben sich für den Workshop eingetragen. The participants registered for the workshop. First, the subject is die Teilnehmer, the participants. The helper verb is haben, have. The reflexive pronoun is sich, themselves. And the Partizip 2 is eingetragen, registered. Now ask, is für den Workshop an additional direct object? No. It is a phrase introduced by für, for. So there is no additional direct accusative object. The reflexive pronoun is the direct reflexive object. Therefore, sich uses accusative. The perfect structure does not change that relationship. Now compare it with another perfect sentence. Lena hat sich eine Checkliste für die Reise erstellt. Lena created a checklist for herself for the trip. The subject is Lena, Lena. The helper verb is hat, has. The reflexive pronoun is sich, for herself. And the sentence also contains eine Checkliste, a checklist. The checklist is the thing being created directly. So it is the additional accusative object. And erstellt is the Partizip 2 at the end. So even in Perfekt, the same reading method still works. Find the subject, find the reflexive pronoun, look for an additional accusative object. Then identify the direct receiver of the action. Now compare all 6 sentences. Nach dem Streit beruhigt sich Malik schnell. No additional accusative object. Akkusativ. Im Bistro bestellt sich Malik eine Gemüsesuppe. Additional accusative object present. Dativ. Ich konzentriere mich auf die Ansage. The phrase after auf is prepositional. No direct object. Akkusativ. Ich notiere mir die neue Adresse. The address receives the action directly. Dativ. Die Teilnehmer haben sich für den Workshop eingetragen. No additional direct object. Akkusativ. And Lena hat sich eine Checkliste für die Reise erstellt. The checklist is the direct object. Dativ. So the reading method stays consistent. Do not decide only from mich, mir, or sich. Read the whole sentence. Find the receiver of the action. If the reflexive pronoun is the direct receiver, it uses accusative. If another accusative object receives the action directly, the reflexive pronoun uses dativ. The pronoun is a clue, but the complete structure gives us the final answer.
That's it. Now let's bring the complete system of reflexive verbs in accusative and dativ into one clear map. The central idea is
the subject performs the action, and the reflexive pronoun points back to that same subject. But the case of the reflexive pronoun depends on who or what receives the action directly. So our first question is, who is the subject? The subject controls which reflexive pronoun we can use. The main accusative map is ich, mich, I, myself, du, dich, you, yourself, sie, es, sich, he, she, it, himself, herself, itself, wir, uns, we, ourselves, ihr, euch, you all, yourselves, and sie, sich, they, formal you, themselves, yourself, yourselves. Now look at the first path. Does the action return directly to the subject? And is there no additional accusative object? If yes, the reflexive pronoun is itself the direct object, so we use the accusative reflexive pattern. Look at Ich verbrenne mich beim Backen. I burn myself while baking. The subject is ich, and the action goes directly back to the person. There is no additional direct object, so we use mich. This gives us the first structure: subject plus conjugated verb plus accusative reflexive pronoun plus remaining information. Now let's move to the second path. Is there another person or thing that receives the action directly? If yes, that element becomes the additional accusative object. The reflexive pronoun then shows the person affected by the action, so the reflexive pronoun uses dative. The visible dative forms are ich, mir, I, to myself, for myself, and du, dir, you, to yourself, for yourself. With wir, the form remains uns. With ihr, the form remains euch. And with sie, es, sie, and sie, the form remains sich. So the complete dative map is ich, mir, du, dir, sie, es, sich, wir, uns, ihr, euch, and sie, sich. Now compare the two structures with the same verb. Ich verbrenne mich beim Backen. The person is the direct receiver, so mich uses accusative. Now look at ich verbrenne mir beim Backen die Hand. I burn my hand while baking. The subject is still ich, but the direct receiver is now die Hand, the hand. So the sentence contains an additional accusative object. The person is affected indirectly. That is why we use mir. So the two action paths are ich verbrenne, mich, the action goes directly to the person, and ich verbrenne, mir, die Hand, the action goes directly to the hand. This is the clearest contrast between mich and mir. Now remember one important detail. The form sich can appear in both cases. Its written form does not change with third-person subjects. So do not decide the case by looking only at sich. Look for the direct receiver of the action. No extra accusative object present? Sich may be the accusative reflexive pronoun. An extra accusative object is present. Sich may be the dative reflexive pronoun. The sentence structure shows its real function. Now let's add the body part pattern. German often uses a definite article with a body part.
The reflexive pronoun already tells us whose body part we mean. Look at Sarah reibt sich nach dem Aufstehen die Augen. Sarah rubs her eyes after waking up. The reflexive pronoun sich points back to Sarah, so we already know whose eyes they are. That is why German naturally uses die Augen, the eyes, instead of repeating a possessive word. The common pattern is subject plus verb plus dative reflexive pronoun plus definite article plus body part. The reflexive pronoun shows the person, the article introduces the body part, and the body part is the additional accusative object. Now let's add perfekt, the common spoken past tense. Reflexive verbs normally form perfect with haben, to have. The reflexive pronoun does not disappear, and it does not move to the end with the Partizip zwei, past participle. The central structure is subject plus haben plus reflexive pronoun plus remaining information plus Partizip zwei. Look at an accusative reflexive sentence. Wir haben uns nach der Prüfung entspannt. We relaxed after the exam. The helper verb is haben. The reflexive pronoun uns stays directly after it, and entspannt, relaxed, appears at the end. Now look at a dative reflexive sentence. Tarek hat sich beim Fußball den Arm gebrochen. Tarek broke his arm while playing football. The helper verb is hat. The reflexive pronoun sich stays after it, and the additional accusative object is den Arm, the arm, and gebrochen, broken, is the Partizip zwei at the end. So perfekt changes the verb structure, but it does not change the original case relationship. An accusative reflexive pronoun stays accusative. A dative reflexive pronoun stays dative. Now let's build the final decision path. First, find the subject. Second, choose the matching reflexive pronoun family. Third, ask who or what receives the action directly. If the action returns directly to the same person and there is no additional accusative object, use the accusative reflexive form. If another object receives the action directly, use the dative reflexive form for the affected person. Fourth, if the extra object is a body part, use its definite article in the natural German pattern. Fifth, if the sentence is imperfect, place the conjugated form of haben early. Keep the reflexive pronoun after it and place the Partizip zwei at the end. So the whole system comes back to one central check. Same person as the direct receiver? Accusative. An extra accusative object present? Dative. The reflexive pronoun shows the person and the extra object receives the action, and the complete structure makes the correct case clear and logical.
Great! Now let's begin with the central idea behind German verbs with fixed prepositions. Some German verbs do not normally appear with any preposition we choose. They belong to one specific preposition. Together, they form ein festes Paket, a fixed package. So we should not learn only the verb. We learn the verb, the fixed preposition, and the case that follows it. The complete system is Verb plus Präposition plus Akkusativ or Dativ, verb plus preposition plus Akkusativ
or dative. These three parts belong together. Changing only the preposition may make the expression sound unnatural or may change the intended meaning. Let's begin with warten auf, to wait for. English uses for, but German uses auf, on. This already shows us something important. A direct translation does not tell us which German preposition we need. Look at Wir warten morgen am Eingang auf den Reiseleiter. We are waiting for the tour guide in front of the entrance. The fixed expression is warten auf, and this package requires Akkusativ. So we get auf den Reiseleiter. The person comes after the fixed preposition, and the article takes the form required by the complete verb preposition package. So we should learn warten auf plus Akkusativ as one unit, not only warten, to wait, and not only auf, on. The useful vocabulary item is the complete package. Now let's look at a different one. Teilnehmen an, to take part in. Look at Mila nimmt morgen an einem Bewerbungstraining teil. Mila is taking part in interview training tomorrow. Here, the fixed preposition is an, at or on. But this package requires Dativ, so we get an einem Bewerbungstraining. The important point is we do not choose the case separately after building the sentence. The case already belongs to the expression teilnehmen an plus Dativ. So when you learn this verb, learn all three parts together: the verb, the fixed preposition, and the case. Now let's connect this idea to a reflexive verb. Look at sich interessieren für, to be interested in. This expression contains two fixed elements, the reflexive pronoun and the preposition für, for. Look at der neue Kollege interessiert sich für nachhaltige Technik. The new colleague is interested in sustainable technology. The verb is conjugated to match the subject. The reflexive pronoun sich points back to the colleague, and the preposition für introduces the topic of interest. This package requires Akkusativ, so the complete vocabulary form is sich interessieren für plus Akkusativ, not simply interessieren, to interest. When we learn only the basic verb, we still do not know how to connect it to the next part of the sentence. But when we learn the complete package, the structure is already clear. Now compare the three packages: warten auf plus Akkusativ, teilnehmen an plus Dativ, and sich interessieren für plus Akkusativ. Each one has its own fixed preposition, and each one has its own required case. The English meaning does not create that combination. German does. That is why two verbs with similar English translations may still use different German prepositions, and two expressions containing the same German preposition may not always follow the same complete pattern. The reliable method is learn the package as German gives it. Now let's look at what happens after the preposition. A noun phrase or pronoun normally follows it. The required case controls the form of that phrase. With Akkusativ, we may see forms such as den or einen. With Dativ, we may see forms such as dem or einem. But we do not begin by guessing the article.
We begin with the verb package. First, identify the verb. Second, remember its fixed preposition. Third, remember whether the package requires Akkusativ or Dativ. Then form the noun phrase or pronoun correctly. So the order inside your mind is verb, preposition, case, then the correct noun or pronoun form. Let's return to our examples. Warten auf plus Akkusativ gives us auf den Reiseleiter. Teilnehmen an plus Dativ gives us an einem Bewerbungstraining. And sich interessieren für plus Akkusativ gives us für nachhaltige Technik. The ending may look different in each phrase, but the principle is always the same. The fixed package decides what follows. So when you write new vocabulary, do not write only one word. Instead of writing teilnehmen, to participate, write teilnehmen an plus Dativ. And instead of writing sich interessieren, write sich interessieren für plus Akkusativ. This small habit makes a major difference. You learn how the verb works inside a real sentence. You remember the correct preposition, and you know which case must follow it. So the main idea for this page is simple. A German verb may come with one fixed preposition. That preposition may require Akkusativ or Dativ, and all three elements should be learned as one complete unit. Learn the package, keep its parts together, and the sentence becomes much easier to build naturally and correctly.
Very good. Now let's look at 3 useful verb packages that share the same preposition, auf, on, for, or to. The 3 expressions are warten auf, to wait for, sich vorbereiten auf, to prepare for, and sich freuen auf, to look forward to. All 3 packages use auf plus Akkusativ, but they describe 3 different stages: waiting for something, preparing for something, and looking forward to something. Let's begin with warten auf. We use this expression when someone expects a person, an object, or an event to arrive or happen. Look at Die Fahrgäste warten auf den nächsten Bus. The passengers are waiting for the next bus. The fixed package is warten auf. The thing being awaited is den nächsten Bus, the next bus. Because this package requires Akkusativ, the masculine article der, the, changes to den. So we learn the complete expression as warten auf plus Akkusativ. The English sentence uses the preposition for, but German uses auf. That is why literal translation alone cannot choose the correct preposition. We need to remember the German package. Now let's move to sich vorbereiten auf, to prepare for. We use this expression when someone gets ready for an upcoming event, a task, or a situation. Look at Nina bereitet sich auf ihr Vorstellungsgespräch vor. Nina is preparing for her job interview. The subject is Nina, so the matching reflexive pronoun is sich, herself. The fixed preposition is auf, and the upcoming event is ihr Vorstellungsgespräch, her job interview. So the complete package is sich vorbereiten auf plus Akkusativ. Notice that the verb appears as 2 parts inside the sentence: bereitet, prepares, and vor, prepare.
The reflexive pronoun and the prepositional phrase stay in the middle, but the important point for this page is still the fixed connection, sich vorbereiten auf. We do not replace auf with another preposition just because English says for. Now let's look at sich freuen auf, to look forward to. We use this expression when someone feels happy about something that is still coming. Look at Wir freuen uns auf das lange Wochenende. We are looking forward to the long weekend. The subject is wir, we, so the matching reflexive pronoun is uns, ourselves. The thing we are looking forward to is das lange Wochenende, the long weekend. The weekend is still ahead of us, so we use the fixed package sich freuen auf plus Akkusativ. This expression combines a positive feeling with a future event or experience. Now let's compare the three meanings. Warten auf means that we expect something and remain until it arrives or happens. Sich vorbereiten auf means that we actively get ready before something happens, and sich freuen auf means that we feel positive anticipation because something enjoyable is coming. So we can imagine one future event with three different reactions. One person waits for it, another person prepares for it, and another person looks forward to it. The meaning changes, but the preposition stays the same, auf, and the case also stays the same, Akkusativ. Now let's scan the three complete packages. Warten auf plus Akkusativ, sich vorbereiten auf plus Akkusativ, and sich freuen auf plus Akkusativ. The reflexive pronoun appears only with the second and third expressions, so we say Ich bereite mich vor, I prepare myself. Du bereitest dich vor, you prepare yourself, and wir bereiten uns vor, we prepare ourselves. But warten is not reflexive in this package, so we say Ich warte, I wait, not Ich warte mich. That gives us another useful distinction. All three expressions share auf plus Akkusativ, but only sich vorbereiten auf and sich freuen auf need a matching reflexive pronoun. Now look again at the noun phrases. Auf den nächsten Bus, for the next bus, auf ihr Vorstellungsgespräch, for her job interview, and auf das lange Wochenende, to the long weekend. The forms may look different because the nouns have different genders and different articles, but they all belong to the same case, Akkusativ. So the checking method is simple. First, identify the verb. Second, remember that its fixed preposition is auf. Third, use Akkusativ after the preposition. And if the verb is reflexive, choose the matching pronoun that matches the subject. So the three packages stay clearly separated by meaning, waiting, preparing, and looking forward. But they stay connected by one shared structure, auf plus Akkusativ. Three everyday actions, one fixed preposition, and one reliable German pattern.
Nice work. Now let's organize 4 common verb packages into 3 clear meaning groups. The prepositions are für, for, an, at or of, and über, about. All the packages on this page require Akkusativ, but each block expresses a different idea. The first block is about interest, the second block is about memory and thought, and the third block is about a conversation topic. Let's begin with the interest block. The fixed package is sich interessieren für, to be interested in. This verb is reflexive, so we need a reflexive pronoun that matches the subject, and the topic of interest comes after für plus Akkusativ. Look at Jana interessiert sich für einen Fotokurs. Jana is interested in a photography course. The subject is Jana, Jana. We can replace Jana mentally with sie, she. So the matching reflexive pronoun is sich, herself. The fixed preposition is für, and the topic of interest is einen Fotokurs, a photography course. The masculine article ein, changes to einen, because the package requires Akkusativ. So the complete structure is Jana interessiert sich für einen Fotokurs. The important vocabulary unit is sich interessieren für Akkusativ. We keep the reflexive verb, the preposition, and the case together. Now let's move on to the second block, memory and thought. Here we have two fixed packages, sich erinnern an, to remember, and denken an, to think of or to think about. Both use an plus Akkusativ, but they do not express exactly the same mental action. Let's begin with sich erinnern an. This expression means that information from the past returns to someone's memory. Look at Farid erinnert sich an seinen ersten Schultag. Farid remembers his first day at school. The verb is reflexive, so we use sich, himself. The fixed preposition is an, and the remembered experience is seinen ersten Schultag, his first day at school. The masculine phrase appears in Akkusativ, so we learn sich erinnern an plus Akkusativ as one complete package. Notice that the reflexive pronoun and the phrase after an perform different jobs. Sich points back to Farid, while an seinen ersten Schultag identifies what he remembers. Now compare that with denken an. This expression means to direct your thoughts towards a person, a thing, or a situation. Look at Vor der Reise denke ich an meinen Reisepass. Before the trip, I think about my passport. The subject is ich, I. This verb package is not reflexive, so we do not need mich. The fixed expression is simply denken an, and the thing inside my thoughts is meinen Reisepass, my passport. Again, the masculine article shows Akkusativ, so we learn denken an plus Akkusativ as not reflexive. Now compare the two mental packages. Sich erinnern an brings something back from memory. Denken an directs your thoughts towards something. Both use an plus Akkusativ, but only sich erinnern an needs a reflexive pronoun. So we say, ich erinnere mich an den Ausflug. I remember the excursion. But ich denke an den Ausflug. I think about the excursion. The topic may be similar, but the mental action is different. One is remembering, the other is thinking. Now let's move on to the third block, speaking about a topic. The fixed package is sprechen über, to talk about. We use this expression when we name the subject of a conversation. Look at Die Nachbarn sprechen über die neuen Parkregeln. The neighbors are talking about the new parking rules. The subject is die Nachbarn, the neighbors. The conjugated verb is sprechen, are talking. The fixed preposition is über, about, and the conversation topic is die neuen Parkregeln, the new parking rules. This package requires Akkusativ, so the complete unit is sprechen über Akkusativ. The phrase after über does not tell us who is speaking. It tells us what the conversation is about. Now look at the 3 blocks together. Interest, sich interessieren für, Akkusativ. Memory and thought, sich erinnern an, Akkusativ. Denken an, Akkusativ. And conversation topic, sprechen über, Akkusativ. The meanings are clearly different, but all 4 packages share one case, Akkusativ. Now compare their structures. With sich interessieren für, we need subject, conjugated verb, matching reflexive pronoun, then für plus Akkusativ. With sich erinnern an, we also need subject, conjugated verb, matching reflexive pronoun, then an plus Akkusativ. But with denken an, there is no reflexive pronoun, and with sprechen über, there is also no reflexive pronoun. So the preposition does not tell us whether the verb is reflexive. That information belongs to the verb package itself. This is why we learn sich interessieren für, not only interessieren für. And we learn sich erinnern an, not only erinnern an, but we learn denken an and sprechen über without a reflexive pronoun. Now scan the example phrases. Für einen Fotokurs, in a photography course, an seinen ersten Schultag, his first day at school, an meinen Reisepass, about my passport, and über die neuen Parkregeln, about the new parking rules. The articles and adjective endings may look different, but every phrase uses Akkusativ. So the practical method is, first, identify the meaning. Interest, think sich interessieren für. Memory, think sich erinnern an. A thought directed towards something, think denken an. A conversation topic, think sprechen über. Second, remember whether the verb itself is reflexive. Third, use Akkusativ after the fixed preposition. So the full map is interest with für, memory and thought with an, conversation topic with über. 3 visual blocks, 4 fixed packages, and 1 shared case, Akkusativ. Keep each package connected to its meaning, and the correct expression becomes much easier to recall naturally.
Exactly. Now let's focus on one very important meaning contrast. Sich freuen auf and sich freuen über. Both expressions use the same verb, and both expressions use a reflexive pronoun, and both expressions take Akkusativ. But the meaning changes clearly because of the preposition. So this page is not about a new verb, it is about choosing the right meaning. Let's begin with sich freuen auf, to look forward to. We use this expression when something has not happened yet. The event is still in the future, but we already feel happy anticipation about it. Look at Ich freue mich auf das Konzert am Freitag. I am looking forward to the concert on Friday. The concert has not happened yet.
it is still coming. So the feeling moves forward toward a future event. That is why we use auf. Now compare that with sich freuen über, to be happy about. We use this expression when something is already here or has already happened, and now it causes joy. Look at Ich freue mich über das Geschenk. I am happy about the gift. Here, the gift already exists in the situation. It is not only a future expectation, it is the reason for the joy now. That is why we use über. So the first big contrast is simple. Future event, still ahead of me, sich freuen auf. Reason for joy, already present or already completed, sich freuen über. Now, let's make the contrast even clearer with one shared situation. Imagine a trip. Before the trip, I can say, Wir freuen uns auf die Reise nach Wien. We are looking forward to the trip to Vienna. The trip is still coming. Now imagine the trip is already real, or we are speaking about it as something positive we already have. Then we can say, Wir freuen uns über die Reise nach Wien. We are happy about the trip to Vienna. So the noun can look similar, but the time perspective changes the meaning. With auf, the feeling points forward. With über, the feeling reacts to something present or completed. Now let's place this idea on a simple timeline. Before the event, we often use sich freuen auf. At the moment of the good result, or after it, we often use sich freuen über. So the timeline idea is not yet, sich freuen auf. Already here or already happened, sich freuen über. Now let's look at two more examples. Lea freut sich auf ihren Sprachkurs im Sommer. Leah is looking forward to her language course in the summer. The course is still in the future, so auf is the correct choice. Now compare Lea freut sich über ihre gute Prüfung. Leah is happy about her good exam result. The result already exists now, so über is the correct choice. Now notice something useful. Both packages stay structurally similar. Sich freuen auf Akkusativ and sich freuen über Akkusativ. So the difference is not the case. The difference is the meaning. That is why this choice depends on the situation, not only on grammar. Now let's compare the two questions you can ask yourself. Am I happy because something good is still coming? Then think, sich freuen auf. Am I happy because something good is already here or already happened? Then think, sich freuen über. So the practical map for this page is future joy, anticipation, sich freuen auf, present or completed reason for joy, reaction, sich freuen über. Both are correct, but they are correct in different moments. That is the key difference. Sich freuen auf looks ahead, and sich freuen über looks at what already gives joy. Once the time perspective is clear, the right preposition becomes much easier to choose.
Good job. Now let's focus on two fixed verb packages that require dative. Teilnehmen an, to take part in or to participate in, and anfangen mit, to begin with or to start with. These expressions use different prepositions, but both packages require dative. The important idea is
The case belongs to the complete verb preposition package. We do not choose it from the preposition alone. Let's begin with teilnehmen an, to take part in. We use this expression when someone participates in an event, a course, a meeting, or an organized activity. The complete package is teilnehmen an plus dative. Look at Unsere Abteilung nimmt an einer Sicherheitsübung teil. Our department is taking part in a safety exercise. The subject is unsere Abteilung, our department. The verb teilnehmen, to take part, is separable. So inside the sentence, we see nimmt, takes, near the beginning, and teil, part, at the end. The fixed preposition is an, and the activity is einer Sicherheitsübung, a safety exercise. Because this package requires dative, the feminine article einer appears as einer. So the structure is unsere Abteilung nimmt an einer Sicherheitsübung teil. The verb separates, but the connection between teilnehmen and an plus dative does not change. Now look at another example. Mehr als 100 Personen nehmen am Stadtlauf teil. More than 100 people are taking part in the city run. Here we see am Stadtlauf, in the city run. The form am comes from an plus dem. The noun phrase still uses dative, so we can recognize the same package teilnehmen an plus dative. The surface form may become shorter, but the grammar behind it stays the same. Now we need one very important contrast. The preposition an does not always require the same case. Earlier, we saw packages like denken an, accusative, to think of, and sich erinnern an, accusative, to remember. But here we have teilnehmen an, dative, so the preposition alone does not give us the answer. Compare the packages. An einen Termin denken, to think about an appointment. The package denken an requires accusative, but an einem Seminar teilnehmen, to take part in a seminar, the package teilnehmen an requires dative. The same preposition, two different verbs, two different case patterns. That is why we must learn verb, preposition, and case as one unit. Now let's move to anfangen mit, to begin with or to start with. We use this expression when we name the first task, the first topic, or the first part of an activity. The complete package is anfangen mit plus dative. Look at Die Besprechung fängt mit einer kurzen Zusammenfassung an. The meeting begins with a short summary. The subject is die Besprechung, the meeting. The verb anfangen, to begin, is also separable. So we see fängt, begins, near the beginning, and an, at the end. But be careful, the final word an belongs to the separable verb anfangen. It is not the fixed preposition of this package. The fixed preposition is mit, with, and the first part of the meeting is einer kurzen Zusammenfassung, a short summary. Because mit requires dative in this package, we use einer kurzen Zusammenfassung. So the full sentence pattern is Die Besprechung fängt mit einer kurzen Zusammenfassung an. This sentence contains two small words that perform different jobs. Mit introduces what comes first, and an completes the separable verb.
That distinction is important. Now look at another example. Ich fange heute mit dem schwierigsten Kapitel an. I am starting with the most difficult chapter today. The fixed package is anfangen mit. The first task is dem schwierigsten Kapitel, the most difficult chapter. The masculine article, der, appears as dem because the phrase uses dative. Again, the separable prefix an moves to the end, but the dative phrase stays connected to mit. Now compare the two packages directly. Participation in an organized activity, teilnehmen an plus dative. Starting with the first task or topic, anfangen mit plus dative. Both verbs are separable. Teilnehmen becomes nimmt teil and anfangen becomes fängt an, but the fixed prepositional heises stay inside the sentence. Look at the structures. Unsere Abteilung nimmt an einer Sicherheitsübung teil. Subject, conjugated verb, an plus dative, then the separated prefix, and die Besprechung fängt mit einer kurzen Zusammenfassung an. Subject, conjugated verb, mit plus dative, then the separated prefix. So the practical method is: first, identify the complete verb. Second, remember its fixed preposition. Third, remember the case that belongs to that package. Fourth, place the separated verb part at the end. So we learn teilnehmen an plus dative and anfangen mit plus dative, not only teilnehmen or anfangen. And remember the key warning: an does not always mean the same case. With denken an and sich erinnern an, we use accusative. With teilnehmen an, we use dative. The verb decides which package we are using. Two separable verbs, two fixed prepositions, one shared case, and one reliable habit. Learn the whole package from the beginning.
Perfect. Now let's bring all the verb preposition packages into one clear reference map. This page does not introduce a new rule. It organizes the complete system so that every package is easier to recall. The central principle is: do not learn the verb alone. Learn the verb, the fixed preposition, and the required case as one complete unit. So, the decision path is: identify the verb, recall its fixed preposition, recall the case of the complete package, then form the noun or pronoun correctly. Let's begin with für plus Akkusativ. The package is sich interessieren für plus Akkusativ, to be interested in. Look at Mara interessiert sich für moderne Architektur. Mara is interested in modern architecture. This verb is reflexive, so the reflexive pronoun must match the subject. And the topic of interest comes after für. The complete unit stays together. Sich interessieren für plus Akkusativ. Now let's move to auf plus Akkusativ. This group contains three important packages: warten auf plus Akkusativ, to wait for; sich vorbereiten auf plus Akkusativ, to prepare for; and sich freuen auf plus Akkusativ, to look forward to. Look at Die Kinder warten auf den Beginn des Films. The children are waiting for the beginning of the film. Here, warten is not reflexive. Now look at Oma bereitet sich auf die praktische Prüfung vor. Oma is preparing for the practical exam. This verb is reflexive and separable, so the package includes the matching reflexive pronoun, the fixed preposition, auf, and Akkusativ. Now look at Wir freuen uns auf den Besuch unserer Freunde. We are looking forward to our friends' visit. The visit is still coming, so the expression shows positive anticipation. All three packages share auf plus Akkusativ, but only sich vorbereiten auf and sich freuen auf are reflexive. Now let's move to an plus Akkusativ. This group contains two mental packages. Sich erinnern an plus Akkusativ, to remember, and denken an plus Akkusativ, to think of or to think about. Look at Ich erinnere mich an unser erstes Gespräch. I remember our first conversation. The verb is reflexive, so we need mich because the subject is ich. Now compare Denkst du an die Einkaufsliste? Are you thinking about the shopping list? This package is not reflexive, so we use denken an without an additional reflexive pronoun. Both expressions use an plus Akkusativ, but only sich erinnern an is reflexive. Now let's look at über plus Akkusativ. This group contains two different meanings. Sprechen über plus Akkusativ, to talk about, and sich freuen über plus Akkusativ, to be happy about. Look at Die Kolleginnen sprechen über das neue Projekt. The female colleagues are talking about the new project. The topic of the conversation comes after über. Now look at Paul freut sich über die gute Nachricht. Paul is happy about the good news. The good news is already present or has already arrived, so it creates the feeling of joy now. Remember the contrast. Sich freuen auf looks forward to something still coming. Sich freuen über reacts happily to something already present or completed. Both packages use Akkusativ. The preposition changes the meaning. Now let's move to the dative packages. The first one is teilnehmen an plus Dativ, to take part in or to participate in. Look at Viele Studierende nehmen an der Online-Konferenz teil. Many students are taking part in the online conference. The verb is separable, so we see nehmen near the beginning and teil at the end. But the fixed package remains teilnehmen an plus Dativ. This gives us an important contrast. Denken an plus Akkusativ and sich erinnern an plus Akkusativ. But teilnehmen an plus Dativ. The same preposition an appears with different cases, so the preposition alone does not decide the case. The complete verb preposition package does. Now look at the final package. Anfangen mit plus Dativ, to begin with or to start with. Look at Wir fangen mit einer kurzen Wiederholung an. We are starting with a short review. The fixed preposition is mit, and the separated word an belongs to the verb anfangen. So the structure contains mit plus Dativ inside the sentence and the separable prefix at the end. Now let's scan the complete reference map. Sich interessieren für plus Akkusativ, warten auf plus Akkusativ, sich vorbereiten auf plus Akkusativ, sich freuen auf plus Akkusativ, sich erinnern an plus Akkusativ, denken an plus Akkusativ, sprechen über plus Akkusativ, sich freuen über plus Akkusativ, teilnehmen an plus Dativ, and anfangen mit plus Dativ. Notice that some packages are reflexive. Sich interessieren für, sich vorbereiten auf, sich freuen auf, sich erinnern an, and sich freuen über. The matching reflexive pronoun changes with the subject. Other packages are not reflexive. Warten auf, denken an, sprechen über, teilnehmen an, and anfangen mit.
So the fixed preposition does not tell us whether the verb is reflexive. That information belongs to the complete package too. Now let's build the final decision path. First, identify the complete verb. Second, recall its fixed preposition. Third, recall whether the package requires Akkusativ or Dativ. Fourth, check whether the verb is reflexive. If it is reflexive, choose the pronoun that matches the subject. Finally, form the noun or pronoun in the required case. Now one small note about questions. When we ask about a thing, German often uses wo or vor plus Präposition. For example, worauf wartest du? What are you waiting for? The letter A appears before a preposition beginning with a vowel, so we see forms like worauf, woran, and worüber. With prepositions beginning with a consonant, we may see wofür or womit. But when we ask about a person, we normally use the preposition, then wen or wem, depending on the required case. Look at Auf wen wartest du? Who are you waiting for? The package requires Akkusativ, so we use wen. Now compare mit wem fangst du an? Who are you starting with? The package requires Dativ, so we use wem. That gives us the complete system: verb, fixed preposition, case, reflexive form when needed, and the correct noun, pronoun, or question form. One map, 10 useful packages, and one reliable habit. Learn the whole package from the beginning.
Well done. Now let's understand the central system behind worauf, the question form for a thing or an idea, and darauf, the reference form, meaning it or that. These forms work with fixed prepositions. They help us ask about a thing and then refer to the same thing without repeating the complete noun phrase. The basic path is question about a thing or idea, worauf plus preposition, answer or reference to that thing or idea, darauf plus preposition. The preposition does not disappear. It remains part of both forms. Let's begin with the question side. Imagine that the fixed verb package is warten auf, to wait for. The speaker knows that someone is waiting, but does not know what they are waiting for. So the question is, worauf wartet Jonas? What is Jonas waiting for? The word worauf, what for, contains the fixed preposition auf. The question is not asking about a place. It is asking about the thing after the fixed preposition. So, worauf replaces the longer idea, auf welches Ding, for which thing. In natural German, the compound form is much shorter and more common. Now imagine the complete answer is Jonas wartet auf die Bestätigung. Jonas is waiting for the confirmation. The phrase auf die Bestätigung, for the confirmation, names the thing directly. But once that thing is already understood, we do not need to repeat it. We can say, wartet darauf. He is waiting for it. The word darauf, for it or on it, keeps the same preposition, auf, but it replaces the complete phrase auf die Bestätigung. So the relationship is worauf, what for, turns into darauf, for it. The question form asks for the missing thing. The answer form points back to that thing. Now let's look at another meaning.
This time, the fixed package is diskutieren über, to discuss or talk about. Look at the question. Worüber diskutiert ihr? What are you discussing? The word worüber, what about, asks about the topic of the discussion. Now look at the short answer. Wir diskutieren darüber. We are discussing it. The word darüber, about it, refers back to the topic without repeating its full name. So again, the preposition remains the same. Über appears inside worüber in the question and inside darüber in the answer or reference. This gives us the central pattern. Wo was asks what thing or what idea. Da was answers that thing or that idea. These compounds can replace a concrete object, a topic, an event, a plan, or even a complete idea. The important point is that we are not speaking about a person. Now let's see that contrast briefly. Look again at Worauf wartet Jonas? What is Jonas waiting for? This asks about a thing or an event. But if Jonas is waiting for a person, German normally asks Auf wen wartet Jonas? Who is Jonas waiting for? Here, we do not use worauf because the missing answer is a person. The answer may be wartet auf seinen Kollegen. He is waiting for his colleague. Or, after the person is already known, wartet auf ihn. He is waiting for him. So compare the two paths. Thing or idea, worauf wartet er? What is he waiting for? Answer or reference, wartet darauf. He is waiting for it. Person, auf wen wartet er? Who is he waiting for? Answer or reference, wartet auf ihn. He is waiting for him. That is the basic difference. The wo was form does not normally replace a person, and the da was form does not normally refer back to a person. They belong mainly to things, ideas, topics, events, and situations. So the practical method is, first, identify the fixed preposition of the verb. Second, ask what kind of answer you expect, a thing or an idea. Use wo was plus preposition to ask the question. Then use da was plus preposition to refer back to the answer. But if the answer is a person, keep the prepositions separate and use the appropriate person question. So the complete conceptual path is ask about the thing, name it once, then refer back to it naturally. Wo was asks for the thing, da was points back to it. One fixed preposition, one question form, and one reference form, and no unnecessary repetition.
Great. Now let's focus on one small but very important spelling rule. When do we add the letter R inside forms like woran, what about, or what on, or daran, about it, on it? The answer is simple. We look at the first sound of the preposition. This page has two clear paths. Path 1, if the preposition begins with a vowel sound, we add R. So the structure becomes wo plus R plus Präposition and da plus R plus Präposition. Let's begin with an. At, on, about. Because an begins with a vowel, we get woran, what about, what on, and daran, about it, on it. Look at woran denkst du? What are you thinking about? And the answer, ich denke daran. I am thinking about it. Now look at auf, on, for, to. This also begins with a vowel, so we get worauf, what for, what on, and darauf, for it, on it. Look at worauf wartest du? What are you waiting for? And the answer, ich warte darauf. I am waiting for it. Now take über, about, over. This also begins with a vowel, so we get worüber, what about, and darüber, about it. Look at worüber sprecht ihr? What are you talking about? And the answer, wir sprechen darüber. We are talking about it. So the first path is clear. Vowel at the beginning, add er. That gives us an becomes woran and daran. Auf becomes worauf and darauf. And über becomes worüber and darüber. Now let's move to path 2. If the preposition begins with a consonant sound, we do not add er. So the structure becomes wo plus Präposition and da plus Präposition. Let's begin with für, for. Because für begins with a consonant sound, we do not insert any extra letter. So we get wofür, what for, and dafür, for it. Look at wofür interessierst du dich? What are you interested in? And the answer, ich interessiere mich dafür. I am interested in it. Now look at mit, with. This also begins with a consonant sound, so we get womit, what with, and damit, with it. Look at womit fängst du an? What are you starting with? And the answer, ich fange damit an. I am starting with it. So the second path is also clear. Consonant at the beginning, no er. That gives us für becomes wofür and dafür, and mit becomes womit and damit. Now compare the two paths directly. Vowel beginning, add er. Woran, daran, worauf, darauf, worüber, darüber. Consonant beginning, do not add er. Wofür, dafür, womit, damit. This rule is not about the meaning changing, and it is not about a different case rule. It is simply the form of the compound. The extra er acts like a smooth bridge between wo and da when a preposition starts with a vowel. So the quick method is, first, look at the preposition. Second, ask, does it begin with a vowel? If yes, add er. If no, do not add it. So the whole page comes down to one easy check. Vowel, add er. Consonant, no er. Once that tiny pattern is clear, forms like worauf, damit, and darüber start looking regular, predictable, and very easy to build.
Nice work! Now let's connect 5 common questions to their matching short answers. Each pair follows the same basic movement. The question uses wo plus Präposition to ask about a thing or an idea. And the answer uses da plus Präposition to refer back to the same thing without repeating it. The most important detail is the fixed preposition stays the same in the question and the answer. Let's begin with warten auf, to wait for. The question is, worauf wartest du? What are you waiting for? The word worauf asks about the thing after the fixed preposition auf. Now look at the short answer. Ich warte darauf. I am waiting for it. The question uses worauf, and the answer uses darauf. But both forms keep auf inside. So the first pair is worauf and darauf. Now let's move to denken an, to think about. The question is, woran denkst du? What are you thinking about? And the short answer is, ich denke daran. I am thinking about it. Here, the fixed preposition is an. It appears inside woran in the question and inside daran in the answer. So the second pair is woran and daran. Now let's look at sich interessieren für, to be interested in. The question is, wofür interessierst du dich? What are you interested in? The subject is du, you. So the matching reflexive pronoun is dich, yourself. Now look at the answer. Ich interessiere mich dafür. I am interested in it. The subject changes to ich, I. So the reflexive pronoun changes to mich, myself. But the fixed preposition remains für. The question uses wofür, and the answer uses dafür. So the third pair is wofür and dafür. Now let's continue with anfangen mit, to start with. The question is, womit fängst du an? What are you starting with? The word womit asks about the first thing in the activity. Now look at the answer. Ich fange damit an. I am starting with it. The fixed preposition mit stays in both forms. The separable part, an, still closes the answer sentence. So the fourth pair is womit and damit. Now let's look at the final package, sprechen über, to talk about. The question is, worüber sprecht ihr? What are you all talking about? The subject is ihr, you all. The question asks for the topic of the conversation. Now look at the answer. Wir sprechen darüber. We are talking about it. The word darüber points back to the topic without naming it again. The fixed preposition über appears in both forms. So the fifth pair is worüber and darüber. Now let's place all 5 pairs together. Worauf and darauf. Woran and daran. Wofür and dafür. Womit and damit. And worüber and darüber. The first form asks for the missing thing. The second form refers back to that thing. And in every pair, the original fixed preposition remains visible. Auf stays in worauf and darauf. An stays in woran and daran. Für stays in wofür and dafür. Mit stays in womit and damit. And über stays in worüber and darüber. So the practical method is simple. First, remember the fixed verb preposition package. Second, build the question with the matching wo-r form. Third, answer without repetition using the matching da-r form. One question, one short reference, and the same preposition holding the pair together.
Brilliant! Now let's bring the complete system into one final decision map. The first question is, are we asking about a thing or idea, or are we asking about a person? This decision controls both the question form and the way we refer back to the answer. Let's begin with a thing or idea. For things, ideas, topics, events, and situations, we normally ask with woron plus preposition, and we refer back to the answer with daron plus preposition. The fixed preposition stays visible in both forms. Let's use the package sich freuen auf, to look forward to. Look at the question. Worauf freut sich Sarah? What is Sarah looking forward to? The word worauf, what to, or what about, asks for a thing or event. The answer may name that event directly. Sie freut sich auf das Festival. She is looking forward to the festival. But once the festival is already understood, we can avoid repeating it. We say, sie freut sich darauf. She is looking forward to it. So the thing path is worauf to darauf. The question asks for the missing thing, and the da form points back to that thing. Now imagine that Sarah is not looking forward to an event. She is looking forward to seeing a person. Then German does not use worauf. The question becomes, auf wen freut sich Sarah? Who is Sarah looking forward to seeing? The word wen, whom, is used because the fixed package sich freuen auf requires accusative. The full answer may be, sie freut sich auf ihre Schwester. She is looking forward to seeing her sister. And after the person is already known, we say, sie freut sich auf sie. She is looking forward to seeing her. We do not say, sie freut sich darauf, when darauf refers to her. Darauf refers to a thing, event, or idea. For a person, we keep the preposition separate and use the correct personal pronoun. So compare the two accusative paths. Thing, worauf freut sie sich? Sie freut sich darauf. Person, auf wen freut sie sich? Sie freut sich auf sie. The preposition auf stays the same, but the question form changes according to thing or person. Now let's look at the same decision with a preposition that requires dativ. The package is arbeiten mit, to work with. First, let's ask about a thing. Womit arbeitet Eva? What is Eva working with? The word womit, what with, asks about a tool, system, or object. The full answer may be, sie arbeitet mit einem neuen Programm. She is working with a new program. But once the program is already known, we can say, sie arbeitet damit. She is working with it. So the thing path is womit to damit. Now let's ask about a person. Mit wem arbeitet Eva? Who is Eva working with? The word wem, whom, is used because mit, with, requires dativ. The full answer may be, sie arbeitet mit ihrem neuen Kollegen. She is working with her new colleague. And after the person is already known, we say, sie arbeitet mit ihm. She is working with him. We do not replace the colleague with damit, because damit refers to a thing or idea. So compare the two dative paths. Thing, womit arbeitet sie? Sie arbeitet damit.
Person. Mit wem arbeitet sie? Sie arbeitet mit ihm. This gives us the central decision. Thing or idea. Join the question word and the preposition. Then join da with the same preposition to refer back to the answer. Person. Keep the preposition separate. Then use wen with an accusative package or wem with a dative package. And in the answer, use the preposition with the correct personal pronoun. For example, auf sie, to her, or mit ihm, with him. Now let's scan the 5 main thing question pairs. Worauf and darauf. Woran and daran. Wofür and dafür. Womit and damit. And worüber and darüber. In every pair, the fixed preposition stays the same. Auf stays inside worauf and darauf. An stays inside woran and daran. Für stays inside wofür and dafür. Mit stays inside womit and damit. And über stays inside worüber and darüber. Now, one quick form reminder. If the preposition begins with a vowel, we add r. So we get woran and daran, worauf and darauf, and worüber and darüber. If the preposition begins with a consonant, we do not add r. So we get wofür and dafür, and womit and damit. Now let's build the complete decision path. First, identify the fixed preposition. Second, ask, am I asking about a thing or idea? If yes, use woron plus preposition. Then refer back with daron plus preposition. Third, if the answer is a person, do not use the compound form. Use preposition plus wen for an accusative package or preposition plus wem for a dative package. Finally, when referring back to that person, use the preposition with the correct personal pronoun. So the whole map is simple. Thing or idea, worauf to darauf, womit to damit, Person, auf wen to auf sie, mit wem to mit ihm. One fixed preposition, 2 different question paths, and 1 clear decision, thing or person. Once that choice is clear, the correct German form follows naturally.
Brilliant! You have officially reached the end of Part 1 of the German A2 Complete Grammar course. And honestly, that is a big achievement. You have covered a lot of important grammar, step by step. So take a moment and be proud of the progress you have made. Now it is time to review the lessons, repeat the examples, and use what you learned in your own sentences. While you're studying and practicing Part 1, we are already working on Part 2 to continue the journey with you. So make sure you subscribe and turn on the notifications so you don't miss it. And if this course helped you, please leave a like, share it with another German learner, and write a comment telling us which lesson helped you the most. Thank you for learning with DeutschZeit. Keep practicing, keep moving forward, and remember, small steps create real progress. See you soon in Part 2.